Chapter 204. Ning Chen stood in the middle of the sea of fog, carefully recalling the previous sword strike. Only after experiencing it personally did he know how terrifying it was. He couldn't dodge it, couldn't block it, and didn't even have the chance to react. At that moment it was as if heaven and earth were frozen, not moving at all. Mu Bai didn't say anything. That sword strike was for Mu Qingxue, and it was also the only thing he could do as an elder. As for how much the young man in front of him could comprehend, it wasn't something he needed to consider. Ning Chen was indeed stumped. For an entire day, his brows were tightly knitted, not relaxing at all. After experiencing that sword strike, Ning Chen could no longer use the ink sword in his hand. He realized that he didn't know how to use a sword anymore. When night fell, the ink sword returned to its scabbard. Ning Chen went to search for traces of Ruo Shui. He didn't know how to use a sword, and carrying this sword would only increase his burden. In the following 3 days, Ning Chen didn't use the ink sword again. He stood in the middle of the sea of fog, recalling that sword strike. His brows were tightly knitted, and he didn't move at all, as if he was possessed. Where did he go wrong? Under the chaotic sea of fog, an even bigger whirlpool was constantly rotating, and something new was forming. However, he didn't know what it was this time. After that night, Mu Bai didn't say a word. He just sat there, quietly waiting. On the 4th day, Ning Chen tried to pull out the ink sword. However, after trying a few times, he still didn't know how to use it. Heaven and earth couldn't be frozen. He had this feeling, without a doubt, it was an illusion. At that moment, he also felt that his body was out of control, as if his spirit and body were separated. It was fast, but not completely. That sword strike was clearly slower than Mu Qingxue's, but he didn't have this feeling when facing Mu Qingxue. Just like the sword strike Mu Bai used to cut open the sea of fog, it was clearly weak at the beginning, but it became stronger and stronger, and finally became an unstoppable sword strike. Time passed little by little. When the sun was about to set, Ning Chen, who had been silent all this time, slowly raised the ink sword in his hand. Immediately, the sea of fog began to churn violently. Before the sword was drawn, the sword intent had already taken the lead. A moment later, the sword swept out, and the 3 feet tall sea of fog was instantly separated. Oh! With a light sigh of praise, a hint of approval flashed through Mu Bai's eyes. Although his comprehension was ordinary, his concentration was not bad. After comprehending for so long, he finally managed to make his first strike. The true intent of the sword was fast, accurate, and focused. If one were to purely pursue moves, they would only go further and further. People in this world placed too much emphasis on moves and neglected the essence of the essence. The more complicated the sword move, the more energy it would waste. In the beginning, the true meaning of the sword only existed in this simple thrust. If he couldn't even execute the first sword move properly, it would be equivalent to learning nothing after 100 years of swordsmanship. 3 feet was the length of a sword. It was also the beginning of learning the sword. He had been learning the sword for 40 years, and only then was he able to open up 10,000 feet of primordial chaos. It was already not bad for this child to be able to open up 3 feet on his first strike. He remembered that in the past, Sword 2's first sword opened the barren river, similarly opening up 3 feet. Sword 3 still hadn't done it yet. Only Sword 1's comprehension was the highest, opening up 13 feet on his first sword. Mu Qingxue did not cultivate the way of the sword. However, his talent and comprehension were hard to find in the past and present. With one sword, he cut off the desolate river that was 1,000 feet long. Within the primal chaos fog sea, Ning Chen was naturally unaware of all this. He looked at the ink sword in his hand and fell into deep thought. He seemed to have understood some things, but there were still many things he didn't understand. He could open up 3 feet of primordial chaos, but it was only 3 feet. In front of the sword, he couldn't even open up an inch. On this night, after Ning Chen reached the land, he held his sword and bowed respectfully towards Mu Bai. Senior Mu Bai, this junior has to leave. Once again, thank you for your guidance. Last night, he had already discovered the traces of Ruo Shui. After tonight, regardless of whether he could find the Permitha flower or not, he would not return. Mu Bai did not reply. He had already said what he needed to say in one night. There was nothing else to say. Ning Chen sat on the ghost palanquin and left. He sheathed his ink sword and placed it behind his waist. In the extreme east, there was still a place he had yet to search. Last night, he saw the traces of Ruo Shui flowing through a canyon. However, there wasn't much time left, so he didn't go in to search. The ghost palanquin traveled in the southwest direction. When the bright moon was hanging high in the sky, they arrived at the canyon. There was nothing in the barren canyon. It was a desolate and boundless place. After 100 miles into the canyon, the surroundings became even more barren. There was no life, no sound. There was only an eternal silence. He was so familiar with this scene. It was almost the same as the underworld. It was cold, silent, and lifeless. Under the cliff of the canyon, there were traces of Ruo Shui flowing past. However, the Ruo Shui had already dried up. Ning Chen was puzzled. If this was the source of Ruo Shui, why would it dry up? Ruo Shui was different from ordinary water. It would not evaporate. As long as no one moved it away, it would never disappear. After another 100 miles, the traces left behind by Ruo Shui started to move upwards along the cliff. It extended to a place where the eyes could not see. Ning Chen had no other choice. He could only follow the traces of Ruo Shui and see if he could find the traces of the Permitha flower. The mountain path was rugged and difficult to travel. However, to the ghost palanquin, it didn't have much of an impact. After an hour, a bright red flower suddenly appeared on a rock far away. Under the night sky, it stood alone proudly. Ning Chen's expression became joyful. He rushed forward. Almost at the same time, a familiar figure appeared and rushed forward. When the two of them grabbed the Permitha flower, they looked at each other and immediately sent out a palm strike without hesitation. God's child! Jiming Marquis. The two who were knocked back at the same time were surprised at first, and then boundless battle intent erupted. What an unexpected fate, sighed Jun Shaoqing. No matter what, he had never imagined that the young man he had knocked off a cliff with a single palm strike would cause such a huge commotion. God's child's glory is also unforgettable, said Ning Chen calmly. It could be said that God's child had allowed him to experience the power of a martial arts expert for the first time. After that, thanks to God's child, he had been in a wheelchair for several months. You're also looking for the Permitha flower? Asked Jun Shaoqing. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. The Permitha flower bloomed magnificently on the rock. The two of them were only 10 steps apart, but neither of them dared to move. If you hand over your birth scroll, I can let you have the Permitha flower, said Jun Shaoqing slowly. Do you think that's possible? Asked Ning Chen. The two of them talked calmly without the slightest anger. It was like old friends catching up on old times. However, the conversation would always end. When they met again, the two of them were still enemies. Since we can't see eye to eye, let's see who's stronger. Jun Shaoqing's expression turned cold. The air pressure around them immediately dropped. A powerful aura surged and spread continuously. Its power was astonishing. Ning Chen's expression also became serious. God's child had been known as the strongest person below the Khanate stage for a long time. Now that they met again, he seemed to be even stronger. He had seen many peak experts below the Khanate stage, such as Underworld Child, Xia Zi, and Mu Qinshang before he stepped into the Khanate stage. Among these people, God's child was undoubtedly the most outstanding. If it wasn't for that woman, God's child might be the strongest Heaven's Reach expert he had ever seen. The black sword behind Ning Chen trembled slightly. The aura around him slowly circulated, and the corresponding pain came with it. Since he couldn't fight for a long time, he would end it quickly. The aura of his sword finger was condensed. Ning Chen's feet moved first. His sword finger broke through the air, drawing a silver flowing light, heading straight for God's child's heart. Jun Shaoqing moved sideways, and the silver flowing light changed direction at the same time. It streaked across, creating a dazzling snowy light. Ning Chen used speed to meet strength, trying not to give Jun Shaoqing a chance to fight back. On his sword finger, the silver brilliance condensed into frost, sprinkling out one sharp killing light after another. Jun Shaoqing moved his feet, avoiding the sword light. At the same time, he gathered Zhen Yuan in his palm and sent it out. Finger and palm collided. Ning Chen endured some of his injuries. Sword qi came out of his finger and instantly broke God's child's palm. Jun Shaoqing frowned. He circulated his martial arts and pushed Ning Chen away with a palm. "You shouldn't be so weak," Jun Shaoqing said slowly. The foundation built by the life scroll was unparalleled in the world, but he couldn't feel the absolute power in Ning Chen's moves. In the world, almost all moves were driven by Zhen Qi. But Ning Chen gave him the feeling that although his moves were exquisite, they lacked momentum. "Seeing you again, you have disappointed me." As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Shaoqing raised his hand and summoned a change in heaven and earth. Thunder and lightning covered the surroundings. Amidst the raging winds, another world-shaking move appeared. The God's child's hand rumbled with thunder, shaking heaven and earth. Its power was so terrifying that it wanted to tear heaven and earth apart. Dark thunder appeared again. Heaven and earth shook, and the world turned upside down. Above the canyon, the mountain collapsed. The opportunity had arrived. Behind Ning Chen, the black sword flew out. In an instant, Ning Chen dashed out, grabbing the black sword. 3 feet of forbidden ground, a sword slashed open the heavens. The sword pierced his heart. Jun Shaoqing grabbed the black sword. Enduring the pain, he used his right hand to forcefully counterattack. Thunder surged, and with a boom, he sent the person in front of him flying. Ning Chen landed on the ground and took a few steps back. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and stabilized himself. Sword qi entered his body. Jun Shaoqing's blood and qi churned violently. He circulated his martial arts and forcibly suppressed the sword qi in his heart. "You've seen Baron City's sword," said Jun Shaoqing hoarsely. "Is that important?" Ning Chen leaned on the sword and said coldly, "I was careless this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky." Jun Shaoqing took a step forward and turned into a beam of light, disappearing into the night. Ning Chen didn't chase after him. Leaning on his sword, he walked step by step to the hurricane lily. He gently plucked it and left on the ghost palanquin. God's child was worthy of being called God's child. If it had been anyone else, they definitely wouldn't have been able to react in time. Jun Shaoqing had been able to grab the black sword at the last moment. This kind of reaction time was rare in the world. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to get rid of him here. He was very clear that God's child was very close to the Xiantian realm. If he missed this opportunity, the next time they met would be even more difficult. The ghost palanquin was extremely fast. It was different from when it had come. Now, its back was facing the rising sun, so it would have more time. At the end of the world, the first rays of dawn shone on Mu Bai's body. Then, it quickly spread from east to west. The sky and earth began to light up from east to west. The ghost palanquin sped forward, racing against time. In the far east, the dividing line between day and night continued westward. At this moment, it was like the mortal world and hell. It seemed far away, but in reality, it was just inches away. Chapter 205. The first rays of the morning sun traveled to the west, and the ghost palanquin sped along, constantly racing between life and death. The surrounding scenery flashed by in the blink of an eye. The misty forest was right in front of them, and the first rays of the morning sun were getting closer and closer. The next moment, the sun shone on the ghost palanquin, and the heavenly fire descended. The moment the ghost palanquin rushed into the misty forest, flames ignited on Ning Chen's body, and he felt pain beyond his endurance. With a muffled groan, the surrounding blood energy was quickly consumed. The misty forest was strange and difficult to travel through. The ghost palanquin drove along a strange path, passing through layers of fog, and quickly rushed into another world. In the underworld, Ning Chen's body lit up with silver light, suppressing the heavenly fire. He leaned against the rock wall, panting heavily. The dark and quiet underworld was just as silent as ever. Two powerful auras emanated from the depths of the underworld, sending waves after waves of oppressive might that struck fear into the hearts of all who saw it. Ning Chen poured out a handful of pills, stuffed them into his mouth, and closed his eyes to catch his breath. The ghost girl's seclusion this time was longer than he expected. It could be seen how difficult it was to break through to the Xiantian realm. If the ghost girl was here, she could help him suppress the spread of the netherworld poison, but now, he could only rely on himself. He didn't know how effective the spider lily would be, but even if it could cure the poison, he didn't dare to do so. His current life depended on the spider lily. Once the poison was cured, he wouldn't be able to live. Half an hour later, Ning Chen brought the spider lily to another stone room. After closing the door, he didn't come out. Time passed day after day, and the war between Great Xia and Northern Meng was about to reach its final moments. The Northern Meng army heading south was not far from Great Xia's imperial city. In the imperial palace, Xia Mingri had already sent countless dark dragon guards to the misty forest. However, no matter how many people came, there was no news. One could enter the misty forest but not leave. This was the lesson learned for thousands of years, and the dark dragon guards were no exception. Great Xia was in a precarious situation. Compared to the lack of military strength, what was more serious was the fear of the people. More and more people believed that Great Xia would be defeated in this war. The Eternal Night cult in the west regrouped. Martial Monarch's injuries were mostly healed, and he led the cult's heavy cavalry to the east, fiercely clashing with Marquis Triumphant Return's Blackwater army. Everyone knew that whether the world situation would change or not would be revealed soon. However, right at this moment, something unexpected happened to the Northern Meng army. While they were on their way, Fan Lingue suddenly fell off his horse and fainted. The sudden attack caused the Northern Meng army to panic, and they did not know what to do. Fortunately, when the sun set, Fan Lingue woke up and reappeared in front of the soldiers, stabilizing their morale. However, from this day onwards, whenever Fan Lingue went out, he would spend most of his time in a wheelchair, and the number of times he coughed up blood also increased. Fan Lingue also knew that he didn't have much time left, so he increased the speed of his army heading south again and again, doing everything he could to take down this powerful empire while he was still alive. The dark clouds of war grew increasingly gloomy. The soldiers that could be mobilized within Great Xia had already rushed to the north to assist. However, under the hooves of the Beimeng Iron Cavalry, they quickly fell apart. Fan Lingue's prestige had reached an unprecedented height. Apart from Great Xia, everyone wanted to see if the Beimeng advisor could create such a miracle. When the invasion became popular, right and wrong no longer seemed important. Great Xia had been invincible for 1,000 years, bringing despair to the world. The situation of people coming from all directions might end soon. In the academy, the dean did not move, and neither did the teacher. It was as if they had never cared about this war. In the Confucian sect's Dragon Garden, Xia Mingri personally came and demanded the 4 palaces of the Confucian sect to send out Confucian experts to serve the empire. The coldness of the emperor was gradually revealed. The 4 palaces of the Confucian sect made him fearful, and he had no choice but to send out 3,000 Confucian disciples to serve the imperial court. The only good news for Great Xiao was that the 100,000 reinforcements of the barbarian dynasty were not far from the battlefield in the north after nearly 2 months of trekking. After the defeat of Duke Jingwu and Marquis Bloodrobed, there were less than 70,000 of them left. Apart from the Divine Wind Battalion, which was still intact, the other battalions only existed in name. In Ascension Valley, the atmosphere was getting more and more oppressive. The innate experts who had been in deep slumber were waking up day by day. In order to urge the Realm Master to return to the world, they did not hesitate to consume their remaining lifespan. If there were people from hundreds of years ago here, they would definitely recognize these old monsters who had one foot in the grave. These were all experts of the human world who had disappeared for no reason. Legend had it that some people had passed away while others had disappeared. Unexpectedly, they were all here. Human nature was so ugly in the face of life and death. The longer one lived, the more they feared death. When faced with the temptation of immortality, they chose to betray without hesitation. The boundary between realms was not so easy to break. In this world, only experts of the Three Disasters realm had the ability to do so. Moreover, it had to be done at the weakest point of the boundary between realms. In Ascension Valley there was such a place. However, the number of experts of the Three Disasters realm in the Divine Continent could be counted on one hand. Apart from the expert of the Three Disasters realm from the Eternal Night sect who had never appeared and the Buddha who had disappeared after being defeated by Ningchen, the remaining experts were even fewer. The purpose of Ascension Valley was to occupy the entire Divine Continent, and Great Xiao was their primary target. In this way, it was undoubtedly impossible to get Dean Tian-Song to help them. The greatest hope of Ascension Valley was only 2 people, the State Preceptor Beimeng and the Eternal Night Martial Monarch. The State Preceptor Beimeng's whereabouts were erratic. In the world, only Fan Lingyue knew about it. However, no one expected Fan Lingyue's attitude to be so unyielding. She used fierce and overbearing methods to kill one and injure the other of the 2 Xiantian emissaries of Ascension Valley. After that, the red-clothed woman also went to invite the martial monarch, but in the end, she also failed. The result was just as Fan Lingyue said. As long as she was still alive, the Eternal Night sect would not dare to agree to this. Seeing that the boundary was about to be broken, but they could not invite the expert of the Three Disasters realm, in the depths of Ascension Valley, terrifying auras were furious. They had waited for hundreds of years for this opportunity. As long as one expert of the Three Disasters realm cooperated with them, they would have the ability to break the boundary of this realm. It was extremely difficult for a second expert of the same realm to appear. They could not afford to wait. Go and kill that military preceptor Beimeng. If 2 people are not enough, send 3 or 4. As long as the Realm Master descends, the immortality you all want will immediately be realized. Yes. On this day, 4 innate experts left Ascension Valley and rushed in the direction of the Beimeng army. In the current situation, as long as they could kill the military preceptor Beimeng, the Eternal Night sect would have no choice but to cooperate with Ascension Valley due to the pressure from Xia. At that time, the appearance of the Realm Master would be unstoppable. In the underworld, Ning Chen sat in a stone room, stuffing elixirs into his mouth. The elixir did not have much effect on the Yellow Springs flower, but it could alleviate the intense pain caused by circulating his vital qi. Ning Chen forcefully activated the luck scroll and continued to cultivate without caring about anything else. Accompanied by the pain and lingering blood mist, the strong Ning Chen almost went berserk because of the pain and distraction. Fortunately, with the help of a large number of elixirs, he managed to hold on. Gradually, the poison of the Yellow Springs flower began to erupt frequently. Every time this happened, Ning Chen would swallow a petal of the red spider lily to suppress the poison of the Yellow Springs flower. The red spider lily and the Yellow Springs flower were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. Under the effect of the red spider lily, the poison of the Yellow Springs flower, which had always been invincible, began to gradually dissipate. While Ning Chen was surprised, he became even more careful about consuming the red spider lily. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would try his best not to consume it. The poison of the yellow springs flower in his body could not be cured, unless he did not want to live anymore. After cultivating again, Ning Chen tried to break through to the innate realm again. When he used that sword in the chaotic sea of fog, he seemed to have touched that barrier. However, when he thought about it carefully, he felt that something was missing. Mu Bai's sword was always able to cross the gap between the innate realm and the acquired realm. It was unstoppable, as if it was never restricted by this barrier. What made him even more confused was that when Mu Bai used that sword to cut through the endless sea of fog, he did not use too much power. In the quiet underworld, the three of them were all in seclusion. Their auras were constantly fluctuating, and even the water in the distance began to sway. As time passed, in the underworld, the third aura became more and more powerful. The sword intent dispersed in all directions, drawing out streaks of sharp marks between the heaven and earth. The ownerless sword intent caused the Jiga sword to resonate. Rings of sword aura spread out, and similarly affected the figures in seclusion in the stone room. The two strongest swordsmen in the world, Mu Bai and King Yen, one verified the sword, and the other listened to the sword. They used the same sword but had different paths. At this moment, they were competing in different ways, which greatly benefited Ning Chen in the stone room. At the same time, in the Divine Continent, 4 innate realm experts were rushing towards the northern Meng army. In the Tiansong Academy, the dean looked at the figures flashing across the horizon. He hesitated for a long time, but still did not make a move. He admitted that he was selfish. Subconsciously, he still did not want to see the great Xia perish. The military advisor of the northern Meng was too powerful. In a small courtyard in the academy, the teacher sighed in disappointment. "You should have made a move." The teacher's voice traveled across space. The dean was silent for a moment and then said slowly, "I'm sorry to disappoint you." The teacher did not say anything else. His old eyes looked in the direction of the Ascension Valley, and a light flashed in them. The change of dynasties was unavoidable since ancient times. For the people of the Divine Continent, there was not much difference who was the master. However, this was on the premise that the Divine Continent was still the master, and not enslaved by other realms. That junior of the northern Meng, although his methods were a little fierce when he attacked the Great Xia, his treatment of the Ascension Valley had indeed made him look at him in a new light. At such a young age, he had such foresight. It was indeed rare in the world. In the northern Meng camp, in the commander's tent, Fan Lingyue coughed violently again and again. Blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth, and there was no trace of blood on his pale face. Under the light, he looked so weak. At this moment, waves of extremely powerful forces rapidly approached from afar. They were vast and majestic and shook one's mind. Fan Lingyue's expression changed slightly. He sat in a wheelchair and walked out of the commander's tent. Looking at the 4 figures coming from afar, a trace of coldness flashed across his beautiful face. Chapter 206. The auras of the 4 Xiantian experts combined to form an absolute suppression. Even hundreds of miles away, the northern Meng soldiers felt a stifling pressure that made it hard to breathe. Fan Lingyue got up and waved his hand. Jingye Taichu flew in front of him. His sword was still in its scabbard, but it was already trembling. Military advisor Xiao Wanhua, Qing Wuyo, and the others hurried forward worriedly. "Retreat. These people aren't people you can deal with," said Fan Lingyue coldly. Xiao Wanhua, Qing Wuyo, and the others didn't dare to go against the order. Under the lonely night, Fan Lingyue stood alone in front of the camp, waiting for the enemy to quickly approach. The night wind blew, and her blue dress fluttered in the wind. Her hair was like a waterfall, floating in the wind. No one could predict the future battle. The soldiers of northern Meng still trusted their military advisor wholeheartedly. Even if the sky fell, they would not be shaken. Only Xiao Wanhua, whose strength was closest to Xiantian, was worried. The difference between Xiantian and Houtian was unimaginable. No matter how strong the military advisor was, he couldn't deal with 4 Xiantian experts at the same time. The 4 arrived in the blink of an eye. 2 men and 2 women. They didn't look old, but their real ages were frighteningly old. Ancestor. Xiao Wanhua was startled when he saw one of the men. Was he mistaken? The person in front of him was actually the Xiao family's ancestor that he had been fortunate enough to see when he was young. Even after 30 years, he still vaguely remembered the ancestor's appearance. It was exactly the same as the person in front of him. Someone from the Xiao family? What a coincidence, said Xiao Pejuan indifferently as he looked over. Do you have any descendants? Don't be soft-hearted because of this, said the red-clothed woman coldly. Of course. Xiao Pejuan nodded. Fan Lingwe, I'll give you one last chance. As long as you cooperate with Ascension Valley, we'll immediately help you take down Grand Xia. Otherwise, this day next year will be your death anniversary, warned a blue-clothed middle-aged man. It's still the same. Whether we take down Grand Xia or not is my business. Ascension Valley doesn't have the right to decide the future of the Divine Continent, said Fan Lingwe coldly. Xiao Wanhua stepped forward and anxiously asked, Ancestor, how can you help Ascension Valley deal with the military advisor? Impudent. Xiao Pejuan's eyes turned cold, and his aura instantly pushed Xiao Wanhua back dozens of meters. I've long heard of the Xiao clan's defeated army. Now that I've met you today, I'm disappointed, Fan Lingwe said calmly. No matter how eloquent you are, you won't be able to live past tonight. The famous military advisor of Beimeng is nothing more than this. You don't know how to adapt to the situation. You're not worthy of being called the wisest person in the world, the last yellow-clothed woman said sarcastically. There's no point in talking. Come. As soon as he finished speaking, Fan Lingwe took a step forward. Instantly, white light rose up, illuminating the mortal world. Be careful. There's something strange about this white light. It's impervious to all techniques, and it can also consume your true qi. It's very difficult to deal with, the red-clothed woman warned. Are you scared? You're only at the peak of the Houtian realm. How strong can you be? Sneered the yellow-clothed woman. Granny Yen, if you want to die, no one will stop you. The woman in red coldly snorted. Stop arguing. If we can't complete this mission, it won't do anyone any good. The blue-clothed middle-aged man stepped forward and sent out a palm. His vast true qi stirred up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, crashing down. Fan Lingwe slashed out with his sword. White light shone and his true qi instantly disappeared. The blue-clothed middle-aged man was startled. His body twisted in the air, and he retreated dozens of meters. At the same time, Xiao Pejuan's saber slashed down. It was incomparably domineering. Kata saber. Fan Lingwe narrowed his eyes. He didn't dodge, and his slender hand grabbed the edge of the Kata saber. The ancient Overlord Rahu's saber had the ability to cut through the heavens. He hadn't expected it to be in Xiao Pejuan's hands. White light spread out from the Kata saber like moonlight. Xiao Pejuan felt his true qi quickly leak out. Sword and palm. The red-clothed woman rushed forward and activated her palm energy, trying to rescue Wei from Zhao. Fan Lingwe let go of the Kata saber and leaned to the side. His sword slashed out, creating a brilliant killing light. The red-clothed woman retreated quickly, unwilling to come into contact with the saber. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them had already attacked for a round. The 3 innate masters joined forces, but they couldn't gain the upper hand. The yellow-clothed woman was shocked. How could a peak postnatal master be so strong? Attack together, or no one will be able to return tonight. The red-clothed woman warned again. This time, the yellow-clothed woman didn't refute. She clenched her right hand, and a sharp ancient sword appeared. The sword was cold and piercing. The 4 of them surrounded and attacked together. Their powerful aura covered the sky and earth, suppressing everything. The battle of the 5 strongest cultivators was 4 against 1. In front of the northern Meng army, everything collapsed, and the earth was devastated. The white light around Fan Lingyue rose to the extreme, raising his combat power to the extreme. White light covered the heaven and earth. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, dripping on his blue dress. Fan Lingyue's body couldn't bear the full release of his strength for a long time, and he started to show signs of exhaustion. In the Tiansong Academy, the teacher turned into the noble Confucian Qi and opened the sky expanding plate. Everything in the void rotated, revealing the secrets of heaven and earth. After a long time, the teacher stopped. He looked in the direction of the distant misty forest and said, "Ning Chen, come to the academy immediately." In the netherworld, Ning Chen, who had been in seclusion for a long time, suddenly opened his eyes. The sword will around him retracted, and he stood up and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, the ghost sedan sped towards the academy. In less than an hour, the ghost sedan arrived at the academy. Ning Chen got off the sedan and his figure flashed past, arriving at the teacher's courtyard. "Teacher." Ning Chen bowed respectfully and greeted. "There's one thing I want to tell you," the teacher said slowly. "Teacher, please speak," Ning Chen said respectfully. The teacher briefly told him about the Ascension Valley. "After that," he said calmly, "you decide what to do." Ning Chen didn't say anything. He summoned the ghost sedan and quickly went north. The teacher nodded, and a touch of relief flashed through his old eyes. These 2 young juniors were much more clear-headed than most people in the world. Not far away, the dean was silent. He didn't expect his tolerance to be worse than a young man. He really couldn't help the military advisor of Northern Meng. Although he had entered the 3 disasters, he still couldn't ignore the rise and fall of Great Xia. He hoped that the Master of Divine Prefecture would be Great Xia, not Northern Meng. The ghost sedan sped up. In the sedan, Ning Chen took out the red spider lily, bit off a petal, and swallowed it. The battle later would definitely be extremely tragic. If the poison broke out at that time, he wouldn't even have the chance to take the red spider lily. He didn't expect that the first battle after coming out of seclusion would be to help Fan Lingyue. He wanted to give her a surprise, but now Fan Lingyue gave him a surprise. In front of the Northern Meng army, the battle was getting more and more intense. Fan Lingyue, who was fighting with all her strength, was as brilliant as the moon in the sky, illuminating the whole world. 1 against 4, a battle that surpassed the innate stage and the acquired stage. The 4 were shocked. There was actually such a terrifying person in the world. However, no matter how strong Fan Lingyue was, facing the siege of 4 innate stage experts, she finally showed signs of fatigue. While she swung her sword to repel the attacks of 3 people, a palm strike came from behind. The white light couldn't dissipate in time, and the 3rd layer of the martial arts was activated. Blood dyed the sky. Military advisor Qing Wuyo, Xiao Wanhua, and the other generals were shocked. They immediately went forward to help. "Back down," Fan Lingyue shouted coldly and ordered. Qing Wuyo and the others paused. They didn't dare to disobey the military orders that had been accumulated for a long time. They retreated step by step. "Fan Lingyue, you have won the respect of Xiao Pejuan. Next move, I will take your life." After saying that, Xiao Pejuan raised the Kata saber. The saber light soared into the sky, drawing a long bloody scar. The terrifying power shook the 9 heavens. Seeing this, the other 3 people raised their martial arts and coordinated their moves, wanting to end the life of the woman in front of them in one move. However, at this moment, a black sword appeared. Xiao Pejuan, who was focused on his move, couldn't react in time. While dodging with all his strength, the sword still pierced through his right chest. "What a pity!" Ning Chen pulled out the black sword. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Fan Lingyue. There was some regret on his face. He originally wanted to pierce through the heart in the left chest. The sudden change shocked everyone. Xiao Pejuan, who was injured by the black sword, immediately used his true qi to stop the bleeding. The other three also focused. Facing an unfamiliar expert who suddenly appeared, they didn't dare to be careless. "It's you." Fan Lingwei coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Are you surprised? I also didn't think that there would be a day when we would work together. However, can you still fight?" Ning Chen asked calmly. "Endless fighting spirit." Fan Lingwei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said slowly, "That's good. Tonight, there is no difference between Great Xia and Northern Meng. Let's clean up these traitors of the Divine Prefecture first. What I hate the most in my life are traitors." Ning Chen looked at the four people in front of him and said with killing intent, "What is a traitor?" Fan Lingwei asked. "The language of my hometown. You won't understand even if I tell you," Ning Chen replied. "Ha!" Fan Lingwei smiled faintly and said, "Then you don't have to say it. However, can your body take it? Don't drag me down." "This is also what I want to tell you," Ning Chen replied and took a step forward. Sword intent appeared around him. A strange look flashed across Fan Lingwei's eyes. He was indeed different. "Looks like you are about to step into the Xiantian realm too," Fan Lingwei said calmly as he released a white light. "Just like you, I don't dare to take that step." Ning Chen moved and the black sword split open the sky. An unparalleled sword intent directly crossed the boundary between the Xiantian realm and the Hotian realm and swept towards Xiao Pejuan and the yellow-clothed woman. The two of them were shocked. The Kata saber and ancient edge cooperated and collided with the heaven-splitting sword. A shocking explosion sounded. The blood and qi in the two of them were affected by the terrifying sword intent and surged violently. A single sword against two edges. The moment the battle started, it was a matter of life and death. On the other side, with two less opponents, Fan Lingwei immediately felt the pressure on him decrease greatly. He released the absolute beginning of pure karma, and the white light was cold and dazzling. The red-clothed woman and the blue-clothed middle-aged man joined forces to fight, and the battle was also extremely intense. Yesterday's opponents, today's comrade in arms. Facing the invasion of the outer realm, the two of them temporarily put down their positions without reservation and fought with all their strength. Chapter 207. 2 against 4, Hotian against Xiantian. The originally unequal battle was forcibly narrowed by the two's sharp swords. Sword against sword, palm against palm, silhouette against silhouette, the battlefield changed several times. The splattered blood dripped onto the ground, dyeing it red. The white light turned into the myriad laws of heaven and earth, blocking most of the attacks. Ning Chen, with his sword in hand, had an unstoppable sword will. His attack was extremely terrifying, bearing most of the attack. The most perfect cooperation, without any rehearsal. The two people who were the most familiar with each other in the world had demonstrated what trust and tacit understanding were tonight. Perhaps after this battle, the two of them would still be enemies, but at this moment, they were comrades in arms who had gone through life and death together. The four of them became more and more shocked as they fought. They couldn't break the white light, nor could they block the black sword. Suddenly, Fan Lingwei couldn't take it anymore. He staggered and vomited blood, dyeing the blue clothes in front of him red. A flaw suddenly appeared in the white light, and the woman in red seized the opportunity. She stepped forward and sent a palm strike. The black sword in Ning Chen's hand pushed away the two people in front of him. His figure flashed quickly, and his left hand turned over to meet the attack. There was a shocking explosion. Ning Chen took a few steps back, the corners of his mouth stained with ink. He waved his sword and slashed out again. The woman in red was blocked by the sword light. She could only temporarily dodge the attack. In a head-on clash of cultivation, Ning Chen was undoubtedly at a disadvantage and suffered heavy injuries. At this point in the battle, the six of them were all injured. Ning Chen had the immortal body, so he was fine for the time being. But Fan Lingwei's sick body couldn't hold on for long. Blood kept flowing from his mouth, and he could collapse at any time. No matter how brave the sword was, it couldn't withstand the attacks of 4 Sciention experts. The fact that the two of them could fight to this extent had already surpassed the limit of heaven's reach. "Can you still hold on?" Ning Chen stood in front of Fan Lingyue and asked seriously. "It's okay, I can still fight." Fan Lingyue struggled to stand firm and said slowly. "It's good that you can hold on. I can't fight 4 people alone," Ning Chen said. Fan Lingyue suppressed his sick body. The white light spread out, once again enveloping a 10-meter radius. The 4 of them took turns to fight, 2 attacking and 2 defending. Ji Du and Gu Feng, with their Sciention power, suppressed the enemy and shook the heaven and earth. Ning Chen focused 90% of his attention on offense and 10% on defense. His black sword was simple and unassuming, but it made the 4 of them feel a murderous aura that threatened their lives. In Fan Lingyue's hands, the pure night absolute beginning transformed into a continuous sword move. It was a soft and continuous move, white light lingering around it. The moment it came into contact with it, the opponent's true qi instantly dissipated. The 2 swords worked together to resist the strong enemy, one sword out, the other back, the head and the tail working together. There was no flaw to be found. In the distance, the northern Meng soldiers looked at the 6 figures crisscrossing each other on the battlefield. They were shocked beyond words. So, a battle could be like this. The 2 sword wills were connected. They did not communicate with words, nor did they use their eyes to signal each other. They only relied on their hearts to make their move. Both of them had entered the realm of sword breath. Their murderous aura was intimidating. Prince Yen once said that Ning Chen had too many things on his mind and his sword heart was not calm. It was unlikely that he would be able to feel the breath of the sword in his entire life. Fan Lingyue was the same. The 2 of them were so similar and had too many concerns. It was almost impossible for them to feel the sword aura. However, nothing was absolute. At the moment of life and death tonight, the 2 of them had no choice but to trust each other wholeheartedly. They trusted each other and also trusted the swords in their hand. The 2 of them used the same sword aura. Feeling the other's sword, their own swords followed suit. 2 swords, 2 hearts, breathing and thinking at the same time. There was no difference anymore. Ji Du's blade slashed over, the white light dissipating most of the attack. Fan Lingyue's sword light met it. At the moment of collision, Ji Du's might was reduced by another 30%. The ink sword swept past. Xiao Pejuan withdrew his blade to block, but he felt a surge of sword will penetrate the blade and enter his body. With a bang, Xiao Pejuan flew out, his mouth dyed red again. "How are you?" The yellow-clothed woman's body flashed, and she waved her hand to support him. "I'm fine." Xiao Pejuan steadied himself and wiped off the blood on his face. His expression was cold. The 4 of them attacked again. The pure night absolute beginning grabbed a gentle sword force. His true qi poured out from his palms and on the blade. Ning Chen arrived at the same time. The ink sword landed and the sword moved at will, slashing out a brilliant light. The yellow-clothed woman took the sword head-on. The sword flashed with cold light, once again pressing towards her life. Fan Lingyue's left hand flickered with light. With a clang, the ancient sword was pushed away. Immediately after, his palm struck out towards the attacking red-clothed woman. Closely pressed, without any time to breathe. Ji Du soared through the sky, shaking the heavens and earth. At this moment, Fan Lingyue's palm shifted. Ignoring the attacking woman, he turned his palm to block the blade light. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked. The red-clothed woman pressed forward. Her ink sword appeared at the same time. Snowflakes drifted down. One sword opened 100 feet in the sky. The red-clothed woman flew out. Her body was greatly shaken, blood splattering across the horizon. The night wind blew past. The smell of blood spread everywhere. The bloody night was peerlessly shocking. The 4 Sciention experts fought in a sorry state. They fought in humiliation. They once looked down on the world, but today they were forced into a corner by two juniors. Don't drag it out anymore. Let's end this quickly, the blue-clothed man said coldly. The other three nodded. Their true chi rose rapidly. They used their extreme techniques, wanting to forcefully break apart the two's cooperation. A terrifying pressure spread out. The ground cracked. Large pieces of debris rose up and then fell down with a bang. The strength of the Xiantian experts was fully displayed at this moment. The northern Meng soldiers who were slightly closer were unable to retreat in time. They were directly shattered into pieces by this terrifying power. At this critical moment, Fan Lingyue turned his palm. White light soared into the sky. The scroll of moon technique appeared in the world again. At the same time, Ning Chen's body flashed and appeared behind the former. His sword finger condensed frost. He used the scroll of life and poured his true chi into the latter's body. Scroll of moon, silent moonfall. Fan Lingyue condensed the two's technique. The scroll of moon was pushed to the extreme. The divine moon shone and white light quickly spread out. The heavenly technique appeared in the world. In an instant, moonlight descended and the world was silent. It was as if the world had frozen. The four figures suddenly stopped and stopped moving. Ning Chen and Fan Lingyue rushed out. Their swords slashed across and the yellow-clothed woman's throat. The powerful sword intent destroyed the woman's life force. It chased after her soul and took her life. On the other side, Fan Lingyue swung his sword to kill Xiaopajuan. However, he didn't expect Xiaopajuan to break free at the last moment and meet him with his sword. With a loud bang, the two retreated more than 10 steps. Their bodies were dyed red. Retreat. The blue-clothed middle-aged man, who came back to his senses, saw that the situation was not right and ordered a retreat. Xiaopajuan and the red-clothed woman retreated without hesitation. They disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. After the three retreated, Fan Lingyue staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood, which spilled on the yellow soil. Ning Chen withdrew his sword and looked at the woman in front of him with a complicated expression. The feeling of the sword aura dissipated in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he couldn't feel it at all. The enemy retreated. The two were still enemies and not friends. Killing intent overflowed and the atmosphere became extremely strange. Qing Wuyo and the others who had just breathed a sigh of relief immediately became alert again. They were ready to help at any time. In the end, the two didn't make a move. Now, neither of them had the confidence to kill the other. Moreover, the Ascension Valley was about to appear. This made the two more apprehensive. Fan Lingyue, retreat, Ning Chen advised again. Impossible. Fan Lingyue refused without hesitation. There was no room for negotiation. Ning Chen sighed softly. He knew the answer would be like this, but he still couldn't calm down and asked again. How do you plan to deal with the Ascension Valley? Ning Chen changed the topic. They need the help of 3 calamities. The Martial Lord is the only candidate. However, as long as I'm alive, the Eternal Night Cult won't have the guts, Fan Lingyue said coldly. How long can you last? 1 month? 2 months? Why are you so stubborn? Ning Chen sighed. There's no need to say more. What you should do now is to pray that the Great Xia can last these 2 months. As for the Ascension Valley, I have my own plans, Fan Lingyue said calmly. Marquis Xiao, send the guest off. Yes. Xiao Wanhua walked forward and politely bowed. Jiming Marquis, please. Ning Chen sighed inwardly. He waved his hand to summon the ghost palanquin and walked in. Fan Lingyue, I will definitely do my best to stop you. The final words echoed in front of the Beimeng formation. The ghost palanquin quickly left and soon disappeared. I hope you have the ability to do so. Fan Lingyue turned around and returned to her tent, leaving behind a land riddled with holes. Dust rose in the night wind and didn't settle for a long time. In the Netherworld Palace, Ning Chen looked at the stone room sealed by layers of restrictions. A lonely light flashed through his eyes. He might not be able to wait for her to recover her memories. Before the Xiantian realm, Fan Lingwei hadn't taken the final step, and neither had he. It wasn't that he couldn't, but that he didn't dare. If he took this step, he would die. Or perhaps, Fan Lingwei was still half a step away. Because she had the Chaos Scroll, she could take that extra step. Just now, in the moment of one heart and breath, he saw the Chaos Scroll and that surging and vast true Qi. A martial artist's realm couldn't be suppressed for a long time. However, the Chaos Scroll could conceal heaven's secrets, so Fan Lingwei was able to forcibly suppress her realm. In the past, he was very far away from the Xiantian realm. He always thought that there would be a day when he could break through. Now, he was so close, but he didn't dare to take that step. This step wasn't as easy as he imagined. The danger within it could only be felt when it was within reach. Only now did he understand why Fan Lingwei had never taken this step. With the killing karma she had created and the endurance of her body, as long as she took that step, she would definitely die. Now that it was his turn to make the decision, he couldn't take that step either. 300 miles away from the imperial city of Great Xia, the light cavalry of Great Xia, who had been training in camp, left their camp and headed north, making their final effort for this war. The leader of the army was Xia Zi. This prince of Great Xia, who came from the Confucian sect, had finally abandoned his benevolence. He put on his battle armor and headed north. When the night fell, Ning Chen came. After a long time, the two of them met again. The 30,000 light cavalry carried the heavy responsibility of eliminating the northern Meng heavy cavalry. They had endured for a long time, all for this upcoming battle. This was the final moment of Great Xia's counterattack. They couldn't afford to fail. Are we not waiting for the barbarian dynasty's reinforcements? Xia Zi asked solemnly. No. Ning Chen shook his head and continued, we can't afford to lose this battle. After all, the barbarian dynasty's reinforcements aren't under the command of Great Xia. Once there's a disagreement, our preparations will go to waste. Xia Zi nodded. The war of Great Xia ultimately depended on Great Xia itself. This was the most crucial battle. No matter what, they had to win. Chapter 208. The 30,000 cavalrymen heading north hurried through the night. They had already set off 2 days earlier to make ample preparations for this war. Of the 30,000 cavalrymen, about 5,000 of them wore armor that was different from the others. It wasn't as heavy as the northern Meng heavy cavalry, but it was heavier than the light cavalry. These were the heavy cavalry of Great Xia. Although there weren't many of them, they had a very important battle strategy. When the 30,000 cavalrymen headed north, the 70,000 Imperial Guards under Duke Jingwu also headed south. The two armies chased after each other, surrounding the northern Meng army. 4 days later, the Great Xia Imperial Guards finally caught up to the northern Meng army. The two armies were so close that the battle could erupt at any moment. The atmosphere of war shrouded the two armies as Great Xia attacked from both sides, forcing the northern Meng army to deal with it. In the northern Meng camp, Fan Lingwei was sitting in the commander's tent, looking at the reports sent by his scouts. Great Xia lacked horses, so cavalry wasn't their main force. Their combat strength was much weaker than the northern Meng cavalry. In a direct confrontation, 10,000 northern Meng cavalry was enough to deal with 20,000 Great Xia cavalry. Now, the 70,000 Imperial Guards behind the northern Meng army posed a greater threat. The Divine Wind Battalion was still intact, and their combat strength couldn't be underestimated. Military Advisor, the commander of the Great Xia Cavalry is Xia Zi. His talent isn't inferior to anyone else, and he can step into the Xiantian realm at any time. We have to be careful, Xiao Wanhua said. You deal with him. I'll deal with Duke Jingwu personally, Fan Lingwei said calmly. Yes, Xiao Wanhua said respectfully. In King Haowu's camp, Xia Zi walked out of the commander's tent and looked at the northern Meng army in the distance with a grave expression. Now, Ning Chen had to think of a way to separate the northern Meng cavalry from the other 60,000 cavalrymen. The Great Xia cavalry wasn't a match for the northern Meng cavalry in a direct confrontation. In the Imperial Guard camp, Duke Jingwu, Marquis Bloodclad, and Ning Chen had been discussing in the tent for most of the night. Ning Chen only left when the sky was about to brighten. Beat the drums, attack! Once the sky brightened, the 30,000 Imperial Guards of the Divine Wind Battalion advanced in formation, with the remaining 40,000 following closely behind, ready to reinforce at any time. Marquis Bloodclad Marquis and the 3 commanders of the Divine Wind Battalion took the lead in fighting against Qing Huo and several generals of northern Meng. Marquis Blood Robe's battle prowess was unparalleled, suppressing everyone. The 4 swords fought, focusing on defense, barely holding back the martial Marquis of Xia. The elites of the Divine Wind Battalion were all sent out. On the contrary, Bei Meng was more conservative. 8,000 heavy cavalry soldiers just watched and did not participate in the battle. On the first day of probing, both armies suffered casualties. However, the casualties were not large. When the sun set, both armies retreated and peace was restored. When night fell, the Great Xia cavalry on the other side suddenly attacked the camp of the Bei Meng heavy cavalry. Xiao Wanhua reacted quickly and immediately sent light cavalry and infantry to meet the enemy head-on, covering the heavy cavalry that had already taken off their armor. The Great Xia cavalry attacked for a wave, and after seeing that they did not gain anything, they immediately retreated. Ning Chen stood in the distance and looked at the retreating Great Xia cavalry. His expression was calm and he didn't look disappointed. Not gaining anything tonight was a normal situation. With Fan Lingyue's intellect, how would he not be wary of Great Xia sneak attacks? The advantage of heavy cavalry was that they could forcefully break through formations. In a head-on clash, they were invincible. However, they also had their own weaknesses. One of them was that the heavy armor could not be worn by the soldiers and the war horses. If not, both the soldiers and the war horses would not be able to take it. Wearing the armor before the battle and taking it off after the battle was an essential part of the heavy cavalry. However, the armor of the heavy cavalry was abnormally heavy and complicated to wear. Every time they wore the armor, they had to spend a lot of time taking it off. It was impossible for them to get on their horses and fight at any time like the light cavalry. Hence, when they were not fighting, the heavy cavalry would not be of any use. As for the other weaknesses of the heavy cavalry, it would depend on whether the Bei Meng heavy cavalry would make mistakes in the following battle. Xia Zi walked over and said, "Let's go." Ning Chen nodded and left with the former. On the second day, the Divine Wind Battalion and the remaining 40,000 guards continued to attack. On the other side, 30,000 Great Xia cavalry were waiting to tie down the enemy. Fan Lingyue sat at the front of the formation and commanded the army to fight. As for the Great Xia cavalry, they temporarily gave full power to Xiao Wanhua. On this day, the heavy cavalry struck out and clashed with the Divine Wind Battalion. The two sides clashed head-on, and both sides suffered casualties. The heavy cavalry lost 400 cavalry, and the Divine Wind Battalion lost 2,000 soldiers. On the other side, without the threat of the heavy cavalry, the 5,000 heavy cavalry of Great Xia were fearless. They carried their specially made spears and attacked several times, causing the Bei Meng cavalry to be in a bad state. Although the Great Xia heavy cavalry was not as strong as the Bei Meng heavy cavalry, they still had a huge advantage against the Bei Meng light cavalry. At night, the Great Xia light cavalry attacked once more. Their target was still the camp of the Bei Meng heavy cavalry. After meeting resistance, they immediately retreated without hesitation. On the third day, the same situation happened once more. As long as the Bei Meng heavy cavalry went to deal with the Divine Wind Battalion, the Great Xia heavy cavalry would appear and disrupt the situation. Helplessly, Xiao Wanhua could only send someone to ask Fan Lingyue to temporarily move the heavy cavalry to deal with the 30,000 cavalry of Great Xia. After Fan Lingyue received the report, he agreed and moved the heavy cavalry over. However, He ordered that no matter what the situation was, the heavy cavalry could not move alone and had to be covered by the light cavalry. In the next 2 days, the attacks of the great Xia guards came wave after wave, never stopping. On the other side, after the Beiming heavy cavalry moved over, the great Xia cavalry calmed down a lot. However, the attack at night was still the same and did not stop for a single night. The Beiming heavy cavalry was annoyed. Sometimes, just as they took off their heavy armor, the great Xia light cavalry would sneak up on them. They had no choice but to put it back on. Just as they were about to fight, the great Xia cavalry would quickly retreat. During wartime, the situation could change in an instant. Fan Lingwen knew the importance of improvising, so she placed all her attention on the great Xia guards. On the other side, the great Xia cavalry was relatively weak, and she believed that Xiao Wanhua could temporarily deal with them. This time, the surprise that she gave great Xia had arrived in time. On the night of the 6th day, a figure covered in black cloth appeared in the Beiming commander tent. Fan Lingwe sat on a wheelchair, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Abbot, how have you been?" Ba. With a loud Buddhist chant, the black cloth suddenly exploded, revealing the Buddha who had disappeared for a long time, the abbot of Du Yi Temple. On the other side of the Beiming army, in King Haowu's camp, 3,000 Confucian disciples appeared at the same time. This was the first time Ning Chen saw a Confucian abbot, and his first impression was very ordinary. Or rather, his impression of the entire Confucian sect was very ordinary. He respected his teacher, but that did not mean he had a good impression of the Confucian sect. The current Confucian sect had long forgotten the original reason why his teacher had founded it. His teacher had founded it to educate the people, not to let them rely on it to fight for power. The Confucians in the imperial court had done a lot for him to be cursed. He did not respond because he did not have the energy to deal with them. Xia Zi also knew that Ning Chen did not like the Confucian sect, so he wanted to ease the relationship between Ning Chen and the Confucian sect. "Ning Chen, this is the abbot's abbot. Your sword is cultivated by the abbot." "Many thanks." Ning Chen cupped his fists and bowed, maintaining a polite appearance. "I've long since heard of the Jiming Marquis' name. Now that I've met you, you truly are a young hero," said the abbot politely. "You praise me too much." Ning Chen did not say anything else. This abbot clearly was not a simple person. Things were different now, and he no longer had the energy to feign civility. Xia Zi sighed inside, knowing that he could not force him. He brought the abbot out of the tent and arranged a place for him to rest. "Jiming Marquis, a few days ago, Prince Yen and a girl called Wild came to the Confucian sect. That girl seemed to be looking for you," said the abbot as he was about to leave. Ning Chen trembled, his heart no longer calm. Why had that silly girl run out again? If his senior knew that he was in the underworld, then Wild should also know. Why hadn't Wild come? Ning Chen's mind was filled with countless thoughts. The more he thought about it, the more he didn't understand. From ancient times until now, a woman's thoughts were not something a man could guess. No matter how smart a man was, no matter how simple a woman was. Far away in the wilderness, 2 figures were slowly moving forward, one in front and one behind. The woman in the back was wearing a beautiful dress, carrying an ancient sword rack on her back. On the rack, there were 4 swords, 3 of which belonged to her seniors, and 1 of which belonged to her. "Senior, let's rest for a bit," said Wild. She was unable to walk any further. "All right." Prince Yen responded softly and stopped in his tracks. Wild was not a spoiled brat. She found a rock and sat down. She took out 2 pears from her bag and gave one to her senior while eating the other. Prince Yen smiled and took the pear. He softly said, "Wild, do you want to learn the sword?" "I don't want to." Wild took a bite of the pear and straightforwardly replied, "Ha ha." Prince Yen chuckled. Those who wanted to teach didn't want to learn, and those who wanted to learn couldn't learn. If Ning Chen had half of this girl's power of understanding, he would have entered the innate stage long ago. Senior, where are we going? Asked Wild. The Far East, Prince Yen replied. Why are we going there? Asked Wild curiously. Tribulation transcendence, said Prince Yen calmly. After transcending the last tribulation at the fifth tribulation realm, one would trigger the taboo of the three calamities at any time. If the first calamity appeared, it might implicate the innocent. He didn't want to take the risk. In this world, there were only 5 people who had reached the three calamities realm. However, every one of them had brought about considerable calamities to the world after transcending the first calamity. The strength of the three calamities realm was built on the sacrifice of the innocent. Wild wasn't interested in cultivation. She chewed on her pear and thought about what a certain person was doing now. Senior, I miss him, whispered Wild softly as she felt depressed for no reason. Prince Yen sighed inwardly and said softly, When we return from the Far East, I'll bring you to find him, all right? All right. Wild nodded obediently. A beautiful smile bloomed on her pretty face like a blooming flower. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Chapter 209. At dawn, before the sky was completely bright, the Beimeng heavy cavalry were woken up by the sound of galloping horse hooves. Attacking twice in one night, the heavy cavalry soldiers could not suppress their anger. Great Xia's actions were really despicable. Beimeng was prepared, and their infantry and light cavalry quickly got into formation to defend against the Great Xia cavalry. Such a scene had happened many times, and Beimeng was used to defending against the Great Xia cavalry. They did not dare to be careless at all. However, this time, the Beimeng army realized that Great Xia did not send the light cavalry. Instead, they were fully equipped heavy cavalry. The moment both sides clashed, the Beimeng army that was not prepared fell into a passive state. After the Great Xia heavy cavalry, the light cavalry followed closely behind, charging wave after wave at the Beimeng defensive line. The battle was abnormally intense, and the Beimeng army quickly gathered up to deal with the attacks of the Great Xia cavalry. On the other side, the Great Xia Guards Legion Corps also launched their attack. The Divine Wind unit attacked at all costs, trying their best to delay the Beimeng cavalry. On the two battlefields, the 4 commanders all had different thoughts as they calmly looked on at the cruelty of the battle. The Beimeng army was split into 2, and they faced the attacks of Great Xia on different battlefields. This battle quickly reached its climax in the morning. An hour later, the Beimeng heavy cavalry finished their preparations and got into formation. Qing Wuyo held his halberd and stood in front of the formation. He raised his halberd and gave the order to charge out. The rumbling of molten iron flood was unstoppable, and the Great Xia cavalry could not block it. Not long later, they were at a disadvantage. Retreat! Under Xia Zi's order, the Great Xia light cavalry quickly retreated, and the heavy cavalry followed closely behind in an orderly fashion. The Beimeng heavy cavalry followed closely behind, venting their anger. Anyone who was disturbed day and night would find it hard to remain calm. Xiao Wanhua observed the situation, and a cold glow flashed in his eyes. With all the Great Xia cavalry out, there would be no more ambushes. Today was a chance. Great Xia's distraction tactic was hard to defend against, and he could not passively defend. If not, once Great Xia succeeded, it would be too late to regret it. In a head-on clash, the combat strength of the Beimeng heavy cavalry was invincible. He wanted to make use of this chance to crush all of Great Xia's resistance. Chase! With a single order, the Northern Meng heavy cavalry charged out in full force, their armor clanging as they chased after them. The fish has finally taken the bait. After they were far away from Northern Meng's camp, Xia Zi waved his hand and ordered the light cavalry to spread out. The heavy cavalry faced the heavy cavalry and prepared for a decisive battle. The mocking look in Qing Wuyo's eyes was extremely clear. The heavy cavalry of Great Xia could deal with normal light cavalry, but going head-to-head with the heavy cavalry of Beimeng was like hitting a rock with an egg. Behind them, Beimeng's 10,000 light cavalry were on standby, ready to reap the rewards of the battle. Xiao Wanhua remembered Fan Lingyue's order, and did not let the heavy cavalry attack alone, sending light cavalry to cover them at all times. The battle between the two armies was about to break out at any moment. Beiming's heavy cavalry swiftly charged forward, followed by the 10,000 light cavalry as cover. Retreat! The battle went on for an hour, and Great Xia was once again at a disadvantage. Xia Zi came down, and the Great Xia cavalry retreated once again. Just like that, the Great Xia cavalry fought as they retreated, moving the Beiming heavy cavalry and 10,000 light cavalry far away from the Beiming camp. Xiao Wanhua gradually felt that something was amiss. At this moment, a scout rushed over from the distance and quickly reporting to the Marquis, "Someone is attacking the camp, luring the tiger away from the mountain." Xiao Wanhua's face turned cold, and he said coldly, "How many?" "Around 5,000 cavalry," the scout replied. "Retreat." Xiao Wanhua observed the situation and ordered. The Beiming army received the order and swiftly retreated like a flood. The back of the formation was the front of the formation. The light cavalry were faster, and they were led by Xiao Wanhua to reinforce the camp. In front of the Great Xia cavalry formation, Xia Zi acted at the same time and said, "Chase." The order was sent out, and the light cavalry that were spread out went around to stop the Beiming heavy cavalry from coming back. In the distance, the Beiming camp was ablaze, and one could see the eye-catching flames from far away. Time was of the essence, and Xiao Wanhua made the decision to order the personal guards beside him. "Send my order to Qingguo. I'll bring the light cavalry back first. Tell him to stop fighting and quickly catch up." "Yes." The personal guards received the order and swiftly rode away. After the Great Xia light cavalry blocked the Beiming heavy cavalry, the Great Xia heavy cavalry at the back charged forward at the same time, stopping the Beiming heavy cavalry at all costs. "General Qing, Marquis Xiao orders you to quickly catch up and stop fighting," Xiao Wanhua's personal guards ordered. "It's too late. None of you can retreat today." Before his words landed, a young man appeared, holding mechi autumn water and blocking in front of Qingguo. He abandoned the benevolent Xia Zi and charged over with killing intent. With one sword, he killed 13 enemy cavalry, causing blood and flesh to fly. The invulnerable Beiming cavalry were like paper, sliced apart by mechi autumn water. Shameless boasting! Qingguo could not hide his anger, and he charged forward, waving his halberd and chopping down. As the sword and halberd clashed, the wind howled. The war horse could not withstand the huge force and knelt down on the ground. At the same time, numerous generals charged up and surrounded the newcomer. Xia Zi was not afraid at all. One man and one sword, he suppressed everyone. The galloping war horses passed by everyone, and the two sides clashed once more. This time, the formation of the Great Xia cavalry suddenly changed. They lined up into 5 horizontal lines, and each horizontal line was in a single file. The distance between each horizontal line was very wide, forming a front that was much wider than the northern Meng heavy cavalry. The first 2 horizontal lines were the Great Xia heavy cavalry, while the other 3 were the light cavalry. Apart from this, there were many other light cavalry that were doing seemingly meaningless movements on both sides. After the two sides engaged in battle, the Great Xia light cavalry immediately charged out from the huge gap between the front row of heavy cavalry and shot wave after wave with the specially made god-arm crossbows. After a few shots, the Great Xia heavy cavalry quickly retreated. In the battle, Xia Zi's sword pushed away Qingguo and the 4 generals. Looking at the two armies in the final battle, his eyes were cold. They had prepared for this battle for a long time, and they would not allow any accidents to happen. Within the Netherworld house, Ning Chen looked toward the north. He was also worried about this crucial battle. The biggest advantage of the heavy cavalry was their unparalleled ability to break formations. In the era of cold weapons, the integrity of the formation was the crux of the battle. Whether it was the Great Xia or the Northern Meng heavy cavalry, it was equally important. The first weakness of Northern Meng's heavy cavalry was that both the men and their horses were covered in heavy armor. Therefore, it was not a bad choice to use light cavalry to attack the camp at night. Even if they could not kill the heavy cavalry, they could still cause a lot of trouble for them. The other weakness of the heavy cavalry was their speed. Although the horses of Great Xia were not as fast as those of Northern Meng, the speed of the light cavalry was much faster than the heavy cavalry. They could make use of this point to drag down the heavy cavalry of Northern Meng. Of course, the prerequisite of this plan was to separate the heavy cavalry from the light cavalry. Using both the real and the fake was the best method. Great Xia's god-arm crossbows were also an important support. Regardless of whether or not they could break through armor, they would cause a lot of damage to the Northern Meng heavy cavalry. The heavy cavalry also had a fatal weakness, which was that once the soldiers fell off their horses, it would not be easy for them to get back on their horses. In a battle between cavalry, once one fell off their horse, it meant death. Furthermore, after the Northern Meng heavy cavalry were shot at, it would be hard for them to quickly retaliate. They had to maintain a tight formation and push forward. Otherwise, they would not be able to use their advantage to kill. The Great Xia cavalry only needed to attack repeatedly. Once the Northern Meng heavy cavalry attacked, they would immediately split up and regroup. As the gap between the cavalry of Great Xia was large and they were far apart, they did not need to be too tight. It was easy for them to regroup once they were far away from the Northern Meng heavy cavalry. Such a charge could continue indefinitely. The Northern Meng heavy cavalry could not endure such a battle. Once the Northern Meng formation was messed up and their morale was shaken, it would be their chance. Xia Zi looked at the charging and retreating Great Xia cavalry with a cold expression. He believed that this time, victory would belong to Great Xia. On the battlefield, the repeated charges of the Great Xia cavalry had already caused the Northern Meng heavy cavalry to suffer casualties. The heavy armor could not cover every part of the Northern Meng heavy cavalry, and there would always be gaps. Whether or not one could survive a battle depended on luck. Some of the Northern Meng heavy cavalry did not have such luck, and the arrows from the crossbows pierced through their eyes and killed them. As for the other Northern Meng heavy cavalry, even if they were not injured by the arrows, the repeated shots caused their blood to boil, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Exhaustion was slowly revealed in this highly tense battle. The Northern Meng heavy cavalry, who had not had a good rest because of Great Xia, started to feel their stamina run out. Their morale was also becoming more and more unstable. As more and more people fell off their horses, a huge flaw appeared in the Northern Meng heavy cavalry formation. Charge! The Great Xia heavy cavalry, who had been waiting for a chance, charged at the flaw of the Northern Meng heavy cavalry without any regard for their lives. They did not hesitate to pay the price of their lives to break through the unbreakable formation of Northern Meng. The Great Xia light cavalry swiftly gathered together, using their high speed to pull the ropes and drag the exhausted Northern Meng heavy cavalry off their horses one by one. In the next moment, the slaughter began. The dismounted Northern Meng heavy cavalry found it difficult to move. Some were trampled by the panicked war horses, unable to get up. Some were smashed to death by the combined blunt weapons of the Great Xia cavalry. There were also some who were tied up by the Great Xia heavy cavalry and knocked to their deaths, dragging them hundreds of feet away. The cruelty of war was fully revealed at this moment. On the battlefield, no one was merciful, and it was either you die or I live. Xia Zi's autumn water was stained with fresh blood, dripping onto the ground below. Great Xia's Haowu King, who was filled with killing intent, was not weaker than any of the geniuses. The autumn water glistened, and it was unstoppable. Its killing intent shocked everyone. Qing Wuyo had died in battle, and the 4 generals had also died under the autumn water sword. The order to retreat was not given out in the end. Half a day later, the invincible Northern Meng heavy cavalry was completely wiped out. Chapter 210. On the other side of the battlefield, Baimeng's main army was fighting with the Great Xia Imperial Army. The battle was equally intense. Fan Lingue looked at the stalemate between the Baimeng cavalry and the Great Xia Divine Wind Battalion. He said calmly, "Abbot, it's your turn." Ba. With a Buddhist proclamation, the abbot of Du Yi Temple walked out. His footsteps were steady, and every step he took shook the heavens and the earth. The sudden change shocked the Great Xia soldiers. The Buddha descends to the mortal realm, and a vast power spread out. In the academy, the dean felt the power of the Transcendence 5 tribulations in the distance. His expression changed. Just as he was about to move, he was stopped by a huge palm. "Dean, your opponent is me." The golden staff rang, and the imperial tutor of Baimeng appeared, blocking the dean. In King Haowu's camp, the military head also felt the vigorous Buddhist power. His expression changed, and he immediately used a secret technique to summon the other 3 heads. Even with the Confucian sect's heaven-trapping formation, he could not defeat the Buddha alone. On the northern battlefield, the Buddha descends to the mortal realm. The Great Xia Imperial Army was immediately defeated. In the world, no matter how strong the formation was, it could not stop the Transcendence 5 tribulations. When the Buddha descends to the mortal realm, the ground collapsed and huge rocks flew. It was extremely terrifying. Retreat. At the moment of crisis, Marquis Bloodrobed walked out, blocking the Buddha descends to the mortal realm. The panicked Great Xia Guards Legion Corps reacted and retreated without hesitation. The Baimeng cavalry caught up, and a flood spread out, quickly drowning the Great Xia Imperial Army. Marquis Bloodrobed, who was blocking the abbot of Du Yi Temple, did not have the energy to care about anything else. After fighting Martial Lord Yongye, this Great Xia Martial Marquis was once again facing an Transcendence 5 tribulations expert. Facing an invincible opponent, Marquis Bloodrobe's expression was calm. His blood-red clothes fluttered in the wind, and he stood tall like a mountain. Marquis. The hundreds of personal guards who had followed Marquis Bloodrobed through life and death for more than 10 years had tears in their eyes. They were unwilling to leave. Retreat. Marquis Bloodrobed ordered again. They could not disobey and could only retreat. The moment they turned around, tears stained their clothes as they bid farewell to Marquis Bloodrobe. Marquis Bloodrobe's hands quickly flipped, and blood chi spread out. Ba. There was no expression on the withered face of the Buddha in the mortal world. After he chanted the Buddha's name, his whole body shone with golden light. The shocking Buddha's move reappeared in the world. Amidst the rumbling collision, the 3 kilometers long ground was completely devastated, and dust shook the sky as it completely drowned the figures of the 2 people. After this day, the Marquis of Bloodrobed did not return. After the Marquis of Wangchuan, another Marquis of the Great Xia dynasty had died in battle. The place where the 2 armies faced off against each other had been completely turned into ruins, telling the story of how tragic this battle had been. By the time the 4 Confucian sect heads and the 300 strongest experts of the Confucian sect arrived, the battle was already over, and not a single person was left alive. After this battle, Baimeng and Great Xia both suffered heavy losses. The Baimeng heavy cavalry was wiped out, and Great Xia's God Wind unit suffered heavy losses, losing more than 60% of their men. Since the start of the war between the 2 dynasties, Baimeng's invincible golden body was broken for the first time. However, due to the death of Marquis Bloodrobed, no one was happy. When night fell, after Ning Chen heard the news, he fell completely silent and did not say another word. In the distant palace, after receiving 2 battle reports, one happy and one sad, Xia Mingri sighed deeply. His heart was extremely complicated. In Weiyang Palace, Zhang Sun looked out of the window, a trace of loneliness flashing in his eyes. This war had changed too many things. The Marquis of Great Xia, like him and the Marquis of Bloodrobed, were true heroes. At the same time, in the west, northwest, north, and southeast of Great Xia, all the Marquis of Great Xia poured a cup of wine in the direction where the Marquis of Blood-Robed had died. Yellow springs first, and one day we will meet in hell. Perhaps it was heartless, but Ning Chen quickly recovered from his sadness. He once again picked up the army map and made the next step of the plan. Beimeng still had close to 60,000 cavalry and 50,000 infantry, and they were still a great threat. Moreover, the reinforcements of Beimeng outside Heaven's Gate were getting closer and closer. Marquis Xiang and the others were also struggling to deal with them. Once these reinforcements broke through the defense line and entered Heaven's Gate, the situation of Great Xia would immediately become irreversible. In Beimeng's camp, Fan Lingyue sat in a wheelchair, looking at Xiao Wanhua and the other generals kneeling in front of him. After a long time, he sighed in his heart and said, "Get up." Now was the time to use people, and she couldn't kill all the generals. The defeat of the heavy cavalry this time was a lesson. He indeed didn't disappoint her, and in the end, he even became her strongest enemy. Now that the heavy cavalry was completely wiped out, it would take some effort to deal with the incoming reinforcements. "Abbot, I still have 2 requests. After you complete them, I will set you free," Fan Lingyue said calmly, glancing at the Buddha beside him. "Amitabha, I hope you will keep your word," the abbot of Du Yi Temple said. "Of course." Fan Lingyue's eyes flashed coldly as he replied. In King Hao's camp, Ning Chen looked at the army map and pondered for a long time. He slowly said, "For the next step, Beimeng's target is 70% the reinforcements of the barbarian dynasty, and 30% is the remaining imperial army of Great Xia. We have to take a gamble." "Why not my cavalry? We just defeated the heavy cavalry of Beimeng, so we should be seen as a thorn in their side," Xia Zi asked. Ning Chen shook his head and said, "Our opponent is Fan Lingyue. She sees it clearer than anyone else. Although we defeated Beimeng's heavy cavalry, almost all of our heavy cavalry were destroyed, and we also lost more than 7,000 light cavalry. The fact that Great Xia's cavalry can't defeat Beimeng's heavy cavalry won't change because of this victory. Relatively speaking, the biggest threat to Beimeng now is the 100,000 reinforcements of the barbarian dynasty and the remaining imperial army of Great Xia." Xia Zi nodded and said seriously, "It's not easy. Our opponent is the abbot of Du Yi Temple, an expert who has surpassed the 5th tribulation. He will always be a huge threat." Ning Chen turned around and came to the front of the tent. He looked at Beimeng's camp in the distance, and the light in his eyes kept flickering. The current situation was indeed not optimistic. Today, the dean didn't come in time, which meant that he was restrained by someone and couldn't leave the academy. Moreover, the headmaster wouldn't interfere in these matters, and the senior was missing. Great Xia's combat strength above the 5th tribulation was at a complete disadvantage. One could only understand how terrifying a 3 tribulation expert was by experiencing it personally. He was a real monster that couldn't be defeated by thousands of soldiers and horses. Ning Chen turned around and asked, "You know more about the Confucian sect than I do. Can we stop the abbot of Du Yi Temple with the sky-trapping formation set up by the 4 heads and the 300 strongest experts of the Confucian sect?" "We can fight, but we need time," Xia Zi replied. "How long?" Ning Chen asked seriously. "The longer the better," Xia Zi said. The sky-trapping formation of the Confucian sect was passed down by the headmaster. It was extremely exquisite, and the longer the formation was set up, the stronger its power would be. However, this formation also had its limitations. It needed time to set it up. When the formation was first set up, its power was relatively weak. It didn't have a high chance of trapping an expert like the Buddha in the mortal world. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This was really troublesome. Now that he didn't have a weapon like the blood-vein sword, he definitely couldn't be a match for the Buddha in the mortal world. Ning Chen thought for a long time. He walked to the table and wrote a letter. He handed it to Xia Zi and said, Send someone to send it back to the palace as soon as possible. Xia Zi read the letter and frowned. However, he didn't say anything. He immediately walked out of the tent and handed the letter to the guard beside him. He said, "Send this letter back to the palace immediately." Yes. The guard received the order and quickly left. It was getting late. Ning Chen didn't stay any longer and left in the ghost carriage. Thunder rumbled in Ascension Valley. The aura that was blocked by the realm was still extremely terrifying. Waves of pressure spread out, making people feel a bone-deep fear. A bunch of trash. The angry roar shook the heavens and the earth, causing the ground to shake. The valley shook and huge rocks fell down. The woman in red and the others were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They lowered their heads deeply to hide their expressions. "Calamity King, please calm down. Fan Lingyue's strength is not bad, and there are constantly experts helping him. If we want to kill him, there are too many variables if we can't kill him in one strike." The middle-aged man in blue raised his head and said. There was a moment of silence in the realm. After a long time, the void shook violently. A green arrow penetrated the realm and arrived in Ascension Valley. "This is the heaven-pardoning arrow. It can help you. As for the bow, the Zhao family left a bow in the eastern state a long time ago. You can use this arrow to find it. Remember, I don't want to hear any news of your failure this time." "Yes." The middle-aged man in blue, the woman in red, and Xiao Pejuan bowed respectfully and replied. The three of them left with the heaven-pardoning arrow. In the netherworld, Ning Chen didn't know that the target of Ascension Valley had temporarily shifted to him. He also didn't know that the broken death bow in his hand was the bow that the Zhao family left in the eastern state a long time ago. Back then, the disabled young man mentioned the Zhao family before he died. However, Ning Chen didn't care. There was no Zhao family in the Divine Prefecture. Or rather, there was no Zhao family that he was afraid of. After Ning Chen returned to the netherworld, he had been thinking about how to deal with the abbot of Du Yi Temple. When night fell, Ning Chen left the netherworld and headed towards a few small cities far away from everyone's sight. He didn't trust anyone. He could only do it with his own hand. In the distance, the barbarian army was getting closer and closer. There were a total of 100,000 soldiers, and they were coming in a mighty manner. They seemed so huge when both Great Xia and Northern Meng were heavily injured. In Northern Meng's camp, violent coughing sounds came from the commander's tent. In the tent, a delicate figure sat in a wheelchair. She covered her mouth with her right hand, but she couldn't stop the blood from flowing out. Her beautiful and gentle face was extremely pale at this moment, and it was hard to see a trace of blood. Bright red blood kept dripping onto her blue dress, dyeing it red. Then, it dyed the ground red. The wisest person in the world, the military advisor of Northern Meng, the first person below the Khanate realm, was finally coming to the end of his life. He was like a candle flame in the cold wind and rain, and could be extinguished at any time. The war between Great Xia and Northern Meng had been going on for too long. No matter who won or lost, it was time to end it. Chapter 211. 7 days later, the barbarian army finally stepped into the north of Great Xia, getting closer and closer to the front lines of the war. The Northern Meng army moved south faster and faster. In the final stage of his life, Fan Lingyue endured his illness and stubbornly carried on with the Northern Meng's great cause. Marquis Bloodcloth died in battle, and Marquis Taiping, who was transferred back to the imperial city, could only go north again to help Duke Jingwu resist the Northern Meng army. After a series of battles, less than 50,000 of the 210,000 imperial guards were left. Since the establishment of Great Xia, this was the first time they had been beaten so badly. Northern Meng's 60,000 cavalry were still invincible, and with the support of 50,000 infantry, the crisis of Great Xia was not over yet. Most importantly, Fan Lingyue was still alive, and this was the real threat. In the Northern Meng army, the worry on Xiao Wanhua's face grew stronger by the day. He had personally arranged for 19 guards to guard the commander's tent day and night, and no one was allowed to approach without permission. The commander really might not be able to hold on any longer. Marquis Xiao. A tired voice came from the tent. After hearing the summons, Xiao Wanhua immediately entered the commander's tent. In front of him, Fan Lingyue's face was full of fatigue. Although her face was still beautiful, there was no trace of blood. "How far is the barbarian army?" Fan Lingyue asked. 300 miles. Xiao Wanhua replied. Fan Lingyue's expression did not change. She nodded and said, "I know. You may leave." "Yes." Xiao Wanhua bowed respectfully and left. Cough cough. Fan Lingyue coughed and wiped the blood from her mouth. She tiredly raised her head and looked at the distant south. The final moment was finally coming. On the road to the north, one carriage after another rushed forward. After coming out of the great Xia Palace, they had not stopped for several days and nights. When the horses were tired, they changed horses. When the people were tired, they changed horses. The horses did not stop and traveled north at the fastest speed. In the netherworld, Ning Chen also rested for several days and nights, doing his best to prepare for the upcoming battle. Outside the fog forest, Xiao Pejuan and the others who came out of Ascension Valley found this place with the help of the heaven-pardoning arrow. However, this feeling disappeared 5 days ago. 5 days ago, Ning Chen went out of hell for the last time. For the next few days, he didn't take a single step out of hell. The connection between the heaven-pardoning arrow and the broken death bow was cut off by the underworld and lost their effectiveness. The three of them did not know what was going on. After waiting for 5 days, the three of them still didn't find anything. They had no choice but to search elsewhere. Ning Chen didn't know that he had been lucky enough to avoid a disaster for the time being. When the war came, he would be able to focus on fighting. In the easternmost region, two figures slowly walked over step by step. The sun rose and set, constantly approaching the end of the world. The person sitting in front of the primal chaos fog sea was still waiting quietly. It was unknown when a sword embryo that could be used to forge swords would appear. A few days ago, A Man's cultivation had muddle-headedly stepped into the 5th grade natal realm. Even Yan Qin Wang could not help but laugh, not knowing what to say. The sea of primal chaos roiled, and when the two of them approached, a man saw Mu Bai sitting at the end of the world. Shock appeared on her little face, and she pointed. "Senior, there's someone over there." "Yes, I saw it." Prince Yen replied softly and continued walking forward. The two peak experts of the world met once more. There was nothing special. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. It could be considered a greeting. "Waiting for the sword?" asked Prince Yen. "Waiting for the sword," replied Mu Bai. After the short battle in Beimeng, the two of them met again. It was still as calm as water without any ripples. The Battle of the Sand Sword had already become a thing of the past. No one cared about it. A man looked at Mu Bai, then at Prince Yen. She couldn't understand what was going on between the two of them. Mu Bai also noticed a man behind Prince Yen. After looking at her, he nodded. A genius in the sword. What a pity! This little girl's sword heart was clear, and her talent was truly extraordinary. She was a rare genius, not the slightest bit inferior to Mu Qingxue. It was a pity that she didn't have any sword intent. That meant she hadn't stepped onto the sword path. "Let nature take its course," said Prince Yen calmly. "Uncle, here's a pear for you." A man ran forward and took out a pear from her little bag. Ning Chen had taught her that she should give something to an elder the first time she met one. A man didn't understand why, but she still did it. Mu Bai was startled. He looked at Prince Yen in confusion. "You taught her?" Prince Yen shook his head. "No, Ning Chen taught her." Mu Bai was relieved. That little brat really was a rare freak. A man cutely extended her hand to take the pear. Mu Bai took the pear and softly asked, "What's your name?" A man obediently replied. Mu Bai faintly smiled. "A man, uncle can't take your pear for free. How about this, I'll give you a sword." A trace of red appeared on Mu Bai's finger. He touched a man's forehead and disappeared a moment later. "Thank you, uncle." A man brightly smiled. She was a bit naive and a bit happy. She didn't realize just how valuable that sword was. A pear in exchange for a drop of desolate city's sword blood. Only a man could encounter such a good thing. Ning Chun had been afraid a man would be taken advantage of, so he had taught her a bunch of random things. For example, giving things to an elder. The meaning was very obvious. A junior girl had given something, so as an elder, how could you not reciprocate? Of course, if Ning Chun had done it himself, Mu Bai wouldn't have bothered. There were differences between people. No one would deny this. After giving the gift, Prince Yen brought a man away from Mu Bai and the other swords and waited for the fifth tribulation to arrive. He had a feeling that the last tribulation would come soon. Compared to the peace at the end of the world, in the north of Great Xia, the atmosphere of war was getting heavier by the day. It was so heavy that everyone couldn't breathe. With the threat of Du Yi Temple's abbot, the Great Xia Imperial Army, light cavalry, and barbarian reinforcements didn't dare to gather together. They were afraid that once they lost, they would be completely wiped out. The 4 heads of the Confucian sect and the 300 strongest Confucian sect experts hid among the barbarian reinforcements, patiently waiting for an opportunity to attack. They had to be very careful when facing an existence above the fifth tribulation. Ning Chun and Xia Zi bet on the barbarian reinforcement. They believed that compared to the Great Xia Imperial Army, Fan Lingwei should be more concerned about the threat of the barbarian army. Ning Chun was no stranger to the commander of the barbarian army. He was the barbarian king's third son, Ah Man's elder brother, and the current crown prince barbarian. Compared to the luxuriant branches of the Great Xia imperial family, the barbarian king had fewer children. Ah Man was the youngest princess, and had been the apple of the barbarian king's eye since she was young. She was deeply loved by her brothers. Therefore, the crown prince barbarian didn't like Ning Chun. Due to his relationship with a man, Ning Chun could only turn a blind eye to the crown prince barbarian's unfriendly attitude and pretend he didn't see it. On the 15th night, the bright moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the world as bright as day. In the distance, the northern Meng army rumbled over, their cavalry clanging and clanging. The condition of Fan Lingyue's body was kept a secret. Very few people knew the truth. On northern Meng's side, Xiao Wanhua was now in command of the 3 armies, and had full authority to deal with everything. As for Fan Lingyue, unless it was necessary, he almost never showed himself. However, Ning Chun could see from the increasing speed of the northern Meng army that Fan Lingyue might not be able to hold on much longer. Time was an extremely important matter for the 2 armies now. The 2 armies clashed, the cavalry against the barbarian soldiers, the sound of drums shaking the heavens and the sound of battle deafening. The abbot of Du Yi Temple appeared. Step by step, Buddhist light spread for 3,000 zhang, shaking heaven and earth. Wherever the Buddhist power passed, the barbarian army formation within several hundred zhang collapsed, and the cavalry behind them charged past. In the army, Ning Chun covered his face with a devil mask and blocked the path of the Du Yi Temple's abbot, a cold glint flashing through his eyes. He didn't believe that the Buddha in the mortal world was still as invincible as before. How could he be completely fine after being nailed to Mount Mijie and burned for so many days? Amitabha, benefactor, we meet again. How have you been? The abbot of Du Yi Temple recognized the face behind the mask at a glance and chanted. You're too polite, Ning Chun replied coldly. Behind him, the 4 masters of the Confucian sect and the 300 experts of the Confucian sect quickly set up a formation. In an instant, an awe-inspiring righteousness rose and swept away all the soldiers within 1,000 zhang radius. With a series of bangs, countless large chests were brought over by Xia Zi's personal guards. Each of them was placed far away in front of the Buddha in the mortal world. "Do you still recognize these things?" Ning Chen asked indifferently. The chests were opened one by one, and scrolls of ancient books came into view. The Buddhist kingdom's thousands of years of inheritance were all placed inside. The abbot of Du-yi Temple frowned. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a loud bang. The chests closest to him suddenly exploded, and scraps of paper and bamboo flew all over the sky. "Gunpowder. Have you heard of it? I also forgot which chest contained it, and I also don't remember when it will explode. It just depends on whether the abbot is willing to try his luck," Ning Chen said unhurriedly. The abbot of Du-yi Temple's abbot's eyes were filled with killing intent. Suddenly, there was another loud bang, and a chest of ancient Buddhist books disappeared between heaven and earth again. "I forgot to tell you that the Buddhist sects Sarira and the first copy of the Vajra indestructible body are also inside. I just forgot which chest they are in," Ning Chen said coldly. The abbot's expression changed slightly. His figure flashed, and he arrived in front of a chest 300 zhang away. Just as he was about to reach out, another explosion rang out. A huge shockwave spread out, and even someone as powerful as the Buddha in the mortal world couldn't help but take half a step back. His ears were stinging. Ning Chen sneered as he watched the abbot of Du-yi Temple rush between the chests, trying his best to prevent the Buddhist sect's thousands of years of hard work from being destroyed. Explosions rang out one after another. Fuses of different lengths caused continuous explosions. Every time the Buddha in the mortal world was lucky enough to save a chest, more would be destroyed. Taking advantage of this time, the experts of the Confucian sect continued to operate the formation, and the awe-inspiring righteousness became stronger and stronger. Boom! Another loud bang rang out, and flames soared into the sky. The abbot of Du-yi Temple took 2 steps back, and a trace of red appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 2:12. The debris floating in the air was a symbol of the powerlessness of the Buddhas, and also a catalyst for the anger of the Buddhas in the mortal world. The furious abbot of Du-yi Temple shouted angrily, and the light of Buddha around him shot towards Ning Chen. The terrifying power of Buddha shook the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the righteous chi crashed onto the Buddhas in the mortal world. This was the first time in 1,000 years that Buddhas and Confucians had a battle above the innate realm. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth collapsed, and everything was turned into ruins. The earth flipped over, and huge rocks and large pieces of land flew up, exploded, and scattered all over the sky. The 4 leaders of the Confucians held the 4 sages of Confucianism, and attracted the righteous chi to their bodies. They caused the heavens to collapse, and they fought against the Buddhas in the mortal world. The abbot of Du-yi Temple put his palms together, and golden light rose. The swastika turned into golden chains, and the light of Buddha shone brightly, supporting the world of Buddhism. The 300 most powerful cultivators of the Confucians used the power of the formation to suppress the increasing power of Buddha. The battle between Buddhas and Confucians was earth-shattering. The illusory figures were the 4 leaders moving quickly. The white righteous chi rolled and vibrated, and it crashed onto the golden chains around the Buddhas, making clanging sounds. Outside the formation, the bow of death in Ning Chen's hand shone brightly, and it was still aimed at the Buddhas in the mortal world. After releasing his power for a long time, blood mist appeared on his body. However, Ning Chen did not dare to put down the bow in his hand, because he knew that he only had one chance, and he had to seize it. Even if the heaven-trapping formation could trap the Buddhas in the mortal world, it could only trap them this time, and there would be a next time. He could not delay for so long every time, and he had to solve this problem in this battle. Xia Zi stood behind him, and with a flip of his palm, he injected his genuine qi into Ning Chen's body. Suddenly, the silver arrow shone brighter, and everyone present was shocked. The abbot of Du-yi Temple felt a sense of danger. He looked at the arrow in the distance, and his eyelids twitched. When the bow of death appeared, the heaven-pardoning arrow sensed it from afar, and it turned into a ray of green light and flew towards the north. Xiao Pejuan and the rest were stunned for a moment, and immediately followed, heading north. In the north, the battle between northern Meng and the barbarian army was getting more and more intense. The steel cavalry was obviously superior. In addition, the abbot of Du-Yi Temple had destroyed the barbarian army's defensive formation. After the steel cavalry charged in, the barbarian army was even more overwhelmed. It was obvious that the northern Meng army had no intention of continuing the battle. After breaking through the barbarian soldiers, they continued to advance southward. Soldiers were constantly clashing and withdrawing, and in between, there was an even more desperate battle between the Buddhists and Confucians. Some of the Confucian sect's 300 experts began to fall. After being swept by the Buddhist energy, their bodies exploded and they died. The 4 sect masters were also injured. In a battle between the strong and the weak, even if the sky-trapping matrix was extraordinarily exquisite, the people in the matrix still found it difficult to withstand the terrifying pressure that surpassed the 5 tribulations. The abbot of Du-Yi Temple formed a seal with his fingers. In an instant, the sky was filled with golden light. The seal of the swastika was scattered between heaven and earth. The chanting of Sanskrit was heard. While everyone was shocked, the world-revered one's chanting appeared again. Ho, ma and I ba mi ho. The world-revered one's chanting, the mantra of Du-Yi. The 6 huge golden words condensed the supreme holy power of the Buddhist sect and pressed down. The 4 sect masters' expressions were solemn. Their 4 palms intertwined, and a vast righteous aura rose rapidly. In the next moment, the golden scroll unfolded, and golden words appeared one after another. The dazzling golden words emitted an extremely bright light. Immediately, the wind and clouds changed, and the powerful pressure multiplied again. The Confucian sect's secret technique appeared again in the world. Boundless learning. The 2 extremes collided, and a loud explosion sounded. In the chaos, the blood of the Confucian sect experts exploded, dyeing the world red. The 4 of them were all injured. They retreated several steps, and their mouths were red. The abbot of Du-Yi Temple also could not withstand the powerful collision, and he retreated 2 steps. Now, in the distance, Ning Chen, who had been watching the battle, released his right hand. The silver arrow whizzed forward, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the Buddha in the mortal world. The arrow entered the abbot's body, and he retreated several steps. The abbot of Du-Yi Temple clutched his chest, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ning Chen shot another arrow, but unfortunately, it was shattered by the Buddha in the mortal world who reacted. Abbot, you are indeed not as strong as before, Ning Chen said with a cold smile. The abbot of Du-Yi Temple found it difficult to maintain his Buddhist heart. His anger rose, and he moved his feet. He wanted to break through the heaven-trapping formation and tear the person in front of him into pieces. Hatred was always the most terrifying thing that covered reason. The Buddha in the mortal world, who had lost his reason, became even more ruthless, and the pressure on the surrounding Confucian sect experts increased. However, the price for the ruthlessness of his moves was the sudden increase of his flaws. The 4 Confucian sect heads took the opportunity to trap the sky with their orders. 4 sky-piercing chains appeared and swept through the holy orders. After the first one passed through the chest, it immediately disappeared. The abbot of Du-Yi Temple trembled. Before he could react, the Buddhist power around him froze, and he could not circulate it. At this moment, the other 3 sky-piercing chains formed a triangle around the Buddha in the mortal world. They flickered a few times and then disappeared. Damn it! The abbot of Du-Yi Temple shouted angrily, and the Buddhist power of heaven and earth exploded. In an instant, the earth and sky within 1,000 feet were destroyed. Everyone was affected, and they were heavily injured. Pft! The sound of people vomiting blood rang out one after another. As the dust fell, the Buddha in the mortal world disappeared without a trace. Ning Chen and Xia Zi instantly entered the formation. They waved their hands to disperse the dust, but they could no longer see the Buddha in the mortal world. Ning Chen's expression became unsightly. They had still let him escape. Don't worry. With the sky-piercing chains around him, he won't be able to use his cultivation for a short period of time. It won't be a matter of a day or two if he wants to break free, Xia Zi consoled. Ning Chen nodded. Quickly help the barbarian army regroup. Northern Meng's army is moving faster and faster. We also need to speed up. Yes. Xia Zi nodded. They really did need to hurry. Northern Meng's army was currently moving like a madman. If they weren't careful, they would disappear right in front of their eyes. After cleaning up the battlefield, the remaining Confucian sect experts also left to recuperate. After this battle, the 4 Confucian sect heads and the other Confucian sect experts had suffered disastrous losses. They urgently needed time to recuperate. Ning Chen and Xia Zi were the last to leave. Xia Zi wanted to return to his camp, while Ning Chen also wanted to return to the underworld. However, at this moment, 3 powerful auras pressed down from the distance, startling the two of them. It's you guys again. It's you. Xiaopujuan's group and Ning Chen hadn't expected that they would meet again so soon. It really was a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. So that bow is in your hands, said Xiaopujuan coldly when he saw the bow in Ning Chen's hand. Ning Chen frowned. He still didn't understand what was going on. There's no need to waste words with him. We can settle old and new grudges at the same time, said the red-robed woman hatefully. The 3 of them automatically ignored Xia Zi. After all, not all Hotian experts were strong enough to cause Xiantian experts to fear them. Unfortunately, their luck wasn't good. They had once again come at the wrong time. If he had come a little later and allowed Xia Zi and Ning Chen to separate, Ning Chen would have died without a doubt. They didn't know that if it weren't for Ning Chen's arrow, Xia Zi would have already stepped into the Xiantian realm. In the past, the Grand Xia's Crown Prince's talent didn't lose to anyone. His only weakness was that he cared too much about relationship. They're from Ascension Valley? Asked Xia Zi. He had also guessed their identities. Yes, replied Ning Chen. They really came at the right time. Xia Zi's hand moved, and the 1-meter autumn water appeared in his hand. His figure moved, and the autumn water filled the sky. Xiaopujuan was startled. His Kata saber met it head-on. With a bang, heaven and earth exploded. Ning Chen also took out his ink sword. His sword swept out, and his sword intent cut through heaven and earth. The remaining 2 hastily used their techniques to block this terrifying sword. The former Marshal Marquis and the former Crown Prince had both changed. Ning Chen had become stronger, and Xia Zi was no longer as benevolent as before. When the battle began, the 3 of them immediately fell into a bitter struggle. They couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Xia Zi and Ning Chen's cooperation wasn't as seamless as Ning Chen and Fanling Yue's, and they couldn't feel their sword auras. However, Xia Zi's body was at its peak, and his battle strength wasn't weaker than anyone else. 2 against 3, but the minority actually had the upper hand. The 3 of them were shocked. When did the younger generation of Heaven's Reach become so powerful? They didn't know that they were just unlucky. The people they met were all the most stunning people in the world. Above the autumn water, the sword light carried the overwhelming righteous qi that hadn't completely dissipated. Each sword was stronger than the previous one, and the 3 of them were in an extremely difficult situation. In that moment of carelessness, the Heaven Pardon arrow automatically flew out, sweeping towards Ning Chen. Oh no! The 3 of them were startled. Just as they were about to stop it, they were stopped by a waterfall of autumn water. They had no choice but to counterattack. Ning Chen grabbed the Heaven Pardon arrow, and the Deathbreaker bow on his back immediately reacted. The bow and arrow cried out together, reuniting after countless years. Many thanks for the generous gift. Ning Chen pulled the bow and arrow. In an instant, thunder roared, and heaven and earth changed. Bolts of angry thunder descended, and a green brilliance flourished. It roared and surged, shaking the 9 heavens. Retreat! The blue-clothed middle-aged man was shocked. He stamped his foot and immediately fled. Xiao Pejuan and the red-clothed woman were also shocked by the terrifying power of the arrow. They turned and fled. There had never been a moment when the 3 of them were so fast. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Ning Chen sneered and put away the Deathbreaker bow and heaven-pardon arrow. He only had 1 arrow, and there was no need to waste it here. I'm leaving. Ning Chen summoned the ghost palanquin and quickly left. Xia Zi also left, returning to his own camp. The desolation after the great battle lingered on the ground. The cold wind blew, and it was bleak and desolate. Many old soldiers said that being able to die on the battlefield was also a good thing. However, who would want to die? They only had things they wanted to protect. Sometimes those things were even more important than their lives. The northern Meng army was heading south, heading straight for the Grand Xia's imperial city. The flags of victory fluttered in the dark night. Fan Lingyue sat in the carriage, surrounded by information and map. Other than that, there was nothing else. Xiao Wanhua followed closely beside the carriage, not willing to leave even half a step. He was waiting for orders from the carriage. They weren't far from the Grand Xia's imperial city. Success or failure, it would be decided in less than a month. Whether it was man's will or heaven's will that couldn't be defied, perhaps the answer would be revealed soon. Chapter 213. The autumn wind started to cool down. 3 days later, the north of Great Xia, which rarely rained during summer, started to rain heavily. Both the northern Meng and Great Xia armies stopped as it was difficult for them to move. At this most critical moment, there was a temporary pause in the war. The commanders of the armies looked at the rain in silence. Ning Chen saw the rain and also didn't leave the underworld for 3 days. Looking at the heaven-parting arrow in his hand, hesitation flashed across his eyes. The rain continued for 2 days. After 2 days, the rain gradually lessened. In the northern Meng camp, Fan Lingyue came out of her tent for the first time. Sitting in her wheelchair, she looked at the sky outside. Her once beautiful and bright eyes had now lost 80 to 90% of their radiance. She coughed lightly and blood fell, flowing into the distance along with the rain. In the tent, Jingye Taichu kept crying out as if he felt his master's end. The 19 personal guards stood to the side, not saying a word as they quietly guarded their military advisor. Unknowingly, the rain had stopped and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. Fan Lingyue raised her head and said softly, "Break camp and move out." Yes. The 19 guards bowed respectfully and went to pass down the order. Night fell. In the underworld, Ning Chen saw the rain stop. After a long silence, he kept the heaven-parting arrow and left on the ghost carriage. The remaining 70,000 soldiers of the barbarian dynasty, the Great Xia Guards, and 18,000 light cavalry quickly headed south. The light cavalry sped up and circled to the front of the northern Meng army, restricting their pace. The Great Xia Guards traveled day and night, rushing toward a city in the distance. This was the last barrier before the Great Xia Imperial City, the place where the final battle would take place. In the northern Meng Palace, the festive atmosphere could be felt everywhere. The marriage of the emperor was a big matter for the entire northern Meng court. After the Donglin Wang family entered northern Meng, they quickly took root. With the support of the royal family, they quickly became a strong competitor for the 11th aristocratic family. The Wang family had no roots in northern Meng and had to choose to work with the royal family. The two had a mutually beneficial relationship, and it was a good way to suppress the other aristocratic families. Su Fian entering the palace as the empress was something that couldn't be changed. Fan Lingyue pushed for this matter and her attitude became stronger day by day. Even Ming Yu couldn't do anything about it. Heaven Gate Pass. Yang Hong, who had always been guarding this place, left for the first time. He came to northern Meng's camp and left with Fan Lingyue. In the evening, a letter was delivered to King Haowu's camp. Xia Zi waited for Ning Chen to arrive before handing him the letter without asking any questions. After Ning Chen finished reading the letter in his hand, he didn't say anything and directly rode the ghost palanquin up north. In Beimeng Imperial Palace, in a brightly lit palace, Mingyu sat in front of a mirror. All the palace maids and eunuchs in the palace had been dismissed. Fan Lingyue stood behind Mingyu, her beautiful face filled with gentleness as she carefully dressed Mingyu. The figures in the mirror, one big and one small, were equally beautiful and peaceful. One's beautiful side would only be revealed in front of the most important person. At this moment, Fan Lingyue was no longer the #1 military advisor of Northern Meng, but an elder sister who was grooming her younger sister. To Fan Lingyue, the marriage of Mingyue was extremely meaningful. It was finally time for the little girl he had brought up by himself to get married. Sister Lingyue, do you think the bad guys will come? Mingyu asked softly. I will. Fan Lingyue smiled warmly. A happy smile appeared on Mingyu's face. If her sister said that he would come, then he would definitely come. After grooming her, Fan Lingyue helped Mingyu put on the dragon robe and crown. The little girl, who was still pretty just now, immediately looked a little like an emperor. The two walked out of the back palace hand in hand and walked towards the front palace. In the main palace, all the important ministers of Northern Meng had arrived, as well as the patriarchs of the 10 great families. At this moment, they were all sitting respectfully in the palace, not daring to be the slightest bit impolite. Everyone present knew that she had returned. Northern Meng's military advisor had returned. Fan Lingyue's status and prestige in Northern Meng imperial court had long surpassed all the emperors since ancient times. Emperors had powerful ministers, treacherous ministers, and jesters. However, in the 8 years that Fan Lingyue was in power, all the ministers prostrated themselves and no one dared to overstep their boundaries. The almost deified military advisor of Northern Meng relied on her existence alone to intimidate the entire Northern Meng imperial court, forcing everyone to suppress the thoughts in their hearts. The moment Fan Lingyue appeared with Mingyu, everyone subconsciously straightened their bodies and sat more properly. On the other side, Su Fian, who was dressed in red, was also supported by palace maids into the main palace. Her head was covered with a red veil, covering her beautiful face. Fan Lingyue nodded in satisfaction, then walked towards one of the 2 empty seats in the main palace. After an emperor was married, the etiquette was very complicated. Mingyu didn't like trouble and resolutely objected. The old minister in charge of all the affairs in the imperial court had no choice but to remove most of the complicated etiquette, leaving only the most important part. The guests had all arrived, the emperor and empress were in their seats, and the ceremony was about to begin. However, the person that Mingyu was waiting for hadn't arrived yet. The little girl was a little anxious, looking at Fan Lingyue on the seat with a questioning look on her face. Fan Lingyue smiled, indicating that there was no need to be anxious. At this moment, in the palace, a ghost palanquin rushed over. Before the patrolling guards could react, they were shocked by the sword intent coming from the palanquin. The ghost palanquin came to the front of the main palace. Ning Chen walked out, waved his hand to keep the ghost palanquin, and walked in directly. Everyone present was stunned. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, they immediately realized who the person was. This time was different from the past. The portrait of the great Xia Jiming Marquis had already spread throughout the entire Northern Meng imperial court. In addition, there were very few people in the world who could break into the Northern Meng imperial palace. After thinking about it, it wasn't hard to guess. After seeing Ning Chen, Mingyu's anxious little face immediately smiled happily. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't be too casual in front of so many people, she would have already pounced on him. Sit. Fan Lingyue looked at the seat beside him and said calmly. Ning Chen didn't refuse. He walked forward and sat on it. Many of the officials were dissatisfied, but no one dared to object. Only the old minister nodded at Ning Chen with a smile as a greeting. Ning Chen also nodded in return. He had seen this old man before. The last time he kidnapped little Mingyu, this old man was the most furious. Under the red veil, Su Fian felt Ning Chen's aura. Her slender hands clenched until they turned white. Just as she was about to hold it in, she heard a cold snort. She was so shocked that she immediately retracted her killing intent and forcefully suppressed her hatred. Only then did Fan Lingwei retract his cold gaze. He looked at Ning Chen beside him and said calmly, "Everything will be dealt with in the future." Ning Chen nodded. He also realized who the girl under the red veil was. However, today was Mingyu's wedding day. Everything had to be dealt with in the future. The ceremony began. Mingyu and Su Fian had to toast to the elders. Originally, the first cup of wine was to be toasted to the imperial father and imperial mother. However, when Mingyu was just born, the old emperor and empress had already passed away. This cup of wine could only be toasted to the other elders. There were still many relatives in the imperial family, and there were also many who were of extremely high seniority. However, Mingyu's first cup of wine was still toasted to Fan Lingwei. An elder sister was like a mother. In Mingyu's eyes, Fan Lingwei was both her elder sister and her mother. This cup of wine was a matter of course. None of the officials present said anything. Even the few elders of the imperial family were silent. They really didn't dare to accept the first cup of wine from His Majesty. In this world, only Fan Lingwei could accept it. Fan Lingwei took the cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. The warmth in her eyes was so thick that it couldn't be dissipated. From today onwards, even if the little girl had grown up, she could finally leave in peace. For the second cup of wine, Mingyu still didn't toast to the few elders of the imperial family. Instead, she walked in front of Ning Chen and passed the cup of wine over. The old minister was shocked. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped. Fan Lingwei lightly shook her head. Her meaning was clear. Let her be. Ning Chen didn't care what others thought. He took the cup of wine and subconsciously reached out to rub the little girl's head. However, he discovered that Mingyu had once again put on the crown. Ning Chen smiled lightly. He had almost forgotten that little Mingyu was now the emperor again. The wine in his mouth was a bit spicy, a bit bitter and astringent, but also a bit mellow. It was a complex mix of flavors, making one unable to tell if it was bitter or sweet. The third cup of wine was toasted by Mingyu to the old minister. This old man who had always been at odds with her was really getting older and older in these 2 years. The old minister's eyes immediately became wet. He trembled slightly as he took the cup of wine. He said good a few times. So many years of hardship and tiredness. With this cup of wine, it was all worth it. Ning Chen looked at the old minister and sighed softly in his heart. With such an official, Mingyu's future path should be much easier. The next cup of wine was finally the turn of the few elders of the imperial family. Following that, it was the turn of the various relatives. Mingyu's speed of toasting was obviously much faster. One cup after another, she quickly finished the formalities. More than half of the Z-hour had passed. It was time for the emperor's wedding to come to an end. The officials left one after another. Su Fian was also brought to the bedroom. Not long after, only Ning Chen, Fan Lingwei and Mingyu were left in the entire front hall. Mingyu could no longer hold back and hugged the little girl. Ning Chen laughed lightly and patted the little girl's back. Mingyu has grown up. You even have your own empress. You're also laughing at me. Mingyu wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said unhappily, "Huh." Ning Chen gently pushed the little girl away and laughed. The jade pendant I gave you. Do you still have it? Mingyu took it out from around her neck. She had been wearing it all this time. The jade pendant was in the shape of a half-moon. It was a gift from Zhangsun. It was also the thing that Ning Chen valued the most. Later on, he gave it to Mingyu. Looking at the jade pendant, Ning Chen bit his finger and activated his martial arts. A drop of dark red blood dripped onto the jade pendant and instantly entered it. Wear it well, Ning Chen said softly. Mingyu obediently nodded and replied. At the side, Fan Lingyue looked at Ning Chen's finger. The black blood was faintly discernible. There was no longer a trace of red. The two of them accompanied little Mingyu for a while. In the end, it was time for them to leave. Ning Chen wanted to return to the underworld. Fan Lingyue could no longer suppress his illness. In the midst of little Mingyu's tears, the two of them left together. The moment they left the imperial palace, Fan Lingyue staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. The blood dyed his blue robes. Chapter 214. Ning Chen summoned the ghost palanquin. The two of them walked in and returned to their respective places. Yang Hong followed behind. He didn't get too close, but he didn't stay too far away either. He always maintained a certain distance. In the ghost palanquin, the two of them were silent. Neither of them said a word. The bright moon peeked out from the clouds and shone down. The ghost palanquin sped through the night and disappeared in an instant. Yang Hong escorted Fan Lingyue to the northern Ming camp before returning to guard Heaven's Gate. Ning Chen didn't stay and returned to the underworld. In the northern Ming commander's tent, Fan Lingyue closed her eyes and said softly, "One last request. After you break through the shackles, guard Ascension Valley for a year. Don't let anyone enter or leave. Same for you." Amitba. In the tent next to her, the abbot of Du-Yi Temple chanted a Buddhist mantra and left. In the following 10 days, the northern Ming army kept going south. The Great Xia light cavalry could only harass the enemy and stop them. They didn't dare to clash with the northern Ming army. The two armies fought as they traveled. In front of the Great Xia imperial city, the last major city finally appeared in front of them. In front of Luoyue City, there was a huge mountain stream in the north. It was rugged from east to west, and there was no end to it. The mountain stream was wide and the terrain was relatively flat. There was no problem for carriages and horses to travel on it. However, a mountain was a mountain and a stream was a stream. It had always been easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was even more disadvantageous for the cavalry of the northern Ming army. Taking a detour was the best solution. Xia Zi, Duke Jingwu, and the rest thought that the northern Ming army would take a detour and try to avoid this unfavorable terrain. However, Ning Chen still suggested to station all the troops here. He knew very well that Fan Lingyue didn't have much time left. She wouldn't have the time to take a detour. The facts proved that the northern Ming army didn't show any signs of changing their direction. They kept rushing towards Luoyue City. In the northern Ming army, letters were sent out continuously. In the last days of her life, Fan Lingyue tried her best to leave a backup plan for the future of the northern Ming army. She knew that after her death, the people with evil intentions in northern Ming wouldn't be able to sit still. Mingyu wasn't old enough to govern, so she didn't have enough power to suppress these people. In front of the fallen moon city, on the mountain peak, Ning Chen looked at the northern Ming army that was gradually approaching from afar. He pulled the broken death bow in his hand. As the wind and clouds surged, the heaven-sparing arrow was aimed directly at a heavily guarded carriage. Ning Chen had been knocked on the bow for a long time. He had always been decisive when it came to killing, but at this moment, he was struggling in his heart. Once this arrow was shot, the war between the two dynasties would end. With Fan Lingyue's current condition, it was already impossible for him to block this arrow. However, the shooting of this arrow also meant that the Ascension Valley would appear even earlier than before. At the very least, he was certain that Fan Lingyue was determined to prevent the Ascension Valley from being born. However, he did not know what the Eternal Night Cult was thinking. After losing an ally like Beimeng, the Eternal Night Cult would most likely look for a new power to resist the threat of Great Xia. The northern Ming army set up camp 30 miles away from the mountain stream and stopped. Then, they set up camp and rested. The figure on the mountain stream disappeared. The last arrow was not shot. Before the war, no one had the right to be emotional. Ning Chen had even almost forgotten how to do things according to his heart. Every action he took had to be made with the most rational judgment and balance. Perhaps, since the beginning of the war, from the moment he decided to protect Great Xia, he was just the awareness Marquis of Great Xia and not Ningchen. A person who had lost his heart had already buried his joy and sorrow with his own hands. In front of the mountain stream, the northern Meng army stopped for 3 days. During this period, they sent troops to test the waters many times. The soldiers of Great Xia resisted with all their might, not allowing the northern Meng army to take a step forward. In the commander's tent, Fan Lingyue finished writing the last letter. After asking someone to send it out, she turned her wheelchair and walked out of the tent, looking at the ancient city in the distance. Fallen Moon City. That was the place where she met him for the first time. At that time, she was called Yu Ling and he was called Ning Fan. That was the biggest oversight in her life. She did not expect that the person she had always wanted to kill was right in front of her. Later, they became friends and she gave him a sword. Not long after that, they met again in the imperial city of Great Xia. He gave her a blood ginseng king. Later, when they found out each other's identity, they became enemies again without hesitation. This was the will of the heavens. The place where they finally understood all their grudges returned to the place where they first met. Do it, Fan Lingyue ordered. Yes. After the order was given, oil was poured on the tails of thousands of horses. Then, they set them on fire. The frightened horses immediately neighed miserably and rushed into the mountain stream, as if they had gone mad. The rumbling sound of the horses' hooves shook the entire Fallen Moon stream. Ropes, pits in the ground, hidden stakes, arrows and all kinds of traps were flattened by these crazy horses. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, forming a flat path. Facing the crazy horses, the imperial army of Great Xia had no choice but to retreat again and again, making way for them. Very soon, the northern Meng army appeared and faced the last obstacle of Great Xia, Fallen Moon City. Duke Jingwu and Xia Zi's order was very simple. There were only 2 words: defend to the death. After Fallen Moon City, Great Xia no longer had any obstacles. Once the northern Meng army entered the imperial city, Great Xia would be finished. The fierce battle between the two sides lasted for 2 days. Great Xia had a hard time defending, and northern Meng had a hard time attacking. However, at this crucial moment, Fan Lingyue once again fainted in front of the formation. This made Xia Zi, Duke Jingwu, and the others, who had been tense all this time, unconsciously heave a sigh of relief. Xiao Wanhua took up the role of commander and directed the northern Meng army to attack the city. However, without Fan Lingyue, the battle returned to being equal. The pressure in the hearts of the Great Xia generals was reduced by more than 10 times. The soldiers of the 2 armies constantly suffered casualties in the attack and defense of Fallen Moon City. Day after day, Xiao Wanhua looked at the advisor who was still unconscious in the commander's tent. His eyes changed from worry to nervousness, and finally to sadness, disappointment, and unwillingness. He knew that this battle had already ended. 7 days later, Fan Lingyue woke up. His eyes seemed to be much clearer, and a trace of color gradually returned to his pale face. However, when Xiao Wanhua saw this, the sadness in his eyes became even more intense. Fan Lingyue turned his wheelchair and walked out of the tent. Seeing the towering Fallen Moon City in front of him, he said faintly, "Retreat." Xiao Wanhua's heart ached. He knelt on the ground and said guiltily, "This subordinate is incompetent. It's not your fault." Fan Lingyue replied calmly and continued, "In the future, Northern Meng will be handed over to you and old Minister Shang. Assist His Majesty well and don't disappoint me." Xiao Wanhua kowtowed deeply on the ground. Tears flowed down his face, and he didn't raise his head for a long time. Half a day later, the Northern Meng army slowly retreated. The banners no longer fluttered. No one expected the battle to end like this. It was beyond everyone's expectations. There were still tears and unwillingness in the eyes of the Northern Meng soldiers. They had already come to this point, and they were unwilling to accept it. The pleas of the generals didn't move Fan Lingyue at all. He ordered the troops to retreat, and there was no room for doubt. Under the scorching sun, the northern Meng army gradually retreated from Fallen Moon Valley. Xia Zi and Duke Jingwu initially thought that it was a trick. Later, when they saw that the northern Meng army had really retreated, they looked at each other in disbelief. They couldn't believe that the battle had ended like this. Fan Lingyue sat alone in front of Fallen Moon City. He didn't leave with the army. Instead, he calmly looked at this beautiful land. In the end, he still lost to time. Night fell. Ning Chen came. Looking at the beautiful figure under the moonlight, he walked over step by step. Looking at the northern Meng army that had already disappeared, Ning Chen wasn't surprised. From the third day of Fan Lingyue's coma, he knew that the battle had already ended. No one expected such an outcome. The heavens made a fool of people, causing the originally ridiculous battle to have an even more ridiculous ending. "You're here," Fan Lingyue said softly. Ning Chen replied. He walked behind the wheelchair and naturally pushed it forward. No one dared to block their path. One was a sinner of Great Xia, and the other was an enemy of Great Xia. However, after walking into the city, every soldier consciously made way for them. The riverside in the city was no longer as lively as before. However, the scenery was still as beautiful as before. The willow leaves fell into the water, creating ripples in the wind. "How do you think the history books will write about you in the future?" Ning Chen asked casually. "What do you think?" Fan Lingyue said softly. "How?" Ning Chen laughed softly. "A sinner for all eternity." "I think so too." Fan Lingyue laughed softly. The moonlight shone on the ground, sprinkling a slight chill. Unknowingly, the weather had already become so cold. Ning Chen pushed Fan Lingyue around the city, just like how she pushed him in the past. It was so natural, as if this was how it should be. Fan Lingyue looked at the beautiful scenery around her, her eyes dark. "I calculated everything correctly, but only your appearance was exposed. As expected, in the end, you still became a huge problem." "I'm not as good as you," Ning Chen said calmly. He had always been the one losing in their battles. The number of times he won was very few. Fan Lingyue shook her head. "In the end, you helped Great Xia survive. What's the meaning of the process?" Ning Chen was silent. "Do you have any last words?" "Be careful of the Eternal Night Cult. Ascension Valley is guarded by the abbot of Du Yi Temple. He shouldn't appear in the next year. As for the rest, I'll leave it to you," Fan Lingyue said. Ning Chen agreed. The two fell silent again and walked quietly. After a long time, Fan Lingyue's eyes gradually regained their former clarity. Her expression also returned to normal. "Time's up." Fan Lingyue sighed softly. She stood up and walked forward step by step. Ning Chen stood in place, a deep sadness flashing through his eyes. Under the moonlight, his blue robes fluttered in the wind. When he took the last step, the qi around him suddenly soared into the sky. A blue pillar of light pierced through the sky, shaking the world. Heavenly demon tribulation, heavenly fire tribulation, and heavenly lightning tribulation. 3 tribulations descended at the same time. Thunder shook the sky and fire burned the world. A beautiful figure ignited in the flames, like a blooming blue lotus. At the final stage of her life, she was still so dazzling that it was difficult to look at her directly. 3 tribulations at the same time, a peerless genius. Everyone in the world was shocked by this scene. Since ancient times, there had never been anyone who could reach the heavens in a single step like this, passing 3 tribulations consecutively. If there comes a day when the eternal night cult wreaks havoc in the world and no one can stop them, think of a way to place this scroll into the eternal night scripture. This last soul will be my punishment for the world. As she finished speaking, an ancient scroll flew out and slowly landed in front of Ning Chen. Thunder and fire roared, drowning out everything in sight. The blue figure gradually disappeared. In the next moment, the pure karma absolute beginning fell and broke with a loud clang. This night, Moonfall City, Lingyue Fall. Chapter 2:15. In the dark night, the heavenly fire burned toward Ningchen. The chaos scroll trembled slightly and a faint light appeared. The moment the heavenly fire descended, it immediately stopped, as if it had lost its target and was at a loss. Ningchen silently put away the chaos scroll and walked away step by step. Xia Zi and Duke Jingwu looked at the departing figure in silence. They didn't say goodbye and didn't ask him to stay. The war was over. The entire Great Xia had no right to ask him to stay. The Great Xia had unbelievably won the war. At the most dangerous moment, such an unexpected turn of events occurred. Under the morning sun, Ningchen walked forward step by step. It was the first time he stood under the sun after several months, but he didn't feel any joy in his heart. A few days later, Ningchen returned to the underworld. He silently wrote down the earth scroll and placed it in front of the stone room where Mu Qingxue was in seclusion. As for the life scroll, he would wait for her to take it. The barbarian dynasty's reinforcements also retreated. They lost 30,000 in one battle, but they still helped the Great Xia a lot. When they left, the barbarian crown prince had an ancient mirror in his hand. It was left by Ningchen and asked him to bring it to Man. The news of Fan Lingyue's death quickly spread throughout the world. People were shocked, some were happy, and some were sad. Many people felt regret. They thought that the Great Xia was finished. They didn't expect such a big turn of events. It seemed that the Great Xia's 1,000 years of fortune had not come to an end. The Northern Meng cavalry, Yang Hong at Heaven's Gate, and the Northern Meng reinforcements all retreated into the Northern Meng territory. The news of Fan Lingyue's death was an unprecedented blow to the entire Northern Meng. The war between the two dynasties ended just like that. Great Xia took a deep breath before turning his gaze to the Eternal Night sect. Ningchen didn't return. He had already taught them how to deal with the martial lords and the heavy cavalry. He didn't want to care anymore. Time passed. After the Great Xia took a breath, they showed the strong foundation of a dynasty that had been unrivaled for 1,000 years. With the Black Water Army as the main force and the reinforcements from all sides as support, the Eternal Night sect couldn't advance even half a step. After Fan Lingyue's death, the Northern Meng imperial court spirit was severely damaged. They negotiated peace with the Great Xia with 30,000 war horses and countless treasures as compensation. Great Xia accepted Northern Meng's peace negotiations and did not make things too difficult for them. The few people in power in the imperial court and the heavenly mandate palace were very clear that the little emperor of Northern Meng was personally taught by Ningchen. They could not ignore him at all. The bad reputation of Jiming Marquis was slowly washed away under the influence of some people. The truth of many matters was revealed step by step and spread throughout the entire Great Xia. However, no matter how guilty the people of Great Xia felt, blamed themselves, and even petitioned, Jiming Marquis never appeared again. Xia Mingri acquiesced to the actions of these people. Although he knew that the prestige of his subjects was too high and it wasn't a good thing for the emperor, he didn't stop them. Because he knew very well that Ningchen didn't care about power, he couldn't be a threat to him. In the Weiyang Palace, Zhang Sun never took a step out, and Ningchen never returned. It was not that he did not want to return, but that he could not. As the days passed, the Great Xia's vitality was also recovering day by day. The Eternal Night cult's offensive was also not willing to confront the Great Xia head-on, and their attacks gradually weakened. The temporary peace in the midst of war was always so precious. Finally, the people didn't have to flee everywhere, and gradually returned to their homes. The names of the soldiers of Great Xia who died in the war were engraved on tombstones one after another. In the temple of the Marquis of Imperial City, 2 more memorial tablets were added. Marquis Wangchuan, Marquis Bloodclad. In the temple of the Marquis of Marquis, there were too many memorial tablets to count. The 1,000 years of peace of Great Xia were all exchanged with the blood and lives of the Marquis. The name of Marquis was above everything. The Marquis token was taken back, and the 2 words, Jiming, were returned to the ranks of the 10 Marquis. However, Xia Zi, the Grand Preceptor, and the others all knew that this position would be empty forever. He wouldn't come back again. Half a month later, in the netherworld, a bright red figure broke out of seclusion. The moment she stepped out of the netherworld, a ghostly aura filled the sky and turned into a light pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. Almost at the same time, another blue light pillar appeared. The aura of utmost evil was cold and oppressive, and instantly swallowed all the life in the surroundings. On this day, 2 successors of the netherworld stepped into the Xiantian stage at the same time, shocking the entire world. It was also on this day that Ning Chen appeared in front of Underworld Child, who had just broken through to the Xiantian stage. After obtaining the Chaos Scroll, Ning Chen took half a step forward again. He suppressed himself to the edge of the Xiantian stage, but was unwilling to step into it. The 2 of them fought for an entire day. Underworld Child was no match for Ning Chen and fled. Ning Chen chased him for 1,000 miles, but in the end, he couldn't get rid of this disaster. A few days later, in the Imperial City, Xia Zi broke through the shackles. With the help of the treasure that suppressed the fate of Great Xia in the depths of the Imperial City, he concealed the phenomenon and stepped into the Xiantian stage in a very low-key manner. In the following 7 months, there were many peak rank 9 powerhouses who stepped into the Xiantian stage, such as the Son of God and Jian Yi. The glory of the Great Era was beginning to show signs of appearing. Ning Chen didn't deliberately delay his life. After endless cultivation and battles, the last piece of the red spider lily was consumed. The poison of the yellow spring was getting worse by the day, and his body began to rot and fester again. Ning Chen covered his entire body with black clothes and walked step by step in the southeast of Great Xia, looking for traces of the Heaven Tower. The Chaos Scroll could disturb and hide the secrets of the heavens, but it couldn't penetrate the secrets of the heavens like the Light Scroll. It was very difficult to find the Heaven Tower. However, Ning Chen wasn't in a hurry. He continued to search bit by bit. As long as there was an anomaly in space, he would go in to take a look. Because of this, Ning Chen walked into many forbidden grounds of the great sects and fought fiercely with the guardians of the great sections. The Sword Sect, Yao family of Yu City, and the 3 great sects were all nervous. They didn't understand why the forbidden grounds were exposed. 3 months later, Ning Chen finally found the entrance to the Heaven Tower in an ancient city in the southeast of Great Xia. Just as Ning Shi said, there was indeed a Xiantian stage cultivator in the Heaven Tower. A peerless powerhouse, who was on the verge of the 2nd tribulation to the 3rd tribulation, had a shockingly powerful aura. The experts of the Heaven Tower were also shocked by Ning Chen's arrival. The person in front of them clearly had an aura that was infinitely close to the Xiantian stage, but he used some unknown method to suppress his cultivation and refused to enter. Ning Chen came to retrieve Ning Shi's soul. The guardian of the Heaven Tower naturally wouldn't allow him to enter. The 2 fought fiercely and the entire space formation was about to collapse. Ning Chen had an undying body. He only attacked and didn't defend. Even though he was injured, he didn't retreat half a step. The guardian of the Heaven Tower was shocked and angry. He was shocked that the person in front of him could actually injure him with his sword. He was angry because this person didn't care about his life and was clearly trying to drag him to hell with him. In the end, the guardian of the Heaven Tower stopped the battle and handed over Lan Jun's soul with an ashen face. Ning Chen dragged his injured body and left. He found Ning Shi according to the connection of the soul. After returning it, he left again. Ning Shi couldn't stop him. Tears streamed down her delicate baby face. She knew that this separation might be forever. Ning Chen wanted to see Man one last time, but he didn't know where Senior and Man went. Thus, he could only keep this regret in his heart. He returned to the academy and said goodbye to the master. He also gave the Chaos Scroll to the master. After this meeting, Ning Chun completely disappeared from the divine continent. No one knew where he went. In the underworld, Ning Chun kept waiting in front of the stone room. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 10 days later, Ning Chun sighed softly. He flipped his palm and took out the life scroll. Then, he left. In the end, he still didn't see her. The ghost girl followed beside him. She sent him to his final destination in a ghost carriage. Outside the Ascension Valley, the residence of the Du-Yi Temple was no longer there. A year was up. The Buddha in the human world regained his freedom and left 2 days ago. Ning Chun entered the Ascension Valley alone. After a while, the sound of a fierce battle sounded. Killing shook the sky. Sword intent spread in all directions. The mountain collapsed and the ground was devastated. Not long after, a silver pillar of light shot into the sky and stirred up the heaven and earth. 2 tribulations in the sky. The heavenly demon tribulation and the heavenly fire tribulation descended at the same time. The flames in the night illuminated the 9 heavens. It was extremely shocking. At the same time, the sky in the east gradually turned white. Under the first ray of sunlight, the burning heavenly fire instantly turned into a force that could burn the sky and boil the sea. The heaven and earth changed color and enveloped the entire Ascension Valley. Outside the Ascension Valley, a cold wind blew past. It blew the red veil on the ghost girl's head. A drop of tear fell from her beautiful eyes. At the end of the heaven and earth, a man suddenly fainted. Prince Yen, who was suffering from 3 tribulations, was distracted. He immediately vomited a mouthful of blood and dyed the chaotic fog in front of him red. Half a day later, the heavenly fire in the Ascension Valley dissipated. The land within 100 miles was scorched. In the underworld, Mu Qingxue came out of seclusion. His eyes were even colder. The ghost girl waved her hand. The blood-stained life scroll flew out and landed in front of the former. "This is the life scroll you wanted. Where is he?" Mu Qingxue frowned and asked. "Dead." The ghost girl's tone was extremely unfriendly. After answering, she turned around and walked away. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. Mu Qingxue picked up the life scroll. After a long period of nourishment, the life scroll was finally pieced together. However, there were still clear cracks on it. It was mottled with blood. It was abnormally dazzling. Mu Qingxue felt a faint pain in his heart. Gradually, the pain became more and more intense. It was as if something had cut a hole in his heart. It was so painful that it was difficult to breathe. A long painful groan was heard. Mu Qingxue's body emitted a snow-white light. After a while, his eyes became clear again. In the distance, the ghost girl stopped. She looked back and suppressed the killing intent in her heart. She said coldly, "The underworld doesn't welcome you. Please leave immediately." Mu Qingxue took the life scroll and left. His eyes were cold and emotionless like before. The underworld became cold and lonely again. The ghost girl lifted the red veil on her head, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. Hell's Rakshasas were born with a face that could cause the downfall of nations and cities, as well as a ruthless heart. The Rakshasa girls often covered their faces because they didn't want others to see their faces. She was the same. He had seen it before. Although it was unintentional, he did see it. However, it was good that he was dead. The tears in the ghost girl's eyes flowed down again. Drop by drop, they fell into the weak water and sank into the water. Chapter 216. In the easternmost land, at the end of the world, Ah Man was still unconscious. Prince Yen was in the first disaster. He had no choice but to seal part of the power with the Abyss Sword and force his way out. Prince Yen took Ah Man out of the easternmost land and rushed to the west. There was no doubt that something had happened to Ning Chun. A green light flashed in front of the Ascension Valley, and they entered it quickly. All they could see was the aftermath of the battle and the tragic scene of the heavenly fire burning the world. There was no more life in the Ascension Valley. Everyone had been buried in the terrifying sea of fire. Not even a corpse was left. Prince Yen sighed in his heart. He knew he was too late. A man, who was in a coma, was getting weaker day by day. Prince Yen kept nourishing her heart with his connate vital qi to buy time. A man's heart was filled with the water caltrop flower. They were connected by blood. If something happened to Ningchen, A man would also be greatly affected. In the academy, the headmaster calculated for a long time. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. I can't see it. Prince Yen frowned and said slowly, How can this be? No matter if he's dead or alive, I should be able to see it. There's only one possibility. He's no longer in this world, the headmaster replied. Prince Yen was silent for a long time. Then he walked away. I'll go find him. These 3 simple words were as heavy as Mount Tai. Prince Yen went to the netherworld to retrieve the Jiga sword. Then he took A man to the Ascension Valley again. A man woke up once and said something. Then she fainted again. He's still alive. It was just a feeling in her heart. There was no reason. A man believed that Ningchen was still alive. She was firm and persistent. Be careful. The great righteous Qi formed and the headmaster appeared. He waved his sleeve and the space twisted violently. Prince Yen nodded. He waved his hand and 3 swords flew out. They turned into flowing light and spiraled into the sky. The next moment, the 3 swords turned into thousands of swords. Sword rain fell and the entire space shattered. Prince Yen moved and took A man into the space. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the 2 left, the great righteous Qi dispersed and the world returned to normal. In the realm of nothingness, a drop of bright red blood in the 9 heavens was crazily devouring everything around it. Soul, hatred, and spiritual qi. The heavenly flame didn't go out the entire time, and the phoenix blood was still burning. Sharp phoenix cries rang out from the 9 heavens, and the phoenix gradually took form. However, at this moment, within the phoenix blood, another consciousness continuously resisted. The condensed phoenix shape quickly scattered and reformed. The phoenix underwent nirvana and was reborn from the ashes. The phoenix's dead soul was awakening, and the other consciousness in the phoenix blood was also unwilling to be devoured. It relied on its survival instinct to devour the phoenix's consciousness. Above the highest heavens, a massive black hole appeared. Everything around the phoenix blood was swallowed up and turned into flesh and blood along with the phoenix blood, rapidly condensing into form. After an unknown period of time, in the 9 heavens immortal mountain, a figure crashed down from the sky with a bang, scaring away the surrounding beasts. Half a day later, a boy who looked to be about 12 or 13 years old appeared at the back of the mountain. When he saw the young man lying on the ground, he was immediately shocked. The little boy shook him for a long time, but the person on the ground showed no signs of waking up. He could only run back to his senior brother and ask for help. After a short time, a disciple of the continent of the 9 clouds, who looked like he was in his 20s, was dragged over by the little boy. He looked reluctant, but he couldn't change his mind. "Eldest fellow disciple, hurry up," said the little boy hastily. "How could there be an outsider in the back of the mountain?" "You must be mistaken," said Yun 13 helplessly. "Look, hurry up and look," said the little boy, pointing at a patch of grass in the distance. Yun 13 looked over and saw a 17 or 18-year-old young man lying there. He was startled, but quickly ran over. "He's fine. His internal organs are just a bit shaken. He must have fallen somewhere." Yun 13 examined him, then carried him on his back and hurried back to his residence. When the little boy heard his senior brother, he didn't look worried at all. He jumped up and followed him. The continent of the 9 clouds, immortal mountain, was surrounded by clouds. The continent of the 9 clouds was one of the most famous and righteous sects in the world. The continent of the 9 clouds was a holy place for cultivation. It was also one of the top 5 sects in the world. Yun 13 had picked up a person in the back of the mountain. The little boy quickly spread the news. Everybody was curious and came to take a look. Then, they all left, feeling bored. It was just an ordinary person. They thought there was something special about him. Yun 13 helplessly sent off his junior brothers and sisters. When he came back to find the little boy, he didn't even know where he was hiding. In the Ting Bamboo Pavilion, Ning Chen had been sleeping for half a month. He finally woke up. When he opened his eyes, the situation on the continent of the Nine Clouds, Immortal Mountain, changed. The strong cultivators in the palaces were alerted. What's going on? Many gazes looked down from the peak, but after observing for a long time, they did not find anything unusual, so they could only give up. Ning Chen stood up and went outside. He bumped into Yun 13, who had just come back from the Supreme Xian Temple. He looked at him and said, "Thank you very much." Yun 13 smiled and said, "You don't need to thank me. I didn't do anything. I just brought you back." Ning Chen didn't think too much about it. He looked around and asked, "Where is this?" "The continent of the Nine Clouds, Immortal Mountain." Yun San walked back to his room and put down the stack of bamboo slips in his arms before he replied. Ning Chen frowned. He had never heard of this place before. "Are you hungry?" "I'll take you to eat," said Yun 13. "Thank you." Ning Chen thanked him again. He wasn't hungry, but he wanted to go out and take a look. The two walked towards the dining hall. They chatted along the way. Ning Chen spent most of his time listening. Occasionally, he would ask a question, and Yun 13 would patiently explain. When they were about to reach the dining hall, Ning Chen basically confirmed that he was no longer in the divine prefecture of the eastern region. "Which sect does the territory lord belong to?" Ning Chen suddenly asked. Yun 13 looked at him strangely. There was actually someone in this world who would ask such an idiotic question. "I fell on my head. I don't remember many things," explained Ning Chen calmly. Yun 13 nodded in understanding and said, "The territory master is in charge of the Four Extremes Holy Lands. However, the territory master has always been in seclusion. He hasn't appeared for nearly 100 years. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. As expected, he had come to the place he shouldn't have. The teacher had said that the barrier between realms could only be broken by 3 disaster cultivators. Moreover, it required 3 people to work together. How had he been swept here? Furthermore, his physical body had clearly been destroyed by the heavenly flame. How was he still alive? Many questions flashed through Ning Chen's mind. He couldn't figure them out, so he could only put them aside for now. Right now, he was certain that he had come to an unfamiliar realm. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to return for a while. The two of them walked into the dining hall and found a place to sit down. At this time, very few people came to eat, so there weren't many people in the dining hall. However, Yun San was clearly a good person in Nine Heavens Mountain. Just as he sat down, 3 to 5 young disciples surrounded him with fawning smiles. "Senior apprentice brother, can you do me a favor?" A pretty female disciple walked behind him and began to massage his back and shoulders. "What is it?" Yun 13 immediately became vigilant. However, his attitude was still very amiable. "Aren't you going to recruit new disciples in a few days? My cousin has also signed up. Do you think she can become your disciple?" The woman giggled. The 9 firmaments didn't like fighting. Everyone in the sect focused on cultivation. They were famous for being strict when it came to recruiting disciples. The venerables of the Immortal Palace rarely recruited a disciple in 100 years. The rules of the 9 Firmaments Mountain were very simple. They held a competition for outer disciples once every 3 years. The top 3 would definitely be accepted into the sect. As for the others, if there was someone willing to accept them, then they could enter. If there wasn't, then they could leave. However, there were very few people in the 9 Firmaments Mountain who had the qualifications to become disciples. Other than the 5 venerables, only a few outstanding disciples had the qualifications. Yun 13 was the head disciple of the 9 Firmaments Immortal Mountain. His cultivation base had already reached half-step Sciention. He was only half a step away from becoming a true Sciention immortal palace. He naturally had the qualifications to become a disciple. Of course, this qualification wasn't unlimited. Each disciple could only accept one disciple at a time. So this quota was extremely precious. I promised Little Stone that I would accept him as a disciple this year, said Yun 13 awkwardly. Ning Chen smiled without leaving a trace. Little Stone was the child that Yun Shur-san mentioned, the one who first discovered him. He hadn't formally become a disciple of the Nine Firmament Immortal Mountain yet, but he was picked up by a venerable of the Immortal Palace when he was traveling. He grew up on the mountain and his cultivation talent wasn't bad. It was only a matter of time before he became an official disciple. As expected, when the woman heard this answer, disappointment flashed in her eyes. She unhappily took her plate and left. In the supreme profound hall, a man with a serious face sat in the middle of the hall. He looked at the four people beside him and said, "This time's outer court disciple competition has the highest number of participants in all of history. There are even people from other great sects and royal families. In the past few days, there have been many deans and dukes who have sent letters, hoping that you can make an exception. Do you think you can choose a few relatively outstanding disciples to join your sect? I don't mind. Accepting one or two to clean the courtyard isn't a bad idea," said a scholarly young man. "We'll see. If there are some good ones, accepting one is fine too," said a violet-robed woman after thinking for a moment. "I'll also accept one. We can't make things too difficult for the headmaster," said a white-bearded old man. "Junior apprentice sister, what about you?" The man looked at the young woman next to him. The reason he had invited all four venerables was to make this cold junior apprentice sister relent. "I'm not accepting disciples," said the woman indifferently. Chapter 217. In the bamboo pavilion, Yun Shur-san continued to explain the general situation of Nine Firmament Mountain. Ning Chen also quietly listened, quickly understanding this unfamiliar world. Nine Firmament Mountain has a total of 5 palaces: Supreme Mystery, Heavenly Casting, Separation and Reunion, Beautiful Silk, and Jade Pearl. The Supreme Mystery Palace has the Headmaster, the Heavenly Casting Palace has the Sword Sovereign, the Separation and Reunion Palace has the Medicine Sovereign, the Silk Palace has the Flower Sovereign, and the Jade Pearl Palace has the Dream Sovereign. The Headmaster is my master. He has a strict personality and is in charge of all matters on the mountain. The Sword Sovereign is more easygoing and usually doesn't care about anything. He is very popular with the disciples. The Medicine Sovereign and Flower Sovereign have their own things to do and don't appear often. However, they treat the disciples pretty well. As for the Dream Sovereign, Yun Shur-san scratched his head and continued, "I don't know much about the Dream Sovereign. I only heard from my master that the Dream Sovereign has the highest cultivation out of the 5 of them. However, the Dream Sovereign rarely appears in front of the disciples. Even I have only seen him once." Ning Chen listened attentively. At the same time, he couldn't help being shocked. These 5 were undoubtedly Sciention existences. It was hard to believe that just Nine Firmament Mountain had so many Sciention experts. However, he knew that in this realm, there were at most 2-3 Disaster Realm experts. Compared to the Divine Continent, there were much fewer. Yun Shur-san talked about many things, but in the end, when he talked about Nine Firmament Mountain accepting disciples, he awkwardly stopped. He had forgotten that Ning Chen was just an ordinary person. It was useless to talk about this. Ning Chen didn't care. He couldn't stay in Nine Firmament Mountain for long. The only thing he cared about now was how to find a way to return. Yun Shur-san thought for a moment and suggested, "Since you have nowhere to go, why don't you sign up? As an outer disciple, you can stay in Nine Firmament Mountain and do odd jobs. You don't have much to do usually, just sweep the floor. It's not tiring. The most important thing is that you have a place to stay." Ning Chen nodded and casually agreed. I'll teach you some cultivation technique. Although you've only started cultivating a bit late, it can still strengthen your body. Yun San thought for a moment. Thank you. Ning Chen thanked him. Yun San wrote down a chant and explained it in detail while teaching him. He was very patient. Ning Chen noted it down silently. He also wanted to see the difference between this world's martial arts and the divine prefectures. That territory master had obviously been plotting against the divine prefecture for a long time. He had to learn more about this world. The most important thing in the art of war was to know yourself and know your enemy. Regardless of whether he could return or not, it was always good to know more. Half a day later, Yun San went out to give some simple instructions. As the head disciple of 9 Firmament Mountain, arranging for an outer disciple to do odd jobs was not a problem. There were not many disciples in 9 Cloud Mountain, but the place was shockingly large. Other than the main peak, there were few people on the other peak. Therefore, there was no lack of living quarters. Ning Chen chose a secluded place that was not far from the main peak. Every day, he would be in charge of cleaning the stairway to heaven in front of the main peak. The stairway to heaven had a total of 9,900 steps, reaching into the clouds. Usually, there would be official disciples cleaning the place regularly. This mission was actually much more leisurely than it seemed. However, Ning Chen was very serious about cleaning. Every day, he would wake up early in the morning and start cleaning. At night, he would return to his residence to rest. After a long time, the official disciples who were responsible for cleaning up the stairway to heaven found that they didn't need to clean it anymore. The day of the great outer disciple competition was approaching. The disciples on the mountain were also busy preparing for the competition. On that day, many important people from other sects would come. The 9-Cloud Celestial Mountain was one of the holy places of cultivation in the world. Of course, they couldn't be rude. Ning Chen didn't care about these things at all. He just did what he had to do every day. The 5 Zun cultivators were still in the 5 Immortals' palace. Apart from the Sword Zun, the others almost never showed up. The sun was rising. Ning Chen was cleaning the stairway to heaven as usual. The 9-Cloud Celestial Mountain disciples, who occasionally went up and down the mountain, were already used to it. They weren't surprised at all. When he reached the 4,000th step, the sky suddenly changed. A terrifying chi came from the bottom of the mountain. In a flash, it passed by the stairway to heaven. The weaker disciples were immediately injured and sent flying away. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Ning Chen was a little further away. When the mysterious cultivator passed by, he didn't pay attention and continued walking. After a short time, the mountain was attacked. Dozens of disciples joined hands, but they couldn't even withstand one attack. The casualties were disastrous. Yun San was furious. He attacked with his sword. He wanted to stop the person who attacked. However, the difference between a cultivator of the higher level and a cultivator of the higher level couldn't be made up for by human strength. In just 2 attacks, he was severely injured and sent flying away. Ning Chen arrived. He calmly looked at the Yun Shao Celestial Mountain disciples who were dying. His eyes didn't show the slightest bit of emotion. There were more and more casualties on the mountain. Ning Chen walked over to Yun San, who was severely injured. After examining him, he found that his life wasn't in danger. He was relieved. Brother, sister. Little Shirtu ran out and saw the figures flying out one after another. Just as he was about to go forward, he saw a powerful palm strike coming at him, threatening to kill him. Ning Chen's face looked ice-cold. The spiritual chi around him started rolling violently. With a loud explosion, it collided with the punch. Ah! Little Stone was blown away by the shockwave. He fell on his back, sprawling on the ground. However, he was still alive. The person in black clothes was startled. He knew that a real strong cultivator had attacked. At that moment, an ancient sword light streaked across the sky. The sword cultivator, who was dressed like a Confucian scholar, appeared. In the distance, Ning Chen carried Little Stone to Yun Shursan's side. Then, he quietly guarded him. The Yun Shao celestial mountain disciples, who were still alive, quickly retreated from the battle. They didn't want to be a burden to the sword cultivator. The battle was extremely intense. The sword cultivator faced the mysterious person alone. For a moment, he couldn't gain the upper hand. In the next moment, the dark figure got rid of the sword light. He took a step and rushed towards the Supreme Mystery Hall. "How dare you!" The dark figure broke into the Supreme Mystery Hall. An extremely angry voice was heard. The Supreme Mystery Hall's sect master attacked the intruder. After a while, the dark figure flew out of the Supreme Mystery Hall. He descended from the sky and left quickly. "You broke into the Supreme Mystery Hall and you want to leave just like that?" In the Xuanji Hall, a cold woman's voice was heard. At the same time, thousands of rays of light gathered in front of everyone's eyes and condensed into a beautiful figure. The dark figure wasn't afraid at all. He rushed forward and sent out a powerful punch. Meng Xuanji's figure disappeared. She turned around and sent out a punch. The instant they exchanged blows, the black-robed figure let out a muffled groan. As he retreated, he sent out another palm strike. The terrifying punch whistled. This time, it wasn't aimed at Meng Xuanji, but at Ning Chen and Little Stone. Fear flashed in Little Stone's eyes. He subconsciously grabbed Ning Chen beside him. He had forgotten that the person beside him was weaker than him. Ning Chen sighed in his heart. Just as he was about to attack, he saw a beautiful figure pass by. She waved her hand and blocked the punch. The dark figure seized this moment and turned around in the air. After a few flashes, he disappeared. Meng Xuanji snorted coldly. She glanced at the three people behind her. Without saying anything, she turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Xuanji Hall. The Supreme Mystery Hall's sect master appeared. His face was unusually gloomy. Looking at the dead and injured disciples on the ground, his eyes were filled with anger. For the next half a day, the disciples on the mountain quietly cleaned up the battlefield. No one said a word. Ning Chen was an outer disciple and couldn't stay on the mountain for a long time. So, as soon as the battle was over, he left quietly. No one cared. Many people knew that he was just an outer disciple who swept the stairway to heaven at the foot of the mountain. He was just an ordinary person. Days passed, and the tragic scene seemed to be nothing more than a simple interlude. The outer sect disciple competition was held as scheduled, and the leaders of the various sects and clans gathered on 9 Firmaments Mountain. Ning Chen still swept the stairway to heaven every day. He didn't care about what happened on the mountain and never went up again. Little Stone occasionally went down the mountain. The little bun on his head was still very cute. A child's sadness wouldn't last long. After crying a few times, it gradually faded away. While Ning Chen was sweeping the floor, little Shurtu was bouncing around and playing on the side. The stone steps that had just been swept were now full of dust again. Ning Chen didn't care. He smiled and swept the dust aside again. He did it again and again. He never got tired. When night fell, Little Stone went back to the mountain. Ning Chen also went back to his residence and began to cultivate. He didn't know what realm he was in now. He had already gone through the second innate tribulation, but there wasn't a trace of true qi in his body. Even his dantian was no different from an ordinary person's. It wasn't that his cultivation was crippled or sealed. It just disappeared. It was as if he had never cultivated. Ning Chen cultivated for a long time. Traces of true qi began to appear in his dantian. However, it was still far from forming a cyclone. It was impossible to cultivate in 1 or 2 days. The cold moon shone. Traces of cold air entered his body. Ning Chen opened his eyes. He stood up and went outside. Looking at the 9 heavens, his eyes were as cold as ice. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirled around him. In the next moment, His figure disappeared under the moon and soared into the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens were bitterly cold. The cold wind became stronger and stronger. Ning Chen used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to protect his body. However, he still felt waves of bone-piercing coldness. The biggest difference between innate and acquired was that innate cultivators could use the power of heaven and earth, but acquired cultivators couldn't. Unfortunately, Ning Chen had lost his cultivation. His body was no stronger than an ordinary person's. The higher he went, the more powerless he felt. After an hour, Ning Chen returned to the foot of the mountain. He dispersed the spiritual energy around him and began to cultivate again. Right now, he couldn't go up to the 9 heavens. He had to return to his original cultivation as soon as possible. Little Stone said that he fell from the sky because there was only a cliff behind the mountain. There was no road. Moreover, there was a big hole around him. He didn't know why he was still alive and why he came to this place. The only clue was Little Stone's words. Since he fell from the sky, he had to find a way to go up again. Perhaps he could find something. Perhaps the way to go back was in the illusory 9 heavens. Chapter 218. The world was like a cage, trapping people who didn't want to stay. Ning Chen was very clear about what he wanted, so he didn't care about anything else. He wasn't a sentimental person, and he wasn't a merciful person. Even if the tragedy on the mountain happened again, he wouldn't do anything. He didn't care about what was happening in this world, and he didn't want to get involved. 9 days later, the competition started. The 5 Zun cultivators of the continent of the 9 clouds had all appeared, along with the patriarchs and dukes of the secular world. Their chi was faintly discernible, and they gave people a lot of pressure. Ning Chen glanced at everyone and couldn't help but sigh. There were more Xiantian cultivators in this world than in godly Great Land. Apart from the 5 Zun cultivators of the continent of the 9 clouds, there were also 4 Xiantian cultivators, and one of them was a duke of the secular world. The status of the continent of the 9 clouds mountain could be seen in this competition, especially Meng Xianji. She was obviously the focus of everyone's attention. He had heard from Little Stone that Meng Zun had been a cultivator of the 4th Xiantian tribulation 20 years ago. Nobody knew how strong she was now. The first round of the competition was quickly decided. Ning Chen's first opponent was a 15-year-old girl of the 3rd Xiantian realm. She looked timid, and it was obvious that she was afraid of strangers. Ning Chen went up on the stage and looked at the girl who was about to cry. He looked helpless. On the stage, many people were watching the competition. It was the first day of the competition, and they also wanted to see if there were any outstanding young people. Ning Chen didn't want to advance to the next round. He was thinking about how to lose the competition without leaving a trace. The girl didn't attack, so Ning Chen didn't attack. After waiting for a long time, the spectators became impatient and started to urge him to attack. The girl was so scared that she started crying. She attacked instinctively, and Ning Chen was immediately sent flying. He fell off the stage, and to make it look more realistic, he deliberately hit his forehead, and some blood flowed down. Little Shirtu covered his eyes in embarrassment. It was really too embarrassing. The big shots on the stage also smiled helplessly. The 3rd Xiantian realm cultivator was just at the beginning of the path of cultivation, but this young man was even weaker. He was obviously an ordinary person. Without winning a single match, without even making a single move, Ning Chen was directly eliminated. On the other martial platforms, the competition was also proceeding in an orderly manner. The 9 Heavens Mountain had a strict age limit for recruiting disciples. They could not be over 20 years old, and they had a strong sense of autonomy. Therefore, as long as one could display enough talent, even if they could not enter the top 3, it was very likely that they would be accepted into the sect. Of course, as long as one's brain wasn't filled with water, no one would be willing to accept someone like Ning Chen who had such a dismal performance. Little Shida's opponent was also a young man. The two of them exchanged blows for a long time. In the end, Little Shirtu won by half a move and barely managed to knock his opponent off the stage. He was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. The outer court disciple competition was still going on. It wasn't good for Ningchen to leave under the watchful eyes of everyone. He could only wait patiently for the sun to set. There were still geniuses. There was a 17-year-old youth, whose cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8th stage. He was only one step away from stepping into the heavens reach realm. The moment he made his move, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. The son of the celestial king is indeed talented. The 9 heavens sect leader nodded his head in satisfaction. This young man was undoubtedly a strong candidate for the top 3. More importantly, he was only 17 years old, and his future was limitless. "Junior brother, how is it?" "Not bad," Jian Tianzhu replied with a smile. He knew what the sect leader meant. He wanted him to accept this person, but he didn't care. It didn't matter if the Heavenly Forging Hall had one more person, it didn't matter if the Heavenly Forging Hall had one less person. However, he liked the young man who swept the heaven ascension stairs more. The sun was setting in the west, and the large competition was only a third of the way through. It had no choice but to stop temporarily and continue tomorrow. Ning Chen had long since become impatient. When he heard the end of the competition, he immediately patted his butt and left. As night fell, Ning Chen was still quietly cultivating in his own hut. Once again, he cultivated the life scroll, but the difficulty was no less than the first time. The silver light gathered bit by bit. After more than half a month, it finally showed signs of condensing. The small cyclone rotated extremely slowly, so weak that it seemed like it could dissipate at any time. At this moment, Ning Chen's eyes suddenly opened. Looking outside the door, a cold light flashed past. Someone was coming. Dang dang. The door was knocked very carefully, showing the uneasiness of the person knocking on the door. Ning Chen stood up, walked forward and opened the door. Under the moonlight, he saw the appearance of the person who came. The weak and delicate figure in front of the door was 15 or 16 years old. She had a delicate appearance and was timid, like a frightened little rabbit. The slightest movement would scare her away. Ning Chen recognized the person in front of him at a glance. It was the little girl who fought with him on stage today. I came to apologize to you." The little girl stuttered. It was unknown if she was born like this or if she was scared. Ning Chen frowned. How did she find this place? He should be considered to be relatively low-key. In the vast sea of people, it didn't matter if he was there or not. I'm sorry." The little girl continued to stutter, frantically apologizing. There are always winners and losers in the martial arena. Furthermore, I'm not injured. You don't need to apologize to me, said Ning Chen calmly. You're injured. Yin Shuang pointed at his forehead timidly. Ning Chen sighed inside. He didn't know which family this child belonged to. She was so timid, but they still dared to send her to 9 Firmament Mountain. I'm fine. I also need to rest. Please go back. I'm sorry. I'll leave now. Yin Shuang once more frantically apologized and hastily turned and left. Ning Chen watched as the stuttering little girl left. He didn't take it to heart and returned to his room to cultivate. In the next few days, Ning Chen didn't even go up the mountain. Whether or not 9 Firmament Mountain accepted disciples was none of his business. Right now, the only thing he cared about was recovering his cultivation base as quickly as possible. Right now, he only had a cultivation base. If he accidentally made a breakthrough in his cultivation base and attracted the 3rd Xiantian tribulation, he would be in big trouble. He dared guarantee that with his current situation, as long as he attracted the 3rd tribulation, he would definitely die. It wasn't easy to save his life. He didn't want to lose it again so carelessly. Little stone would come down from time to time. Sometimes he would report good news, sometimes he would report bad news. The little guy was eliminated in the second round. He was awkward for a long time. Ning Chen comforted him for a long time and finally coaxed him. Big brother Ning, do you want to be apprenticed? I have a way. One day, before Little Stone left, he said mysteriously. No. Ning Chen said with a smile. What apprenticeship? If he really fought, even the 5 venerated masters of 9 firmament wouldn't be able to defeat him. Most importantly, he didn't want to attract attention. Although there shouldn't be anyone in this world who could recognize him, he didn't want to take the risk. After all, he had fought with Ascension Valley many times. Even Ascension Valley was destroyed by his hand. That realm master probably couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. Little Stone left. As soon as he returned to the mountain, he ran to Bamboo Pavilion. He dragged Yunshir-san, who had just recovered from his serious injuries, and begged to take him to Separation and Reunion Hall. Although Separation and Reunion Hall was also on the main peak, it was at a very high position. It was impossible for Little Stone to go up alone. Yunshir-san couldn't refuse, so he could only take Little Stone up. Separation and Reunion Hall was the Master Apothecary's residence. Little Stone was also picked up by the Master Apothecary. The two of them had a very good relationship. However, the Master Apothecary was usually very busy and Little Stone was quite naughty, so he was given to Yunshir-san to take care of. With the Master Apothecary and Yunshir-san looking after him, Little Stone could basically do whatever he wanted in 9 Firmament Mountain. Fortunately, although he was a bit naughty, he was actually very kind and never caused trouble. Grandpa Apothecary! While they were still halfway up the mountain, Little Stone had already shouted at the top of his lungs. His young voice reverberated through the mountain peak. In Separation and Reunion Hall, a light laugh sounded. Immediately after, the 2 people who were still climbing up felt their bodies lighten. In the next moment they landed on the mountain peak. Disciple Yunshir-san greets the Master Apothecary. Yunshir-san meticulously bowed respectfully. Haha, Shir-san, you've worked hard. You can go down first. I'll send Little Stone down later. An old voice came from Separation and Reunion Hall. Yes. Yunshir-san immediately turned around and went down the mountain. The next day, Ning Chen continued to sweep his stairway to heaven. Ever since the day before the outer court disciple competition, there would be countless people coming and going on this stairway to heaven every day. The more people that walked, the more dust there would naturally be. However, compared to watching those youths compete on the mountain, he would rather sweep the floor here. Ning Chen forgot that his age was actually not much different from those youths on the mountain. He should have been young and frivolous at the age where he was competitive. However, after experiencing so many people and things, wanting to turn back had already become not too possible. In the past year, the opponents he faced every day were Fan Lingyue and Martial Monarch level opponent. Life and death were at stake. If he lost, there would be thousands and thousands of people buried with him. He had lost, and not just once. The price he paid each time was heavier than the last. Although in the end, Great Xiao won, the price he paid was already far beyond his imagination. He could no longer return to the past, nor could he be like when he had just entered the palace. Even if he had just transmigrated to an unfamiliar place, he could still live without a care in the world. How was Zhang-sun? It was almost her birthday again. This time, he couldn't rush back. That little courtesan in the residence had to remember to send a congratulatory gift for him. How was Sister Qingning? Was she still as fierce as before? If this continued, she definitely wouldn't be able to get married. He also didn't know where that silly girl Ah-man had been taken to by Senior. Did that silly girl learn all those random things he taught her? How was little Ming Yu's emperor? That old man under her wasn't bad. He should be able to suppress many people with bad intentions. Also, the ghost girl was actually quite pretty. Why did she cover her head with a red veil every day? He never had the time to ask. Was it a tradition, or was there some rule? Mu Qingxue. Thinking of this, Ning Chen sighed in his heart. Let's meet again if fate allows. Chapter 219. The competition on the mountain grew more and more intense with each passing day. It affected the hearts of countless people. At the foot of the mountain, Ning Chen still swept the ground calmly every day. After he was done, he went back to cultivate. Day after day, it was the same. Jian Tianchu was not someone who could stay idle. Watching these children fight every day was really killing him. So he was more willing to watch the young man sweep the stairway to heaven. The higher one sat, the farther one could see. Jian Tianchu's position allowed him to see the situation at the foot of the mountain. Every day, he had some fun watching the young man sweep the ground. Day after day, Jian Tianchu gradually felt some admiration for this young man. To be able to persist in something at the age of 17 or 18 was really commendable, even if it was just the most ordinary of sweeping the ground. The stairway to heaven was not an ordinary place. There were 9,900 steps. Ordinary people would feel tired just walking once, let alone sweeping every day. Junior apprentice brother, what are you looking at? The Nine Firmaments sect leader had long since noticed Jian Tianchu's absent-mindedness. Nothing. Jian Tianzhu replied with a smile. Meng Xuanji glanced over. She was as cold as ever, without a trace of emotion. Shilin King's son is not bad. The Nine Firmaments sect leader was still worried. Sect leader, don't worry. I said I'd accept, so I'll definitely accept. Jian Tianchu smiled. Only then did the Nine Firmaments sect leader feel at ease. Many of the outer sect disciples who had signed up this time had powerful backgrounds. Although the Nine Firmaments sect was not afraid of them, they naturally would not offend them if they could. The apothecary smiled faintly. It seemed the sect leader had been tormented quite badly this time. He was afraid they would not help. I want that girl from the immortal Ascension realm, said the apothecary calmly. Yes, pure martial arts is indeed not suitable for her. Learning the listening flower art from you is a good choice. The Nine Firmaments sect leader nodded. The immortal Ascension realm and the Nine Firmaments mountain were both peak sects in this world. The two sects had always been on good terms. This time, the immortal Ascension realm sect leader had sent his daughter over. He probably wanted her to become the apothecary's disciple. I'll accept Chong Hen Sky's eldest daughter. She's just like her father. She has a strong baleful qi. 13 can suppress her, said the continent of the Nine Clouds sect's leader. Then this old man will take in the little prince of the Western imperial family. His emperor obviously wants a pill that can prolong his life. He's afraid of death, but he still wants to save face. He's not afraid of being laughed at, the master apothecary said. The four of them had expressed their stance, and only Meng Xuanji remained silent. Hence, the four of them looked over. It was not a good thing that the Xuanji Hall did not have a successor. They wanted to take this opportunity to make their stubborn junior sister relent. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Meng Xuanji's persistence. Meng Xuanji was still calmly looking at the martial stages below. Her beautiful face didn't change at all. 2 days later, the grand competition finally ended. The top three were as expected. The first was Chong Jiangli, the eldest daughter of Chong Hen Heaven. The second was Yu Huatian, the son of Shilin King. Only the third place did not have a strong background. After that, the ceremony began. All the disciples gathered. Ning Chen was bored and went up the mountain. He blended in with the crowd and was very inconspicuous. Little Stone looked for him for a long time but could not find him. The Sword Venerable, the Flower Venerable, and the others kept their promise and accepted the few people they had agreed on. The other continent of the Nine Clouds disciples, who were qualified to accept disciples, also accepted the disciples they liked. Little Stone became an official disciple as he wished. He became Yun Shisan's disciple. His little face was full of smiles. Ning Chen smiled at Little Stone in the crowd. He was happy for him. As for whether the little guy saw him, he did not know. During the ceremony, Little Stone kept glancing at the Master Apothecary. The Master Apothecary smiled helplessly and told him to focus on the ceremony. Yin Shuangshuang stood behind the Flower Venerable and said a few words timidly. The Flower Venerable frowned. After a long time, he sighed and nodded. "Headmaster, I want one person," said the Flower Venerable and the Master Apothecary at the same time. After that, they glanced at each other. The Master Apothecary smiled and said, "Beautiful Silk, you go first." The Flower Venerable nodded politely and said, "Thank you very much. My little disciple is soft-hearted. It just so happens that the beautiful Silk Palace needs someone to carry water. I'll accept a nominal disciple." In the crowd, Ning Chun saw that the ceremony was about to end. He was about to leave when he suddenly heard someone mention his name. His heart started pounding. Ning Chun. When the Continent of the Nine Clouds headmaster heard that name, he thought about it and didn't care. Ning Chun was just a nominal disciple. It didn't matter how many people he accepted. Behind the Flower Venerable, Yin Shuangshuang clenched her fist. She felt a little better. "Old Yao, what about you?" asked the Continent of the Nine Clouds headmaster. The Master Apothecary looked a bit strange and said, "I also want that person." The Sword Venerable was interested and asked, "A nominal disciple?" "Yes," said the Master Apothecary. The headmaster of the Continent of the Nine Clouds narrowed his eyes. A Zune cultivator had spoken. It was nothing, but two Zune cultivators wanting the same person at the same time was a bit abnormal. "Call him up. I also want to see who this person is," the Sword Venerable said. The crowd was in an uproar. They looked left and right, but no one had any impression of this person called Ning Chun. Yun San naturally knew, and hurriedly opened his eyes wide to look for him in the crowd. This was a good thing. To be accepted as a nominal disciple by the five venerables was already a very rare result for Ning Chun, who did not have any cultivation at all. Very quickly, Yun San found the figure in plain clothes at the back of the crowd. He quickly walked forward and pulled him out. Compared to Yun San's anxiousness, Ning Chun was not that excited. "It's you." When the Sword Venerable saw Ning Chun, he was surprised. "Junior brother, you know him too?" The Nine Clouds sect leader frowned and asked. "I don't know him." The Sword Sovereign regained his senses and laughed. "However, since the two venerable ones want someone, I will also join in the fun. Young man, how about you go to my heavenly forging hall? Since you are all nominal disciples, rather than going to their place to fetch water and burn fire, you might as well go to my place and continue sweeping the floor." "Fuck you!" Ning Chun cursed in his heart. This Sword Venerable was obviously just watching the show. "Junior brother, don't mess around," the Nine Clouds sect leader scolded softly. "Hee hee." The Sword Venerable laughed lightly and did not mind. The Nine Clouds sect leader looked at the figure below and said indifferently, "You're called Ning Chun, right? I'll give you the right to choose between the Flower Venerable and the Medicine Venerable." The Flower Venerable and the Medicine Venerable were also watching, but they didn't care who Ning Chun chose. A young man with such talent couldn't arouse their interest. "You can choose me too." The Sword Venerable was very interested and spoke again. Ning Chun calmly looked at the five people on the high platform. He didn't feel anything in his heart, he just felt bored. Yun San was extremely anxious at the side. He couldn't find such an opportunity even if he used a lantern. Little Stone also kept winking at Ning Chun, telling him to choose the Medicine Venerable. He had spent a lot of effort to make the Medicine Venerable agree. Reporting to the sect leader, "I don't want to be a nominal disciple." Ning Chun tactfully refused. The people present were not stupid. They could naturally hear the rejection in his words. The Nine Clouds sect leader's expression immediately became ugly. He really didn't know what was good for him. Yun San and Little Stone were very anxious, but they didn't dare say anything. They just stood there, winking at each other. The sword venerable was also startled by this reply, but he quickly came back to his senses. The playful expression on his face became even stronger. This little fellow was even more interesting than he had imagined. You can leave. The Nine Clouds sect leader suppressed his anger and waved his hand. Ning Chen sighed in relief. Without saying anything else, he turned and left. Wait! Meng Xuanji stood up. A beam of light flashed and a palm shot out. Ning Chen instinctively wanted to fight back, but the moment he raised his hand, he forced himself to endure the palm. With a bang, Su Yi was sent flying dozens of meters away. Ning Chen stood up and bit the tip of his tongue. A trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Meng Xuanji narrowed her eyes and said, I'll accept you as my disciple. The Nine Clouds sect leader, the medicine venerable, and the others were all startled. They didn't understand what was going on. The sword venerable's reaction was the fastest. Although he didn't know why Meng Xuanji had made such a decision, his intuition told him that if Meng Xuanji chose him, he had to steal him. I'll accept you as my disciple. The sword venerable put away his joking expression and said seriously. The medicine venerable and the flower venerable both frowned. What was going on? The Nine Clouds sect leader also couldn't figure out what was going on. He looked at Meng Xuanji beside him. Meng Xuanji didn't explain anything. She just glanced at Jian Tianzhu and said indifferently, If you can beat me, you can take this person away. The sword venerable's expression froze. He smiled sheepishly. He had almost forgotten about this matter. Ning Chen just watched quietly. After the two finished speaking, he said, I don't like to learn martial arts. Impudent. The Nine Clouds sect leader couldn't hold back his anger anymore. He slammed the table and stood up, shouting angrily. Ning Chen lowered his head and didn't say anything. You can do whatever you want. The many disciples below the high platform were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. A free opportunity to be apprenticed to a master had fallen from the sky, but there was someone who didn't want to eat it and even stepped on it. Chang Jiangli and Shilin King's son. Yu Huatian's eyes began to flicker. He still didn't understand what was going on. Ning Chen felt helpless. When he saw the little girl beside the flower venerable who was avoiding his gaze, and when he saw Little Stone who kept winking at him, he roughly guessed what was going on. He couldn't become a disciple. Although it was out of his expectations that he would make such a big joke this time, no matter how strange it was, everyone's interest would fade after a few days. After all, no one could keep their eyes on an ordinary person who didn't know what was good for him. However, once he entered any of the celestial palaces, things would be really troublesome. The Nine Clouds was a holy land for cultivation. There would definitely be people watching at all times. Moreover, the five venerables were all Xiantian cultivators. His actions would be greatly restricted. It was too disadvantageous for him. Men, throw this person down the mountain. He's not allowed to step half a step into the Nine Clouds in this lifetime. The Nine Clouds sect leader waved his sleeve and said angrily, Master! Sect leader! Yunshe San and Little Stone didn't have time to be afraid anymore. They immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Below, the corners of Ning Chen's mouth curved slightly. He couldn't ask for more. Chapter 220. The sect master was enraged, and everyone was afraid. Yunshe San and Little Stone, who were kneeling below, did not dare to say anything. Two law enforcement disciples stepped forward and brought Ning Chen down the mountain. Ning Chen did not struggle and was very cooperative. He almost thanked the two of them. Yunshe San and Little Stone were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. They could only kneel there and watch as Ning Chen was taken away. Meng Xuanji watched quietly as the two law enforcement disciples took Ning Chen away. She did not say anything. When the three of them were about to reach the sky ascension stairs, she waved her hand and brought the three of them back. I said I wanted to take you as my disciple just to let you know. As for whether you are willing or not, it is not up to you to decide. Meng Xuanji stepped forward and said indifferently, "Does Nine Clouds Mountain have a rule of forcefully taking in disciples? Sect Master, and all the sect masters and dukes here, did I hear wrongly, or did everyone else hear wrongly?" Ning Chen's eyes gradually turned cold as he spoke. Xuanji. The Nine Clouds sect master's expression was extremely ugly. He reminded her to pay attention to the situation. The nobles and important figures of the various sects watched this farce with great interest. In any case, they could not see anything special about this young man. Other than his courage and ignorance, there was nothing worth talking about. There was never a lack of strange people in this world. They had lived for so long and were already used to it. Meng Xuanji ignored the sect master's reminder. She formed a strange seal with her slender hand and waved it into the young man's body. Separation Death Seal. Everyone's expression changed as they exclaimed. This was an extremely difficult technique to cultivate. It could restrict a person's freedom. If the practitioner did not release it, it would be difficult to break free forever. Ning Chen's eyes were extremely cold. He no longer suppressed the coldness in his body. Although he did not know what the separation death seal was, he knew how terrifying it was from these people's reactions. He was not afraid, but that did not mean he did not care. The Nine Clouds sect master and the other three were extremely shocked. What was wrong with Xuanji today? Follow me. Meng Xuanji waved her hand and swept Ning Chen up. She turned into a ray of light and flew towards the Xuanji Hall in the distance. Everyone came back to their senses and looked at each other. They were so shocked that they could not say a word. The apprenticeship ceremony ended in an inconceivable ending. No one could understand what was going on, and they left with a belly full of confusion. In the extremely cold lands of the northern frontier, two figures were moving forward, one in front and one behind. The person in front was dressed in green robes. He was simple yet noble, and his black hair danced in the wind. He was extremely extraordinary. The person behind him was dressed like a steamed bun. Her delicate little face was red from the cold, and she looked extremely cute. "Senior, this place is so cold," said Wild. "Heh." Prince Yen chuckled and said, "Bear with it for a while. We'll be there soon." Not long after Wild had arrived, he had woken up on his own. Without a doubt, that kid wasn't dead. However, the four extremes were not small. Moreover, with Ning Chen's intelligence, he would definitely think of ways to hide himself well. It would not be easy to find him in a short period of time. He had heard of the origin of the realm of the four extremes. It was because this realm had four extreme lands. Since he had the opportunity to come here, he had to take some things with him. Ah man, this little girl had it tough. Wild obediently followed behind. Her big eyes and eyelashes were covered with ice crystals. She looked left and right. Although it was very cold, she was also very curious. Prince Yen smiled. As the little princess of a dynasty, this little girl's performance was enough to make him look at her in a new light. If Ning Chen had come in such a cold place when he was a fifth-stage Hotian, he would most likely have been so cold that he would be full of greetings. Not having suffered before did not mean that she could not suffer. Or perhaps, in this little girl's heart, the word suffering did not exist, and she would not think so much about it. The human heart was really the most beautiful thing in the world in little Wild's heart. The wind and snow came, and the two gradually disappeared in the vast expanse of white wind and snow. Two footprints, one deep and one shallow, were quickly covered by the snow. Xuanji Hall. 10 days had passed. Meng Xuanji and Ning Chen's relationship was still extremely bad. There was no room for conversation. There was no ceremony or tea between the two of them. There were so many people present that day, and everyone clearly saw what had happened. The reputation of forcefully taking in a disciple was really disgraceful. Nine Heavens Mountain could not afford to lose this face. Therefore, Ning Chen's identity was still that of an outer disciple. The power of the separation and reunion death seal was not too strong. Meng Xuanji only wanted to restrict Ning Chen's freedom and did not use all of her cultivation. Ning Chen also did not forcefully break through. He did not want to expose himself now. At least, before he found his way back, he did not want to attract any trouble. He even had a feeling that Meng Xuanji had seen through something. However, he definitely could not ask this question. The competition for inner disciples was getting closer and closer. Nine Heavens Mountain intended to let the new disciples see the strength of the sect. Therefore, the competition for inner disciples was very close to the competition for outer disciples. Yunshi San was still the most popular candidate for first place. Although there were many innate masters in this world, they were all people who stood at the top. Half-step innate masters were extremely powerful among the younger generation. Ning Chen became the most idle person on the mountain. He did not need to clean the sky ascension stairs, nor did he need to do his own tasks like the other disciples. Meng Xuanji only threw down a cultivation technique scroll and did not care about the rest. Ning Chen did not even touch this cultivation technique scroll. Every day, he silently cultivated the life scroll. In his spare time, he would cultivate the cultivation technique that Yunshi San taught him as a cover. Half a month later, the results of the competition for inner disciples were out. Yunshi San was indeed first place. However, the girl named Chang Jiangli unexpectedly obtained third place, shocking many people. The 5 immortal palaces of 9 Heavens Mountain each occupied a peak. Only the Supreme Mystery Temple was on the main peak. However, the other 4 palaces could only be reached by passing through the main peak. The disciples of the 5 immortal palaces would all cultivate on their own peak. They all entered the sect at the same time. It was inevitable that they would have thoughts of competing with each other. In the following 2 months, the little girl that Senior Flower had taken in actually broke through 3 levels consecutively and reached the 6th grade natal stage. This gave everyone a big shock. The Shilin King's son that Senior Sword had taken in was not to be outdone. He stepped into the 9th grade from the peak of the 8th grade. The little prince that Senior Apothecary had taken in was slightly less talented. However, he also broke through 1 level and entered the 7th grade. Only Ning Chen was still cultivating at a moderate pace. He stepped into the 1st grade from the ungraded natal stage, and then slowly moved forward. The cultivation of martial arts was easy at first but difficult at later stages. Moreover, it would only get harder and harder. Ning Chen's cultivation speed was really unflattering. Meng Xuanji did not care. She had no intention of giving him any pointers. Everything was up to him. Ning Chen was also not in a hurry. After cultivating the life scroll, he would cultivate the earth and heaven scrolls. Now that he was in the innate stage, he could already cultivate the moves within the scrolls. He could take it slow and could not be rushed. Meng Xuanji would use her spiritual awareness to check what Ning Chen was doing outside the Hall of 4 Stars every day. Rather than saying that she was paying attention, it was better to say that she was monitoring him. She was indeed suspicious of this young man. That was why she kept him by her side. In a place filled with black rocks, a strange palace stood tall. The surroundings were dark and gloomy, giving people an extremely heavy feeling. The Longevity Hall was one of the most terrifying places in the world. It had existed since ancient times. In the hall, a person was kneeling. It had been several months. Suddenly, a terrifying aura like a landslide appeared. The sky changed color and the space in the hall started to distort violently. The person kneeling in the hall prostrated himself even lower. His entire head was already on the ground. "Don't tell me that you didn't get it. Disaster King, please spare me." The person on the ground kept trembling as he begged for mercy. Trash. The void stirred and a figure in flowing light armor walked out. With a wave of his hand, the person in the hall was smashed into the ground. Blood flowed out, but the person on the ground did not dare to move at all. He allowed his blood to dye his body red. The Disaster King's eyes flickered coldly. Ascension Valley had been destroyed. Many years of preparation had gone to waste. He had to find a way to send someone over and find a third 3 disasters expert. Then, he would work together to break the boundary between the 2 stages. In 9 Clouds Mountain, there was a golden feather scorpion that could break through the boundary in an extremely short time. Together with the master of the 4 extremes, they should be able to send a 3 disasters innate stage expert over. 9 Clouds Mountain's dream sovereign was a big problem. He had repeatedly rejected his attempts to rope him in. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to take action personally. Other than the 4 extremes sacred grounds, 9 Clouds Mountain, Immortal Ascension Realm, Cherishing Flower Palace, and Longevity Hall did not have much difference in the number of innate stage experts. Before he was fully prepared, he could not act rashly and alert the enemy. It seemed that he had to find a way to lure Dream Sovereign out of 9 Clouds Mountain. Otherwise, it would be difficult for his trash subordinates to succeed. Thinking of this, the Disaster King looked down and said coldly, "Inform all the sects that the Realm Master has ordered that the sacred grounds will hold a longevity banquet in 3 months. He hopes that the sovereigns of all sects will be present." "Yes." The person prostrating on the ground hurriedly responded. He immediately got up and left. In the next moment, the Disaster King's figure faded. The strange Longevity Hall became cold and dark. There was no longer any sound. 3 days later, the Realm Master's order was sent to all the sections 9 Clouds Mountain, Immortal Ascension Realm, and Cherishing Flower Palace's headmaster frowned after seeing the invitation. The Realm Master had not appeared for 100 years. Why would he suddenly send such an order? Although they had doubts, they still had to be careful when dealing with the Sacred Grounds orders. 13. Send this invitation to the Xuanji Hall, said the 9 Clouds headmaster. Yun 13 obeyed, and quickly walked out of the Supreme Mystery Hall. He rushed towards the Xuanji Hall on another peak. On the Xuanji peak, Ning Chen looked at the figure in the distance and narrowed his eyes. Something had happened. He had been in the continent of the 9 Clouds for a long time. He knew that the Xuanji Hall had a special status in the continent of the 9 Clouds. As long as it was not an extremely important matter, no disciple would come. Yun 13 went up the mountain and looked at the figure in front of him. He said, "Ning Chen, where is Dream Sovereign?" "I don't know." Ning Chen shook his head. The Xuanji Hall was so big. How could he know where that woman was? "What's the matter?" At that moment, a ripple appeared in the air. Meng Xuanji appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 221. Yun Shisan handed over the invitation and said respectfully, reporting to Venerable Meng, "In 3 months, the Realm Master will hold a longevity banquet in the sacred ground. He has invited all the Venerables to attend. Master asked me to inform you." Meng Xuanji took the invitation and said calmly, "Got it? You can go back." "Yes." Yun Shisan bowed and turned to leave the mountain. Hearing the words Realm Master again, Ning Chen's heart sank. This was troublesome. Meng Xuanji looked at the person in front of her and said indifferently, "Do you think I should go or not?" Ning Chen raised his head and looked at Meng Xuanji. He said coldly, "Does Venerable Meng care about other people's opinions?" "I don't care, but I still want to know your answer," Meng Xuanji said. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. What exactly was this woman suspecting of him? There shouldn't be any flaws on his body. Now, he was not much different from an ordinary person. His first-grade Hotian cultivation was not much different from nothing. Why did he keep feeling that Meng Xuanji was on guard against him? He didn't believe that Meng Xuanji had seen through his identity. If that was the case, they wouldn't be standing here and talking to each other. Thinking of this, Ning Chen said calmly, "Whether you go or not, it's none of my business. It doesn't make any difference to me." Meng Xuanji stared at him for a long time. After 10 breaths, she turned and walked back to the Xuanji Hall. "From today onwards, you don't have to stay on the Xuanji Peak. As long as you don't leave for more than 10 hours, the separation and reunion death seal in your body won't act up. Ning Chen's eyes flashed. It seemed that he needed to understand more. He didn't know anything about the Four Extremes sacred ground. He didn't even know the name of the Realm Master. The Realm Master wouldn't hold a longevity banquet for no reason. Yun Shur-san had said that the Realm Master hadn't appeared in the world for nearly 100 years. Now that he suddenly made a move, there must be a reason. There had never been a good banquet. In his opinion, it was either a trap or a diversion. As for the purpose, he still couldn't judge. He needed more information. He needed to understand the situation of the Four Extremes sacred ground as soon as possible, especially the Four Extremes sacred ground and the sects that had received the invitation. There was a sutra depository on the mountain with all kinds of books and scrolls. Ning Chen borrowed Yun Shursan's token and stayed there for 6 hours every day. Because the token was borrowed, Ning Chen was unable to go up to the second and third floors. He could only flip through the books on the first floor. However, this was already enough. The records of each sect were not considered a secret. The things that were truly confidential would not be divulged by the sections. 9 Heavens Mountain, Immortal Ascension Realm, Cherishing Flower Palace, and Long Life Palace, these names appeared one after another in the ancient scroll. Every single one of them was a great sect that had existed for thousands of years, never declining since ancient times. After searching for many days, Ning Chen found countless pieces of information. Among them, there were records regarding the Disaster King. He was the master of the Longevity Palace, the second most powerful existence in the world, second only to the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms. He had been in control of the Longevity Hall for 300 years, and his strength was unfathomable. He had never exchanged more than 10 blows with anyone. 100 years ago, he stepped into the Three Disasters realm and rarely appeared in the world. Meng Xuanji's name could also be seen. She was an expert who had undergone the fourth tribulation of the Khanate tribulation 20 years ago. No one knew what her current cultivation level was. He checked day after day for more than half a month without stopping. Ning Chen did not find anything suspicious, but he continued to check patiently every day. Any useful information was found from a large pile of useless things. This was much better than the countless messy pieces of information he had to go through every day in the Jiming Marquis residence. After another 6 or 7 days, Ning Chen finally found something he wanted to see in an ancient scroll. This ancient scroll recorded information about the divine weapons of various sects and schools, especially the 9 Heavens Mountain, the Immortal Realm, the Cherishing Flower Palace, and the Hall of Eternal Life's 4 most precious treasures. Even their diagrams and functions were listed. The 9 Heavens Mountain's gilded feather saber was the sharpest weapon in the world. The Immortal Ascension Realm's Yin-Yang Jade could mobilize the spiritual qi of the world and push any formation to the limit. The Cherishing Flower Palace's Joyful Union Bell could control a person's mind. Even Khanate cultivators would find it difficult to resist. The Long Life Palace's Reincarnation Mirror would strip away the 3 souls and 7 spirits of those who were shown upon and absorb them. They would never be able to escape. When Ning Chen saw this information, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He came from the divine land of the eastern region. He knew very well that the masters of the Four Extremes wanted to invade the divine land. The biggest obstacle was the boundary between the 2 realms. However, according to his judgment these days, most of the sects in this realm should not know that the masters of the Four Extremes wanted to invade other realms. He had already destroyed Ascension Valley and lost contact with the Divine Land. It was undoubtedly more difficult for the masters of the Four Extremes to open the boundary between realms. He did not know what the masters of the Four Extremes would do, but to open a passage between the 2 realms, they had to re-establish contact with the Divine Land. In addition, a few days ago, an innate master broke into 9 Heavens Mountain alone. He had always felt that something was wrong. If there was a grudge between the 2 sects, It was not worth the risk to go up the mountain alone just to provoke the dignity of 9 heavens or to kill some 9 heavens disciples. Moreover, judging from the expressions of the venerable sword and the master of 9 heavens at that time, they were obviously very shocked. They did not expect that someone would come. Perhaps this person was here for something. The gilded feather saber. Ning Chen's gaze fixed on this name again. There was relatively little description of the gilded feather drake. It was only said that it was the sharpest weapon in the world and was indestructible. If this item was really sharp enough to break through the boundary between realms, all these things could be explained. Then, the longevity banquet set up by the masters of the 4 extremes was not a feast at Hongmen. It was a diversion. Ning Chen suppressed the shock in his heart and left the hidden scriptures pavilion directly. His judgment was still just a guess. However, he would rather believe that these hypotheses were true. There were many sects in the 4 extremes. They each had their own way of doing things. They were not monolithic. He could make good use of this to foil the masters of the 4 extremes. On Xuanji Peak, Meng Xuanji quietly looked at the white figure in the distance. She had set him free because she wanted to see what he would do at this time. She had to attend the longevity banquet of the Holy Land. Even if she did not fear the threat of the Holy Land, she still had to take 9 heavens into consideration. The Master of the Land and the King of Disasters seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. During the years when the Land Master was silent, the King of Disasters had been secretly threatening and roping in the Khanate experts of various sections. She was one of them. She had never let down her guard against the Palace of Eternal Life and the King of Disasters. This longevity banquet of the Holy Land was very likely another conspiracy led by the King of Disasters and the Land Master. On the peak and below the peak, Meng Xuanji and Ning Chen each had their own thoughts. Both of them knew some things, but they did not know everything. Just like how Ning Chen did not know that the gilded feather drake really had the ability to break through the boundary between realms, Meng Xuanji did not know that the Land Master and the King of Disasters' goal was to obtain the gilded feather drake and eventually achieve their ambition of invading the Divine Prefecture. Ning Chen was very clear that once the passage between the 2 realms was opened, the flames of war would rise everywhere. Not only for the Divine Prefecture, but also for the 4 extremes. If it really came to that, he would not be merciful. Even if he had to destroy the entire 4 extremes, he would not hesitate. Ning Chen walked towards the bamboo pavilion. On the way, he unexpectedly met someone. Chang Jiangli, the new direct disciple of the 9 Heavens sect master. He had heard of this woman before. She was a powerful innate expert, the only daughter of Changhen Heaven. Her talent was outstanding. At the age of 20, she had already stepped into the late stage of the 9th stage. However, this woman's murderous aura was very strong. Many disciples were intimidated by her. The 2 brushed past each other. Chang Jiangli suddenly stopped and turned her palm over. Ning Chen took a step back and avoided the palm. He frowned. "Miss Chang Jiangli, what do you mean by this?" Chang Jiangli's expression was cold. "I can feel that you are very dangerous." Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. This woman's intuition was really scary. Even Venerable Sword and the others could not see anything. This woman was actually so sure. Miss Chang Jiangli, people's intuition can often deceive them. Ning Chen did not stay for long. After he finished speaking, he continued walking towards the bamboo pavilion. Chang Jiangli's eyes flickered. After a moment, she also turned and left. In the bamboo pavilion, Ning Chen returned Yun Shursan's jade talisman and thanked him. Yun Shursan took the jade talisman and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Ning Chen, listen to me. Meng Zun looks cold and arrogant, but she is actually a reasonable person. As long as you are willing to lower your head, Meng Zun will definitely remove the separation and reunion death seal in your body." Ning Chen smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Now, it was not a matter of lowering his head to Meng Xianji. Although he did not know why Meng Xianji suspected him, She was definitely on guard against him. Yun-Shur-San sighed softly. She thought for a moment and handed the jade talisman over. She continued, "In a few days, I will go to the Holy Land with my teacher. We will need at least 10 days to come back. You can keep this jade talisman." Ning Chen did not take it. He said calmly, "No need. I also need time to practice the skills you gave me. I don't need this jade talisman for the time being." At this point, Ning Chen paused and asked, "By the way, did you find out who the person who broke into the main peak a few days ago was?" Yun-Shur-Sen shook her head and said, "No. The 9 heavens rarely incur enmity with others. That person intentionally concealed his aura that day. It was very difficult to find out his identity." Ning Chen's face revealed a trace of disappointment. He said regretfully, "What a pity. It seems that after you and the 5 venerables leave, the 9 heavens mountain will not be a safe place." After speaking, Ning Chen stood up and walked towards the door. When he was about to leave, he paused and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I'm not dissatisfied with the 9 heavens mountain. I'm just a little scared. However, a big shot like that would probably not find trouble with us ordinary disciples for no reason." Yun-Shur-San fell silent. After a long time, her heart suddenly shook as if she had realized something. Just as she was about to speak, she realized that Ning Chen had already walked far away. Chapter 222. Yun-Shur-San got up and went to the Supreme Mystery Hall. When he saw the 9 Heavens sect leader, he told him his worries. The 9 Heavens sect leader's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, "You're right. Although the 9 Heavens mountain has a formation protecting it, after we leave, the defense will be greatly weakened. If that person really has ulterior motives, he might not be able to avoid the banquet this time." Yun-Shur-San could not hide his worry. He said, "Master, we can't take this risk." The 9 Heavens sect leader got up and ordered, "Send someone to invite the 4 venerables. Tell them there's something important to discuss." On the Xianji Peak, Ning Chen watched as the disciples of the main peak came up and invited Meng Xuanji to the Supreme Mystery Hall. Before Meng Xuanji left, she glanced at Ning Chen on the peak. Without saying anything, she took a step forward and disappeared. In the Qi Luo Palace, the flower venerables were teaching her new disciple the listening flower technique. After hearing the sect leader's summons, she carefully gave Yin Shuangshuang a few words before getting up and leaving. In the other 2 peaks, the sword venerables and the medicine venerables also went to the main peak. They were puzzled. It was so late. Why was the sect leader looking for them? In the Supreme Mystery Hall, the 4 venerables all arrived. Yun-Shur-San stood respectfully at the side without saying a word. The 9 Heavens sect leader told them about the matter and asked for their opinions. The medicine venerables frowned and said, "No one would dare to refuse an invitation from the 4 venerables' holy lands. Even if he dares to refuse, wouldn't his identity be exposed if he does anything during the banquet?" "Not necessarily." The sword venerable shook his head and said, "That day that person hid his aura and came. We thought that he didn't want to expose his identity. But what if he doesn't care if his identity is exposed after he gets what he wants?" "You're saying that he's from the other 3 sects?" asked the medicine venerables. In this world, besides the Holy Lands, only the Immortal Ascension Realm, the Cherishing Flower Palace, and the Longevity Hall had the confidence to fight against the 9 Heavens. "It's possible," answered the sword venerables. "Qi Luo, what do you think?" asked the 9 Heavens sect leader. "It's not important who he is. What we need to consider most now is his goal," said the venerables. "The forbidden tome of the 9 Heavens, the separation and reunion pill, or the golden feather centipede. Other than that, there's nothing else," Meng Xuanji said calmly. The patriarch of the continent of the 9 clouds thought for a moment and said, "The separation and reunion pills are kept by the master apothecaries, and the forbidden books of the continent of the 9 clouds are with me. You can take them with you, but the golden feather lance controls the qi of the continent of the 9 clouds." You can't take it out easily. It is indeed troublesome. The sword venerable nodded. At the same time, on the Xuanji Peak, Ning Chen, who had been quietly cultivating, had finally taken another step forward. He had successfully entered the second grade of the natal stage. As the spiritual energy entered his body, the three cyclones of heaven, earth, and life in his Dantian's sea of qi expanded several times and spun rapidly. In the Supreme Mystery Hall, Meng Xuanji sensed something at the same time. She looked at the Xuanji Peak and narrowed her beautiful eyes. "What's wrong?" Venerable Flower asked softly. "I'm fine." Meng Xuanji regained her senses and replied. After another breakthrough, Ning Chen could feel the separation and reunion death seal in his body even more clearly. The shackles that Meng Xuanji had placed on him seemed to grow stronger with his cultivation. In the Supreme Mystery Hall, the five venerables had been discussing for a long time. Meng Xuanji returned after midnight and looked at Ning Chen, who was still cultivating on the peak. She stared at him seriously for a long time. She would not mistake this aura. However, she felt that something was wrong. This person did not seem to have any ulterior motives. The longevity banquet was just around the corner. Whether this person had a problem or not would be revealed very soon. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The five venerables moved and left one after another. The Xuanji Peak became empty. After Meng Xuanji left, no one else came up. Only Ning Chen was left on the huge Xuanji Peak. On the peak, Ning Chen continued to cultivate day after day. He did not care about anything else. He had already warned the 9 heavens that it would be too disappointing if someone took advantage of this opportunity to attack again. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The 9 heavens mountain was as peaceful as usual. Nothing unexpected happened. The sword venerables and the flower venerables, who were standing quietly outside the 9 heavens, did not see the person they wanted to see. They could only leave. The longevity banquet was about to begin. They could not delay it any longer. On the 4th day, everything was calm and tranquil. On the 5th day, the sun rose as usual. The disciples of the continent of the 9 heavens did the same as usual. They swept the ground, practiced sword techniques, practiced cultivation techniques, and did their own things in an orderly manner. However, at that moment, outside of the 9 heavens mountain, a rumbling sound spread in the air. The great deployment spell of the 9 heavens mountain started shaking violently. Everybody's expression changed drastically. Ning Chen was standing at the top of the mountain, looking at a person in black clothes in the distance. He narrowed his eyes. What was going to happen had finally happened. In front of the great deployment spell, a person in black clothes was standing there calmly. His right hand was on the great deployment spell of the 9 heavens mountain. A powerful qi kept shaking the deployment spell, destroying it. The person in black clothes had obviously come prepared. His blue lights were dazzling. The great deployment spell of the 9 heavens mountain was about to collapse. Boom! After a few breaths, the great deployment spell of the 9 heavens mountain collapsed and disappeared. The black silhouette quickly crossed the stairway of ascension and moved towards the main peak. The disciples of the continent of the 9 heavens mountain immediately formed a deployment spell. Sword lights dashed to the skies to block the intruder. The sword spell of the 9 heavens layer cultivators couldn't resist it. Everything was in vain. The person in black clothes waved his hand and blue lights spread in all directions. The disciples of the continent of the 9 heavens were blown away and crashed onto the ground like broken kites. Chang Jiangli appeared, a black and red sword in his hand. He turned into a beam of light and pierced towards the cultivator in front of him. "You want to die?" The dark figure snorted coldly, recognizing the sword that was rushing over. He flipped his palm and rolled up the qi of heaven and earth. The silent soul sword instantly stopped, unable to move forward. "I'll spare your life for your father's sake. Move back." Li Huarong punched Chang Jiangli and pushed him back. Then, he walked towards the Supreme Mystery Temple step by step. In the distance, Ning Chen was watching the battle. He was waiting for the Zun cultivators of the continent of the Nine Heavens mountain. Li Huarong entered the Supreme Mystery Temple and glanced around with his spiritual awareness. As he was about to go forwards, his expression suddenly changed. At that moment, the Supreme Mystery Peak vibrated and a powerful qi was awakened. 4 beams of golden light shot towards the intruders. Li Huarong quickly retreated, but it was too late. The 4 beams of golden light were already there. There was a loud bang and the black silhouette was blown away. Blood stained the ground. In the next moment, 4 golden silhouettes appeared and stood in the sky. They were shining like gods. Oh! On the peak, Ning Chen was surprised. His eyes flashed with admiration. If he guessed correctly, the 4 Zun cultivators had used the fortune of the continent of the Nine Heavens mountain to create clones. In front of the Supreme Mystery Temple, Li Huarong steadied himself and looked at the 4 golden silhouettes in the sky. He was shocked. The 4 clones moved their feet and pressed forward. Their majestic aura surged, and even the sky and earth changed color. The golden light covered the sky. Although they were just clones, they were still very powerful. Li Huarong fought against the 4 of them alone. 3 of them attacked and 7 of them defended. He wanted to delay as much as possible. However, the 4's attacks were fierce and difficult to resist. His black clothes were soon covered in blood. Luan Fengchen, what are you waiting for? Li Huarong roared with a mournful expression. Ha! There was a calm and indifferent laugh. Between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds rolled. A bright red silhouette walked out. His face was handsome, and his blood-red hair danced in the air. As soon as he appeared, the space distorted violently. The folding fan scattered and turned into a long and thin saber light. It was as red as blood and extremely beautiful. On the peak, Ning Chen's expression changed. What a powerful young man! Today, I return the favor of the Temple Master. As soon as he finished speaking, the rainbow saber flashed in front of everyone's eyes like lightning. The bright red silhouette stopped and the 4 golden clones quickly dispersed. Before the disciples on the peak could react, the blood-red saber in Luan Fengchen's hand had disappeared and turned back into a red folding fan. Li Huarong was very upset. If the Temple Master had not expected this and left a backup plan, he might have died here today. However, in the end, the golden feather centipede still belonged to the Immortal Hall. Li Huarong walked towards the Supreme Mystery Hall again. However, at this moment, he felt a chill on his back and immediately jumped forward subconsciously. An invisible sword intent swept past silently. The white stone floor was as fragile as tofu at this moment. In the blink of an eye, a deep and bottomless gully was created. Luan Fengchen was slightly surprised. He looked at the peak in the distance and a strange look flashed in his eyes. 9 Cloud Mountain actually hid such a strong person. On the Xuanji Peak, Ning Chen waved his hand and sword qi gathered in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the sword qi swept out and once again swept towards the main peak. Li Huarong could not hide the anger on his face. He forcefully raised his body and blue light surged like waves, turning into an airtight wall of qi that blocked in front of him. Thousands of sword qi were blocked and could not move forward. It was a stalemate. A cold smile appeared on Ning Chen's face. With a point of his sword finger, an ordinary sword intent swept out. In the next moment the sky changed color. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying sword intent appeared out of nowhere. As it moved forward, its power became more and more terrifying. In the end, it turned into a sword that could split the sky and slash down. The blue wall of qi shattered. Li Huarong's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The sword pierced through his body. His body, which had been heavily injured for a long time, could no longer withstand the sword. With a bang, he flew backwards, blood spurting out, spraying dozens of feet away. On the main peak, the disciples of the 9 Cloud Mountain, who were lying on the ground, looked at each other. The confusion in their eyes was even more intense. What had happened? Ning Chen withdrew his hand and looked at the red figure in the distance, quietly waiting for his decision. Luan Fengchen also looked in the direction of the Xuanji Peak. After a moment, the red figure dispersed and disappeared. On the Xuanji Peak, the red light flashed and Luan Fengchen walked out. Looking at the person in front of him, his eyes flashed with surprise. Second grade acquired stage, what a strange young man. I am Luan Fengchen. Ning Chen. Luan Fengchen thought for a moment and confirmed that he had never heard this name before. I'll remember it. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. Luan Fengchen nodded. In the next moment, the red figure dissipated and turned into a beam of light that flew away. Luan Fengchen. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He also remembered this name. He was very sure that they would meet again in the future. He just did not know if the next time they met would be enemies or friends. Chapter 223. In the polar region of the western border, the wind was fierce. The visible storm swept up the sand and destroyed everything. Prince Yen walked in with Aman. The green and red swords flew out from the sword rack and circled around Aman. The sword intent turned into circles of ripples and swept away all the sand. In the wind, the black sandstorm blocked most of the view. It was hard to see what was in front of them. Prince Yen walked forward step by step, not affected by the sandstorm at all. Aman's pretty little face didn't show any signs of fear. She looked left and right before obediently following behind. The storm was blocked by the sword intent and couldn't enter. The small circle became the safest place in the polar region of the western border. After looking for a long time, Aman curiously reached out, wanting to touch the sand outside. Don't be naughty, Prince Yen said softly. Aman immediately retracted her hand. She put her hands behind her back in embarrassment and continued to walk forward obediently. The two kept walking forward. After walking for a long time, the storm grew bigger and bigger. The black sand swirled in the wind, forming huge whirlpools. Clanging sounds came from the green and red swords. It was the sound caused by the sand breaking through the sword intent and hitting the swords. In the deepest part of the polar region of the western border, the storm had reached a terrifying level. Even the green and red swords were starting to struggle. In front, Prince Yen waved his hand and the Zhiga sword flew out. The three swords covered the sky and protected Aman. In that moment of distraction, a piece of sand brushed past Prince Yan's face. Immediately, blood dripped down and dripped onto his green robe. The horror of the sandstorm was on full display at this moment. The four polar regions of the four extremes were full of danger. Even strong cultivators of the three disasters didn't dare to enter, not to mention Aman, who was a burden. Prince Yen was half a step away from the three disasters. However, realms weren't absolute sometimes. Just like the sword in Barren City. Even if he hadn't reached the Khanate realm yet, every strong cultivator of the three disasters still feared him. Of course, there were very few people like him in the world. If they existed, they would be legend. On the Xuanji Peak, Ning Chen didn't know that Prince Yen had brought Aman to this strange realm. He continued to cultivate quietly every day. The news that the main peak had been attacked was sent to the Nine Cloud Sect's patriarch by a secret technique. The five venerables quickly came back from the Holy Land. When they saw the main peak that was full of holes, they didn't look good. The two disciples explained everything in detail, including Luan Fengchen's appearance and the mysterious expert's help. In front of the Supreme Mystery Hall, Changjiang Li's gaze was fixed in the direction of the Four Stars Peak. Her intuition told her that the person who had acted that day was Ning Chen of the Four Stars Peak. Li Huarong was brought out. His face was ghastly pale, and his aura was extremely weak. There was a terrifying sword wound on his left chest that pierced through his heart meridian, and half of his heart had been destroyed. If it wasn't for the strong vitality of the congenital realm, he would have died long ago. However, everyone knew that he was already crippled. The remaining sword insight on the sword mark had already destroyed Li Huarong's vitality, and it was impossible to save him. The sword venerable stepped forward and touched the sword mark on the wound. In an instant, a small wound appeared on the tip of his finger. He had been injured by the residual sword intent. What a sharp sword! The apothecary and venerable flower narrowed their eyes. Apart from the few people at the longevity banquet, they couldn't think of anyone else in the world who had such a strong sword cultivation. He's already injured to this extent. The longevity hall definitely won't let this matter rest. We have to be careful in the next few days, said the Nine Clouds Sect's headmaster gravely. What exactly does the longevity hall want? Asked the apothecary, frowning. That's not important. Just be careful, said Meng Xuanji calmly. I'm going back first. With that, Meng Xuanji walked away gracefully, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Let's go as well. The venerable flower and apothecary sighed softly and also turned to leave. Perhaps this would be their last peaceful days. Facing that disaster king, the Nine Clouds Sect wasn't confident that they could stop him. Meng Xuanji appeared on the 4 Stars Peak. Seeing Ning Chen still cultivating on the peak, her eyes flickered. A second-grade congenital realm cultivator without any concealment. Just what was going on? And that strange aura. Just what was his relationship with the longevity hall? Meng Xuanji thought about it for a long time, but she still couldn't figure out the reason. No matter how she thought about it, it didn't make sense. Could it really just be a coincidence? But no matter how coincidental it was, the aura of phoenix blood shouldn't appear on an ordinary person. Meng Xuanji returned to the 4 Stars Hall and stopped thinking about it. In the next few days, the Disaster King might come to the Nine Clouds Sect. She had to recover her cultivation to its peak as soon as possible. Days passed. The Nine Clouds Sect remained silent. They didn't mention anything about what had happened a few days ago, as if nothing had happened. Li Huarong was locked in a stone room, using pills to hang on to his last breath. He couldn't wake up, but he couldn't die. Unexpectedly, the longevity hall also acted as if nothing had happened. They didn't care about Li Huarong's life or death. No one thought that the longevity hall was silent because of a guilty conscience. With that disaster king overseeing it, that was the biggest reason. The more the longevity hall remained silent, the more the Nine Clouds Sect master and Meng Xuanji felt that something was wrong. At that moment, a bolt from the blue came. The immortal ascension realm was destroyed overnight. From the sect master to the ordinary disciples, no one survived. The yin-yang jade was stolen. The entire immortal mountain became a land of death. When the news reached the Nine Clouds, Yin Shuang fainted on the spot. Everyone thought of the same person at the same time. The Disaster King. In the world, other than the leaders of the sacred grounds, only the Disaster King and the Longevity Hall had the power to destroy the entire Immortal Ascension realm overnight. However, 4 Immortal Ascension realm Xiantian experts, plus the Yin-Yang Jade as the core of the 4 symbols demon sealing formation, should be able to fight even against the 3 disasters. How could they be defeated so miserably? In the Tingzhu Pavilion, Ning Chen heard the news. After thinking for a moment, he said calmly, "There's a traitor." Yun Shursan's body shook. He was immediately awakened. This was the only explanation. Yun Shursan looked at the former with a trace of doubt in his heart. Last time, it was Ning Chen's careless words that made him think of many things. This time, it was Ning Chen who reminded him again. The first time might be a coincidence, but the second time, it couldn't be a coincidence. A strange look flashed in Yun Shursan's eyes. For the first time, he had doubts about Ning Chen's identity. "It's getting late. I'll go back first." Ning Chen saw the suspicion and didn't explain anything. He got up and left. He wasn't worried that Yun Shursan would think too much. Yun Shursan wasn't the only one who had doubts about him. Meng Xuanji and the woman called Chang Jiang Li were also suspicious of his identity. However, suspicions were just suspicions. As long as he didn't reveal his identity, the three of them could only guess. Right now, he was more concerned about the leaders of the four extreme realms and the Disaster King. These three disasters were the source of all his worries. He had to be careful. The Disaster King of the Longevity Hall had already started to move. This wasn't good news for him. The Immortal Ascension Realm, 9 Cloud Mountain, and Cherishing Flower Palace were the greatest powers to keep the Longevity Hall in check. Now that the Immortal Ascension Realm had been destroyed, it would probably be 9 Cloud Mountain or Cherishing Flower Palace's turn next. The Disaster King clearly wanted to unify the four extreme realms and suppress all the disharmonious forces before spreading the flames of war to the Divine Continent. A war between the two realms would cause endless disasters. It was impossible for everyone to agree. The ones most likely to oppose were the Immortal Ascension Realm, 9 Cloud Mountain, and Cherishing Flower Palace. The Disaster King's actions were to prevent future troubles. If the three sects were destroyed, no other sect in the four extreme realms would dare to oppose this war between the two realms. The second day after the Immortal Ascension Realm had been destroyed, the Sacred Land sent an emissary to investigate. Everyone knew who had done it. However, without evidence, no one dared to provoke the Longevity Hall. 5 days later, the Palace Master of the Cherishing Flower Palace sent a disciple to invite Meng Xuanji over to discuss important matters. Before Meng Xuanji left, she glanced at the young figure on the mountain peak and said, "Come with me." With that, Meng Xuanji didn't give Ningchen any chance to speak. With a wave of her hand, she turned into a streak of light and left with him. The Cherishing Flower Palace was more than 3,000 kilometers away from 9 Cloud Mountain. There were countless famous mountains and great rivers in between. The Palace Master of the Cherishing Flower Palace had clearly invited them to discuss the Longevity Hall. The massacre of the Immortal Ascension Realm in a single night had greatly shocked the two sections. No one wanted to become the next target. Forming an alliance was their only choice. Neither sect had any strong cultivators who could fight against the Disaster King. However, with the help of the Joyous Union Bell and the Gilded Feather Centipede, they still had a chance of victory. However, they had to be wary of a tragedy like the one in the Immortal Ascension Realm. After many days of consideration, they had also guessed that a traitor might have appeared in the Immortal Ascension Realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been wiped out in a single night. The Cherishing Flower Palace was an all-female sect. Like the 9 Cloud Mountain, they had 5 Xiantian cultivators. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation was the current Palace Master of the Cherishing Flower Palace. As soon as the two of them entered the Cherishing Flower Palace, they were respectfully received by the disciples of the Cherishing Flower Palace. The Palace Master of the Cherishing Flower Palace quickly appeared. She was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. She still retained the grace of her youth. When the Palace Master of the Cherishing Flower Palace saw Ningchen beside Meng Xuanji, she was slightly stunned. She hadn't thought that Meng Xuanji would bring someone else here. Ningchen sat quietly to the side, drinking tea. He didn't say anything. A disciple softly whispered a few words into the Palace Master of the Cherishing Flower Palace's ear. Only then did the latter react and realize the identity of the young man in front of her. After the apprenticeship ceremony at 9 Cloud Mountain, news of this person had spread like wildfire. She had also heard of him. She had never understood why Meng Xuanji would forcefully accept an ordinary person with ordinary talent as a disciple. The Palace Master of the Cherishing Flower Palace unconsciously glanced at Ningchen a few more times. She wanted to see what was so special about this person. Ningchen didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He sat there quietly and drank his tea. He didn't say anything. He could look at her however he wanted. Chapter 224. Palace Mistress Xihua looked at him for a long time, but she couldn't find anything special about the young man. His talent was average, and his cultivation wasn't even worth mentioning. The only thing that was worth praising was his determination. However, in this world where strength was respected, without strength, everything was meaningless. Just like the massacre in the immortal Ascension realm. Everyone guessed that it was the Palace of Immortality's doing, but without evidence, no one dared to say it out loud. The sacred lands were envoys, and they wouldn't listen to their side of the story. Only with enough evidence could the sacred lands intervene and punish the Palace of Immortality. The disciples of the Cherishing Flower Palace were brewing tea at the side. Their young and beautiful faces were filled with curiosity. They looked at the legendary Dream Lord of the Nine Heavens, then looked at the young man who was quietly drinking tea. Ning Chen drank cup after cup of tea. He wasn't very interested in the conversation between Palace Mistress Shi Hua and Meng Xuanji. The only choice between the two sects was to form an alliance. Everything else was just pleasantries. The young girl who was pouring tea at the side was extremely busy. She was only 16 or 17 years old, so she didn't think too much. She only listened to her master's orders and served the guests of the Cherishing Flower Palace. The art of tea was an art that was easy to learn but not easy to master. Although the disciples of the Cherishing Flower Palace were still young, their level was already not low. The tea entered his mouth. It was sweet and refreshing, and had a lingering aftertaste. It was intoxicating. Ning Chen couldn't help but think of the tea that Fan Lingyue had brewed in the pavilion where the armies of Great Xia and Northern Meng had faced each other. As he thought about it, he drank cup after cup of tea. Perhaps he would never be able to find that taste again in this life. In the instant that Ning Chen was absent-minded, his aura unconsciously changed. Meng Xuanji and Palace Mistress Shi Hua looked over at the same time. There was a flash of light in their eyes. Something was wrong. Sensing their gazes, Ning Chen immediately restrained his thoughts. He regained his rationality and calmness, suppressing all his emotions at the bottom of his heart. Seeing that his aura had returned to normal, the suspicion in Meng Xuanji's eyes didn't decrease in the slightest. The feeling just now couldn't be wrong. This was definitely not the pressure that a second-grade Hotian cultivator should have. A strange look also flashed through Palace Mistress Shi Hua's eyes. She had misjudged him. This young man wasn't simple. Palace Mistress Shi Hua temporarily suppressed the idea of forming an alliance. The lesson of the immortal Ascension realm was still fresh in her mind. She didn't want to repeat it. She trusted Meng Xuanji, but she didn't trust this young man in front of her. Venerated Dream, all of you must be tired after traveling for such a long time. Why don't you rest for the night and discuss the other matters tomorrow? Palace Master Shi Hua spoke with a gentle smile. Meng Xuanji could more or less guess what Palace Mistress Shi Hua was thinking. She stood up and said, "Thank you. Wang Yu, the two of you are responsible for properly entertaining these two honored guests. Do not neglect them." Palace Master Shi Hua looked to the two disciples by her side and instructed them. Yes. Two women with similar appearances walked out. Soon after, they walked in front of the two and softly said, "Please." Ning Chen put down his teacup reluctantly and followed the two disciples of the Cherishing Flower Palace out of the hall. In the west wing of the Cherishing Flower Palace, because Ning Chen was a man, he was arranged to stay in a small courtyard by himself. It was quite a distance away from Meng Xuanji's residence. As night fell, Daylily brought over the flower dew that was unique to the Palace of Cherishing Flower. When she saw Ning Chen standing in front of the house in a daze, she placed the flower dew on the stone table in the courtyard. "Young Master Ning, please," Daylily said softly. "Thank you." Ning Chen came back to his senses and smiled courteously. Daylily quietly stood to the side, not saying anything as she waited for orders. Ning Chen picked up the flower dew and took a small sip before putting it down. He glanced at the quiet woman beside him and asked, "You're called Daylily?" "Yes." Daylily gently nodded in response. "It's a very good name," Ning Chen said. "In my hometown, there is a type of daylily that often blooms in the mountains. Its flowers are light yellow. Every time my son travels, My mother will pick a stalk of daylily and plant it in the courtyard. She prays that my son will be safe and worry-free. Now all that was left was regret. Ning Chen looked at the distant horizon, and a light flashed through his eyes. Was his mother in his hometown still in the courtyard, waiting for her son's return every day? Daylily quietly listened. After a long time, she softly said, "Daylily will remember what young master has said." Ning Chen came back to his senses and softly laughed. "I'm just speaking nonsense. Don't take it seriously." After saying this, Ning Chen finished the flower dew on the table and handed the cup and tray over. He said, "Thank you for your hospitality. It's already very late. You should go back and rest." Daylily took it and bowed. She didn't say anything and quietly left. The bright moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling down a cold waterfall. The figure in the courtyard quietly stood there, not moving at all. From afar it was so abrupt. Even though it was standing in this world, it still seemed out of place. Inside Meng Xuanji's room, Palace Mistress Xihua had been sitting there for a long time. No one knew what they were talking about. However, before leaving, Palace Mistress Xihua reminded her, "That young man called Ning Chen is not simple. You have to be careful." "I know." Meng Xuanji nodded. After Palace Mistress Xihua left, Meng Xuanji walked out of her room and looked at Ning Chen's small courtyard. When she swept her spiritual sense over it, she was suddenly stunned. The courtyard in the west wing was empty. There was not a single person in it. Meng Xuanji's figure flashed and she arrived in Ning Chen's courtyard. She looked around and narrowed her eyes. In the night, a white figure streaked across the night sky, heading north. This was the first time Ning Chen had used his full strength after entering the Xiantian realm. Everything in the world disappeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Northern region, immortal ascension realm. The entire mountain peak was filled with scars from a great battle. Blood dyed the mountain peak red. Even from far away, one could smell the pungent smell of blood. Ning Chen appeared at the foot of the mountain. He didn't stop. With a step, he disappeared. At the top of the mountain peak, a red figure stood there quietly. He looked around at the miserable state of the surroundings. After a long time, he sighed. As the white light flashed, Ning Chen stopped and frowned slightly. It was him? He hadn't expected them to meet so quickly. Luan Fengchen turned around. When he saw the young man in front of him, surprise flashed through his eyes. "It's you. This world is really too small." Ning Chen sighed. "Do you want to fight?" Luan Fengchen asked softly. The red folding fan in his hand turned into a thin, blood-red blade. "I'm not in the mood to fight." Ning Chen shook his head. Luan Fengchen chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the blade turned back into a red folding fan. "I've heard rumors about you. But with your strength, Dream Sovereign's incomplete separation death seal shouldn't be able to control you. Why are you still on the Jade Pearl Peak?" asked Luan Fengchen curiously. "I don't have anywhere to go." "It doesn't matter where I go," said Ning Chen indifferently. Ning Chen looked at the red-robed young man and asked, "I've also heard rumors about you. I heard you once challenged the palace master of the Longevity Hall. What happened?" "I lost. I lost very miserably. I almost died in the Longevity Hall." Luan Fengchen didn't try to hide anything, and he lightly smiled. "However, the Disaster King stopped after the last attack, so I owed him a favor. It wasn't until a few days ago that I repaid that favor on the Taishan Peak." "Right, why did you come here? Do you know anyone here?" asked Luan Fengchen. Ning Chen shook his head. "No, I just came to take a look." "Did you see anything?" asked Luan Fengchen. "The Longevity Hall is stronger than I thought," sighed Ning Chen. "There were at least 10 different Xiantian realm auras here, and there were only 4 Xiantian realm cultivators. In other words, the Longevity Hall had sent out at least 6 Xiantian realm cultivators." Luan Fengchen looked at the miserable situation below the peak. After a moment of silence he said, "The sacred land will deal with this." Ning Chen laughed mockingly. This isn't the first time I've heard this. You all seem to believe in the sacred land. Yunshu San and Little Stone had both said the same thing. If he didn't know that the master of the four extreme realms and the Disaster King had already secretly colluded to conquer the divine continent, he might have believed them too. Luan Fengchen turned his head and looked at the person beside him. He couldn't help but frown. Why do you have such a strong opinion of the sacred land? Nothing. It's getting late. I'm going back. See you later. With that, Ning Chen took a step forward and turned into a streak of white light. Luan Fengchen looked at the departing figure. His eyes flashed. He hadn't seen wrong. This person didn't have a good impression of the sacred land. Cold wind blew past. On the peak of the mountain, the red clothes scattered and disappeared. He hadn't returned for many years. This time, the sacred land's emissary had come. He needed to meet him and ask him how the sacred land was going to deal with the immortal Ascension realm. Ning Chen returned to the west wing of the Cherishing Flower Palace. As soon as he walked into the courtyard, he saw Meng Xuanji quietly waiting there. Her beautiful face was cold. "May I ask where you went last night?" Meng Xuanji asked coldly. "I couldn't sleep, so I took a walk," Ning Chen replied calmly. Meng Xuanji's eyes grew colder. Just as she was about to speak, she heard soft footsteps outside the courtyard. "Lord Meng, Lord Ning, the palace master invites you." Wang Yu walked over and bowed respectfully to Meng Xuanji. Meng Xuanji could only take back her words and walk out of the courtyard. Ning Chen followed. When he passed by Wang Yu, he said softly, "Thank you." Wang Yu smiled gently. Her smile was very faint. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. Palace Master Xihua was already waiting in the Azure Flower Palace. When she saw the three of them arrive, she frowned. "Wang Yu, I only asked you to pass on a message. Why did you take so long?" "Please forgive me, Palace Master. It's my fault." Wang Yu stepped forward and softly apologized. "Don't do it again. You can leave." Palace Master Xihua clearly didn't want to blame Wang Yu too much. Wang Yu bowed, then turned around and smiled at Ning Chen. She then left the palace. "Meng Xuanji, let's talk about the alliance between the Cherishing Flower Palace and Nine Firmament Mountain," said Palace Master Xihua. "I'm all ears," said Meng Xuanji calmly. To the side, Ning Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. It seemed that he had been treated as a fool. Even the act was in front of him. Chapter 225. Inside the Azure Flower Palace, Meng Xuanji and Palace Mistress Xihua were discussing the matter of forming an alliance, as well as how they would deal with the Palace of Longevity in the future. When Ning Chen heard these words from the side, he didn't believe a single word. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A golden streak of light tore through the sky and arrived at the Azure Flower Palace. "Revered dream, return quickly." Meng Xuanji and Palace Mistress Xihua's expressions changed. Even Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. Something had happened. Due to the urgency of the matter, Meng Xuanji didn't have time to say anything. She took a step forward and disappeared. "Wang Yu, bring our honored guest to rest." Palace Mistress Xihua stood up and ordered. "Yes." Forgotten Sorrow walked over and respectfully said, "Young master, please." Ning Chen didn't say anything. He turned around and walked out of the hall. In the west wing, after Worryless brought Ning Chen in, she stood quietly at the side, waiting for orders. Ning Chen looked in the direction of Nine Cloud Mountain. His eyes flickered. If he guessed correctly, the Longevity Hall had made a move against Nine Cloud Mountain. There were 4 Xiantian cultivators in the Nine Cloud. Unless it was the Longevity Hall, they wouldn't be in such a hurry to summon Meng Xuanji back. He hadn't expected the Longevity Hall to strike again so soon. After the Immortal Ascension Stage incident, all the sects were on guard against the Longevity Hall. Moreover, the 4 extreme Holy Lands had already sent out an envoy to investigate this matter. Regardless of what agreement the Masters of the 4 Extremities and the Master of the Longevity Hall had secretly reached, The Four Extremities sacred grounds had always maintained a holy and just position in the Four Extremities sacred grounds. On the surface, the Longevity Hall's actions were undoubtedly a challenge to the dignity of the sacred grounds. Worry flashed across Ning Chen's eyes. Now, the Holy Land and the Longevity Hall were one in the light and one in the dark. Be it in terms of reputation or absolute strength, they were not something that the other major sects could contend against. It was not impossible for the four extremes to unite. The most troublesome thing was that the sects of the Four Extremities did not know about the ambitions of the Hallowed Grounds and the Longevity Hall. At the side, Daylily handed him a cup of tea and said softly, "If young master is worried, you can go back and take a look." Ning Chen took the teacup and his body trembled. He looked at the former in disbelief. How could this be? After a short period of shock, Ning Chen truly looked at Daylily for the first time. All this time, he had not paid much attention to this gentle and quiet woman beside him. Now, it seemed that he had misjudged her. "Miss Worryless, please keep this a secret." Ning Chen's expression was solemn as he pleaded. "Young master, please come back quickly." Daylily smiled gently and said softly. Ning Chen nodded. Then, his feet moved, and he quickly disappeared into the distance. Daylily turned around and tidied up the teacups and empty plates on the stone table. Then, she quietly left the courtyard. At the Nine Clouds Mountain, one person appeared and 3 inborn experts appeared. The entire Nine Clouds Mountain was on high alert. Inside the flowing light armor, a pair of emotionless eyes stared at the 4 inborn experts in front of him without any emotion. In the depths of the Nine Heavens Mountain, the gilded feather centipede shone brightly, ready to fly out at any moment. The 4 Zune masters of the continent of the Nine Clouds looked more serious than ever. If they couldn't stop him, it would be a real disaster. I'll say it again. Hand over the golden feathertail, and I'll spare you this time, the Disaster King said indifferently. Impossible, said the Nine Firmaments sect leader. Impossibly stupid. The Disaster King coldly snorted and raised his right palm. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds covered the sky. It was an extremely frightening sight. Swish! In the depths of Nine Clouds Mountain, a golden beam of light slashed down. It pierced through space and arrived in front of the Disaster King. An enormous rumbling sound rang out. The world's sharpest weapon faced off against an expert who transcended the 5 tribulations, a heaven-shocking strike that completely shattered space. The Disaster King waved his hand, scattering the shockwaves. The flowing light armor shone brightly. It wasn't damaged at all. The 4 inborn experts' expressions were extremely ugly. Could it be that the Nine Clouds Mountain really was doomed this time? The Disaster King walked forward step by step. His divine might was unrivaled. At this moment, multicolored light condensed in the sky. A peerless figure walked out. Her slender hand slapped out. The Disaster King also flipped his palm. With a bang, the ground beneath them cracked. Meng Xuanji, as expected, you've already passed the 5th tribulation, said the Disaster King. Are you very surprised? Asked Meng Xuanji coldly. I'm a bit surprised, but that's all, said the Disaster King indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the Disaster King waved his right hand. Thunder rumbled in the sky as an ancient mirror carved with complex runes slowly appeared. Green light lingered around it and sprinkled down, shocking the minds of everyone present. Reincarnation Mirror. The Nine Clouds sect's leader, Sword Zune, and the others' hearts sank. They hadn't thought the Disaster King would even bring out the Reincarnation Mirror. It seemed he was determined to destroy the Nine Clouds Mountain. Stop! The space between them stirred as a purple-robed middle-aged man appeared. He held a 4-colored token in his hand as he stood in front of them. Everyone present was a true leader of a sect. They naturally recognized the talisman in the purple-robed middle-aged man's hand. The Holy Land's emissary had finally arrived. "Disaster King, you're overstepping your boundaries," shouted the purple-robed middle-aged man. The Disaster King remained unmoved. Today, even if the Holy Land intervenes, it won't change the fate of the Nine Clouds Mountain. Is that so? What if you add me in? A red light flashed, and a red-robed figure appeared. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. A bright red saber light appeared. It was so dazzling that people didn't dare look directly at it. The Disaster King narrowed his eyes. Luan Fengchen, don't think that just because you survived once, you can survive a second time. I can try, replied Luan Fengchen seriously. Palace Master, there's a change in the longevity pool. At that moment a silhouette appeared. The Disaster King's expression changed slightly. Retreat. The 3 Xiantian cultivators who hadn't come out the entire time quickly retreated. Meng Xuanji's eyes flashed coldly. The Long Life Temple had already shed all pretense of cordiality. If nothing unexpected happened, they would come back very quickly. Many thanks, Holy Emissary, said the Continent of the Nine Clouds headmaster politely. The 4 Extreme Holy Emissary shook his head. It's my duty. I wouldn't have thought that the Disaster King would be so arrogant. He even dares ignore the Holy Land's orders. Luan Fengchen didn't wait for the Sword Saint and the others to thank him before disappearing. Outside of the Continent of the Nine Clouds, Ning Chen was calmly standing on a cliff. He looked at the 4 Extreme Holy Emissary in front of the Supreme Mystery Temple. The Holy Land had finally intervened. He wanted to see how the 4 Extreme Holy Emissary and the Long Life Temple would continue acting. After a long time, Ning Chen left, and the cliff became calm again. There was no one else there. Ning Chen appeared in the western wing of the Cherishing Flower Palace. Not long after, Worryless walked over with a cup of flower dew. She gently placed it on the stone table. Sir, please. Many thanks. Ning Chen raised the cup and drank a mouthful. He looked at the woman in front of him and asked, Miss Worryless, can you tell me how you saw through it? He could tell that Worryless' cultivation was only at the 6th rank. In this era where geniuses were everywhere, she really couldn't be considered outstanding. However, this seemingly ordinary and gentle woman had greatly shocked him. Worryless smiled faintly. She didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. Her body quickly merged with heaven and earth, as if she would disappear at any moment. Ning Chen's eyelids twitched. A Tao physique. There really was such a physique in the world. Originally, he had thought that the Ghost Woman and Underworld Child's ghost physique and underworld physique were already ridiculous enough. He hadn't thought that there would be a Tao physique. Since when had these rare physiques become so common? The biggest difference between innate and acquired was the ability to use the energy of heaven and earth. However, the Tao physique was an exception. Those who possessed the Tao physique were born with a strong affinity for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Their cultivation and realm were never directly proportional. In other words, this gentle and quiet woman before him might be in existence with abnormally terrifying combat strength. Excuse me. Ning Chen stood up and smiled bitterly. Fortunately, he hadn't offended this woman. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. Sir, you're too polite. Worryless still had a calm smile on her face as she replied. A thought suddenly flashed through Ning Chen's mind. He asked with a strange expression, Miss Worryless, Worryless wouldn't also have a Tao physique, right? The two of them looked very similar. They were obviously sisters. If another Tao physique appeared, he would really want to bang his head against a wall. Worryless shook her head lightly and said, No. Only then did Ning Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were still more ordinary people like him in the world. Sir, please rest. Worryless will leave first. Worryless tidied up the cup on the stone table and bowed gracefully. Then, she walked out of the courtyard. Ning Chen breathed a sigh of relief again. If possible, he really didn't want to face someone who possessed the Tao physique. From a certain point of view, the Tao physique was the most terrifying physique in the world. Even though it wasn't like the ghost physique or the underworld physique, which had an undying body, The Tao Physique's ability to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was too frightening. When it attacked, it was like fighting against heaven and earth. It was truly not something a human could do. He had managed to hide the fact that he had already stepped into the Xiantian realm from Meng Xuanji, Honorable Sword, Palace Mistress Cherishing Flower, and the others. However, Worryless had seen through it with a single glance. One could imagine just how frightening the affinity a Tao Physique had with heaven and earth. Perhaps this was a good thing. With an additional Tao Physique, the Cherishing Flower Palace would become stronger. If the Palace of Immortality came, they would also encounter quite a bit of trouble. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that the Cherishing Flower Palace was against starting a war between the two realms. Otherwise, the existence of the Tao Physique would instead be a terrifying threat to the divine continent. Right now, the greatest variable was the Four Extremes sacred ground. The Palace of Immortality's strength made these large sects somewhat fearful. As the only sect that could contend against or even punish the Palace of Immortality, the Four Extremes sacred ground was bound to become the leader that everyone expected. He still couldn't tell whether the master of the Four Extremes sacred ground and the Disaster King were planning to use force to unify the Four Extremes sacred ground or use the Palace of Immortality's calamity to force the large sects to submit to the sacred ground. Both methods had their pros and cons. The former would allow the Four Extremes sacred ground to unify completely, and there would be no other voices. However, it would also consume a lot of power. Although the latter method would preserve the strength of the Four Extremes sacred ground to the greatest extent, when the war between the two realms began in the future, it was unknown how many large sects would continue to listen to the sacred ground's commands.